Chapter 28, Snape's Worst Memory. Chapter text. This is the one chapter where I really wanted to do chapter titles, because it doesn't actually give the chapter away, but it's something that's never stated explicitly in the story as Snape's worst memory. All they'll ever know was it's a memory he didn't want Harry to see. And yeah, he'll find out in the last book it was a cataclysm that happened between him and Lily, but they'll never know it was his worst. Sigh, oh well, I couldn't justify all the spoilers for every other chapter for this one, no matter how much I would have loved writing a response from Lily about this particular chapter title. To Depressed Tiger, your poems are beautiful and always give me the chills. To Inspired Girl, stop. I don't know how to handle compliments. I just sit there like a gaping fish because thank you isn't enough for what's being dished out. Flattery is a sin and you've mastered it. Okay, I'm calmer now. I keep to my schedule through much dedication, and having spent many, many years fantasizing these characters in my head before I sat down to do this, so I knew what I wanted for them going in. Also, I'm a stubborn little shit who has to finish something once I started. If I was ever forcibly stopped by some unseen force like the apocalypse happening, I'm entirely sure I'd actually explode because I never got to finish. As for your question, honestly, I still don't. I never switched to honestly feeling anything other than vindictive, I want to punch him in the face syndrome for this guy. I never transgressed into the wondering realization he's a good person just because he loved someone. Yes, he had a hard life. Yes, he sacrificed it to protect someone else. But I'm sorry, it does not make up for the countless things he does to children. Call it a cover, call it whatever you like. I don't condone it. Sorry if that disappoints you or you at all disagree. Feel free to argue back, as I do love differences of opinion and will never scorn anyone for thinking otherwise. At least know I will never put such things into the fic, verbatim anyways, because Harry clearly thinks differently, and this is his story. Like with all other characters who people have different opinions about, all sides will be shown, even Snape's. To Mason B, congratulations on spending so much time on this site. You figured out the buttons. Especially thank you for the review. It means a lot knowing you've been following for so long. To Wizarding Hovian, thanks for the longish review. HPHPHPHP Remus glanced at the clock and saw it was getting close to lunchtime, but he decided to keep going now with even the slimmest of hopes Dumbledore would make some miraculous return. He just couldn't imagine it. Hogwarts without Dumbledore. Even in second year, the idea had troubled him, and the Ministry had caused that one as well, admittedly through Malfoy instead of Fudge. But how on earth did this keep happening? He forced himself to remember it wasn't right now. Dumbledore was up at the school this moment, helping them fight off Voldemort for now, so he had to remain focused on that to begin, and immediately regretted it. Oh, not another one, James demanded, though at some point he really should have stopped being so surprised. That's not even, the Ministry can't, Remus spluttered. The Ministry decreeing teachers at the school was mind-blowing enough, but now apparently they could just assign headmasters to the school. What next? They were going to start put wizards behind the desk at Gringotts. I cannot imagine this, Sirius groaned in disgust. That kitten stalker behind Dumbledore's desk, and now with total control of the school. Is there anything she can't get away with doing now? Lily felt almost petrified for the students' well-being. She almost couldn't breathe for a moment at the thought of what all she could get away with now in regards to those detentions. Percy wasn't there when that happened, James corrected. He'd left before Dumbledore started the fight. I'm surprised the school wasn't adding in a whole aura department to the list, so I didn't correct them, Harry shrugged. I wish, Sirius grumbled. How did they know everything? Harry asked bemusedly. The portraits, all four at once reminded him. There's nothing new, Harry sighed. Ha! Sirius, bark of triumphant laughter was heavily echoed by all of them. It wasn't nearly what the cat bath was owed, but for the smallest moment they got to enjoy her misery instead of the other way around. Yes, yes, she does, Sirius protested of whoever had interrupted something nice for a change. Why am I not surprised? James muttered as he buried his face in his hands, somehow knowing this was only about to get worse with that albino reject involved. Prefects can't take points away from other houses, Remus scoffed. I'm sure he's just already been promised head boy and was practicing. James rolled his eyes. I wonder how many times he's had to be reminded of that when trying to bully little first-year Gryffindors, Sirius scowled. Actually, sometimes I forgot, Harry muttered. After the initial shock, Ron had never made much of a show of it except for a few occasions. Clever, Remus sneered with exaggerated sarcasm. The what? Remus was interrupted by all four of them, which he found internally unnecessary as he'd been wondering the exact same thing. I'm going to cry, Sirius vowed. How do they keep managing to make shit up as they go along? I never would have believed the school could turn into something so, James trailed off, without words for how different this place had become from his memory. That just completely undermines the whole system. Lily rubbed furiously at her forehead, thinking Fudge should be done with it already and rename Hogwarts the Pre-Ministry of Magic. Harry's eyes had narrowed with every insult Malfoy had given. Even after all these years, he still managed to find ways to be the most insufferable person in that castle. His only saving grace was he wasn't as bad as Snape and Umbridge, yet. Just take a round 100, why don't you? It'll be faster. Sirius felt like his eyes were going to pop out of his head if he rolled them any harder. Nice to know he forgets sometimes, Remus said testily. I certainly never fail to forget how much of an arse he is. Is she off a rocker? Lily snarled. I'd have cursed him at the start of this already. Trust me, none of us would have stopped you, James growled. I wish I'd thought that for even a second, James shook his head, but he'd long since stopped questioning the depths that woman would go. Lily looked about ready to pull her hair out in frustration. She couldn't believe such blatant favoritism could continue. The system had been slightly off-kilter before, and now it was just rampant. What does he mean, tried? Sirius eagerly demanded. Sirius was so giddy to hear any bout of revenge, he didn't even bother to gloat, he just mimicked Ron. All five of them burst out with laughter for this, Harry's feeling a little more forced than he understood why. Did they ever? Lily rolled her eyes. Never been expelled, were they? James defended. Clearly they had some restraint. Lily wasn't sure how he was able to say that as if it were actually a good thing. Without looking up, Remus reached over and put his hand against Sirius' mouth so he could keep going very loudly. Sirius waited impatiently until his hand got tired, and he removed it before bursting out anyways. Lily and James mimicked them. Thank you, Blackie. I hadn't noticed, James said blandly, while Sirius crinkled his face in disgust for that nickname. Shut up, Comet, Sirius snapped back. Honestly, I'm not quite sure why, Remus Mark pouted. I know I wouldn't have the restraint with the year I've been hearing about, Sirius agreed. I love them, James declared. Lily, we need to have twins. Lily smacked him upside the head even while she was repressing giggles. I recall a conversation where they don't care, Sirius said eagerly, wondering how on earth this could be Hermione's first thought. James was still bouncing in his seat, like an excited toddler. Glee and eagerness to hear what he'd been expecting from the pair of them ever since Umbridge had kicked his son off the Quidditch team. He had no clue what they'd been doing in the meantime, but I surmised that the change may well have been they'd finally gotten premises for whenever their shop was to be. Glory, this was going to be worth the wait, of that he was confident. I'd fear for my life if I were Umbridge, Remus. Grin was stretching into one Harry had grown to associate with a marauder story. She hasn't the sense, and I'm almost glad for it, Sirius corrected with the same look in place. I forgot he was there, Lily snickered. I wonder how well he knew the twins before this to have such a reaction. Clearly quite well, as he knew to make a run for it, Harry said with a smirk. James clucked his tongue at Hermione. Dumbledore couldn't have dragged him away from watching this. All three boys groaned loudly in agitation. They would have paid anything to get front row seats for whatever the twins had planned, and their boy was walking away from it. Harry hardly looked upset at their reaction. He was vividly remembering already that they wouldn't have long to wait for details. Filch is best viewed not at all, Sirius corrected, while all of them frowned for what this news could be for. Filch did not single out students for good reasons. Don't call Dumbledore a woman, James rolled his eyes. Lily busted out laughing loudly at the look of chagrin on Harry's face, and the three boys affronted look their boy was such a terrible on-the-spot liar. It hurt their soul. Don't do it, Harry, Sirius said at once. And what, run the other way and get in more trouble? Harry demanded. Great, now I'm starting to fear for your life, Remus groaned. At least I have the sense to agree, Harry sighed. We've noticed, James said harshly. It had been disturbing him for quite some time. Oh, good. I thought it had just been us. Sirius tried for a happy snicker, though it was clear how distracted he was. He hadn't realized this had been said twice. And your idea of correcting that was medieval torture, Remus pleasantly reminded. I'm sure he can understand why normal teachers' methods are better. Lily blanched in horror while the boys smiled grimly. They just couldn't believe Filch would ever go through with it, considering how often he'd threatened this, and he'd always been laughed off. Why doesn't he ever just go for the heretic fork? That's a grand old torture, Sirius offered in what he was sure was a helpful tone of voice. I don't even want to know what that is, Lily shook her head. If he ever goes through with that, I'll give the man his own award. Remus snickered with a bit of an edge, implying it wasn't a trophy kind. They're going to blow up that castle trying, James said conversationally. Hopefully the twins stick around long enough at least see that, Remus said without concern. While that's true, Sirius sighed, I still can't find him any more of a credible threat than his cat. Timing is key in avoidance of him. I'd be very pleased if you stopped reminding me of that, Lily hissed, though it wouldn't actually help, as that was ingrained into her being as much as the back of his hand. Remus adopted quite a cruel smirk, for that was all she could claim, a useless block of wood. The school would never follow her. Lily raised a brow and stated, a bit overkill, while James and Sirius looked physically pained at the thought. I stopped wondering that and now just dread it, Remus grumbled. Don't do it, Harry, James said at once. It's probably poisoned, Sirius agreed grimly. I just wouldn't accept anything from her on principle. Remus crinkled his nose at the thought, all of them wondering at what she hoped to accomplish by the sudden nicety. The most fast-acting poison you have, Lily muttered. I'm starting to think that wasn't a joke, Lily told Sirius. I never meant it as one, Sirius agreed. The look on Harry's face was clearly strained, and they could all understand Wyatt having to play niceties at this. The real problem was they couldn't put their finger down on why she was doing this. James' mouth popped open with outrage. You mean you actually were going to take a sip before you saw that? But I didn't, Harry protested, starting to rub in agitation at his forehead, somehow knowing he'd be quite grateful for this, though not a clue as to why. She hadn't really poisoned that, had she? At least Mad Eye left a good impression, even the fake one, Sirius grumbled. Lily was getting a worse feeling by the second, and she hadn't thought it could be possible, considering his company. Why does she think you'd know that? No clue, Harry sighed, as always wishing he had a better answer for them. James kept shifting his weight with heavy unease, wishing she'd stop with the farce of politeness in this drink already, though perhaps that's the only way to be nice she knew, the fake kind. All he really wanted to do was transform her into a teapot and shatter the pieces already. Remus choked hard. He couldn't even get his full name out, but he didn't need to. It was clear they'd understood. No, James hissed, looking nearly faint. No, she can't have. There's no way she knew that was you, Lily protested. You've actually been really careful and smart, and... She trailed off because her words gave her no comfort, and it was clear they were going straight past the others. Okay, Harry practically yelled to keep their attention before they had an utter panic attack to rival the one screaming in his head. She doesn't know where he is, that's why she's asking. But why? Remus snarled, his eyes glued to the words, ignoring how hard it was becoming to breath from the mounting fear. She shouldn't have any clue what you know about him. As far as they're concerned, he's still after you. Things changed, Sirius said slowly, and honestly the scariest part to all of them was how hard Sirius was clearly trying to keep up his usual calm in regards to this. The only thing I can think of was that Azkaban break. Despite their stupid story they published, they realized something wasn't right, and they're trying to find some alternative. The only one they've got is what Dumbledore offered, so if they believe I was out trying to help Harry. He trailed off with a miserable shake to his head. He had no hope that this change would help him at all. They'd still do everything in their power to bury all this even while looking for someone to blame. Remus was not comforted. None of them were. It terrified him to keep going, to know what else Umbridge had called Harry up there to ask, though what in her sugar, frosted mind made her think he'd answer was beyond him. Most likely she was just looking for a tell, some way to show he was lying to throw him back in detention. James couldn't help his high-pitched keening noise. Harry was a terrible liar. They'd well established this, so if Umbridge had any uncertainties before, she'd know now Harry did know something. Harry recognized that look and flinched with guilt. He could feel tears stinging his eyes in frustration that he couldn't do Sirius any help, that somehow he was in fact going to make this all worse for his godfather. Harry made much the same noise James just had in distress. Remus gave him a sympathetic look for all the wrong reasons, but all they could think of was how upset Harry was he'd be going the rest of the year without talking to Sirius, something none of them had ever to do. "Thank you," Sirius nodded solemnly. "I really wanted her to be cut off." James had to think hard past his unending worries regarding his brother to recall where or why this noise would be made, and had never yet been more grateful for the twins. "I'm sure that saved your life." Remus shook his head. They still hadn't ruled out that drink being deadly. "Well, Harry certainly has an alibi now," Lily muttered. "I'd be disappointed if it was." Lily rolled her eyes. "Flitwick," James offered helpfully. No, Crookshanks must have set something off," Sirius said blandly. "You're both ridiculous," Remus told them fondly. "Obviously it was Ginny." Harry found a smile somewhere in him for their antics. He couldn't help it. They never ceased to be able to do that no matter how heavy his mind got. "Moony," Sirius pouted. "Why do you always get the best parts?" Remus scowled at him, honestly thinking that heart failure over what Umbridge could know had hardly been worth discovering whatever the twins were up to, but merely smacked him upside the head in response. The others had been far too enraptured listening to such descriptions to dare interrupt, but now that it was clear their details had been shut off for now, they still couldn't quite force words of wonder from their mouths. They were actually stunned stupid by something so spectacular occurring in their old hallways. The twins managed. Remus trailed off there. Words weren't good enough to cover this fantastic feat. "These are the best kids ever." Sirius shouted, his vivid imagination nearly not enough to cover this. "I don't care what we do. We have to make sure at least this is managed again," James stated in no uncertain terms. Lily was too busy giggling in agreement to add in. "I'm not surprised she blames her actions on others." Lily managed to get less hatefully than normal considering she was still laughing. "No, but I'd like to see him try," Sirius said with enthusiasm. "Probably his most brilliant idea ever," Remus cackled. "They've far more restraint than I would have thought," Lily managed while her shoulders still shook. "I would have expected them to proudly be standing under them." "No sense when everyone will know who did it, but then you can't prove it," James corrected. "Well, I should hope not." James couldn't stop smirking. "A little healthy competition is good for them." Impossibly, fresh and renewed laughter began again in here. Now they were all wondering the ways these things could get better the more magic you tried to use on them. "Because we have the best staff ever," Harry managed in between roaring with laughter. "I miss McGonagall," Remus wheezed out. "But of course not." Sirius widened his eyes with marked concern despite a few tears still pouring out of them. "We have no idea what kind of magic is behind these. Who knows whose subject they relate to?" Which only managed to fill the room with even more laughter. Lily nearly fell off the couch in utter hysterics, her infant laughing loudly along the only restraint holding her together. Wait," James insisted with a rewind motion, and continued with the most important question yet. "Did she buy some?" Harry just blinked innocently without response. "I knew it." Sirius pumped his fist in triumph. "I knew that one had to have more fun in her life than we'd been led to believe. I'm so proud." James didn't even have to fake rubbing tears from his face. "Only took her group getting disbanded to admit it," Harry chuckled. "Though how she went from an illegal study group to not doing homework as rebellious is beyond me," Sirius said, only semi-intelligible from laughing so hard. Harry was starting to get worried none of them had stopped laughing for so long. Surely they were all going to run out of air soon, and yet none of them could seem to care. This was far too brilliant and a perfect shot of relief after all the stress they'd been dealing with of late. "Probably furious," Sirius said with chipper. "I can only hope it gets worse," Remus insisted with a grin, though he was flabbergasted how after that display. "Oh, I'm sure he'll find some way to cover it up. That's what he's best at." James rolled his eyes. The smile slipped right off all of their faces like Snape had just appeared into the room. It felt impossible it should happen so fast, but the reminder of this dream and how deep Harry kept going just couldn't feel any good for them, as it only reminded them of Voldemort's unexplained connection and obsession with this place. Remus released a sharp breath. He didn't want to keep going, to find out how far Voldemort had gone inside this place. Whatever Voldemort was after, it wasn't a good thing, Couldn't those fireworks just wake Harry up again already? Remus finally sighed in relief, shaking slightly from failed adrenaline in the face of coming within arm's reach of this mysterious whatever it was. He glanced up at the others to see if they had any idea of what to make of that new information when he saw Harry in a right state. His face was screwed up tight. Once tears of mirth now clearly were burning out from something far more unbearable. It was heartbreaking to watch him flip so drastically, all because his mind was forced to live through so many things at one time. Things he couldn't even put into words without fearing something far worse happening than just pain. Lily was trying to surge forward, even still cradling her infant, but James beat her to the punch, trying to make his sitting on the edge of the couch casual, even as he hovered over Harry in pure agitation. He couldn't be of more help than this. They all wanted to do more, say something for him, but he seemed paralyzed with pain, and Remus would do anything to help him, and so he did the only thing he could think of. No, no, it isn't, James grumbled petulantly as he continued to rub at Harry's back. Remus agreed, having to fight hard to keep his attention on the book. It took an extra moment for them to reel back and remember what they'd just been laughing so hard about, and Harry wished he could feel more regret for ruining their moment of fun instead of always being the source of a problem with his blasted mind. Harry forced out a laugh that sounded nothing but hollow to everyone, even his own ears. He almost longed for that feeling now. It would be better than the wash of other things he kept feeling, as a constant mention of that place continued to make him sick with worry. Lily opened and closed her mouth in fascination, longing to just go back and marvel at the twins' magic with these things, and yet never having been less interested in magic as her child fought to retain any sense of normality. Oh boy, Sirius grumbled distastefully, while Harry somehow managed to look all the more worried about that. Can't even blame you. James shook his head pitifully for everything Harry went through on a daily basis. How Dumbledore, Snape, or anyone expected Harry to empty his mind of all that was daily basis. How Dumbledore, Snape, or anyone expected Harry to empty his mind of all that was beyond him. Honestly understandable, Remus sighed. His heavy eyes hadn't really gained much back with so many sleepless nights in a row from here. He could imagine it being just as bad in the months for Harry, with longer to dread on these things than they gave themselves. Lily made a deep-throated noise of agitation, entirely not looking forward to what Snape was going to say to him about this. Well, I could have warned you of that. Sirius tried for a smile that still felt forced. They'd gone from roaring laughter to sickened with worry about Harry in the span of a second, and now nothing was being helped by the tense setup of another bout of Snape insults directed at Harry. All five of them made a small little noise of agitation, even at something so small, still so pestering, as that blasted made-up group of Malfoys. All of them felt a vindictive laugh somewhere inside themselves for that. Hermione really was something special. James blinked in surprise, and just a little admiration for Cho still standing by her friend like that. He of course wanted to add a few more curses to Marietta for what she'd done to Harry, but Cho had just earned herself a few points. I still wish I had some sort of motive for her doing that, Remus scowled. Not one good enough to excuse it, Sirius scoffed. James and Lily frowned slightly, knowing they more than likely would have defended their friends if they'd done the same thing, but then again, they just couldn't imagine their friends doing this. Cho probably hadn't either, and it really was good of her still sticking with her through that. Thanks to Dumbledore, Remus shook his head slowly. He still wasn't quite sure how to wrap his mind around all of that. I haven't forgotten, Sirius said in disgust with a slight shiver. Miss Edgecombe had nearly been the death of him. He wasn't likely to forget that. Nah, James smirked, honestly considering this Hermione's best move yet, even trumping what she'd done to Skeeter. Well, if she'd done that, then hardly anyone would have signed it. Lily rolled her eyes. She could have told them all after the fact, Remus offered with a grin. Nah, this was much more fun. The person couldn't consider their consequences before they made the crappy decision, Sirius decided. Harry, you do know that does not actually prevent anyone from crying. Sirius asked him in concern. Harry just huffed. He really hadn't been expecting this fight with Cho, but somehow was relieved for it to finally have happened all the same. However pretty she still was in his memories, her flat refusal to acknowledge the stupid thing her friend had done had finally driven out any feelings he had for her. Well, I think that's done with, James gazed at the book with some pity for Harry's first crush, having so many disasters back to back. The wrong sparks did fly, Remus agreed with a sad little smile. Harry just clucked his tongue, still not as angry now as he was then, far more concerned with other things in his mind he couldn't reach, and that cemented it for the lot of them. Harry clearly didn't seem to care all that much for his relationship with Cho just evaporating. "You're one of those who always comes up with the comebacks after the fact," James told Harry pleasantly. "I pre-make up most of mine and wait for the situation," Sirius smirked. "Suppose that leaves more room for you to follow the conversation," Lily snipped at him. "Just what does he keep in that?" Remus rolled his eyes. Harry twitched hard in unease. He had a bad feeling he was about to find out, but it mostly went unnoticed, as they all thought he was just preparing himself for another lash of occlumency. "I'm surprised that hasn't happened before now," James rolled his eyes. "Him barging in there to tattle on some first-year Slytherin taking his favorite chair. What a sight to walk in on, though." Remus raised a curious brow. He'd certainly pause at this with some concern. Remus rolled his eyes. Finding Snape referring to Malfoy by his first name really showed the depths to the two's relationship. The teachers should always refer to the student by last name out of sheer habit. He found this proof that Snape had a more familiar relationship with Malfoy, as if he'd needed it before now. "With their wands pointed at each other," Sirius emphasized. "If that wasn't a dumb enough excuse before, it gets worse every time." "And I know how much you long to see that expression," Lily scowled. "Why?" All four of them demanded of him. "To make that stupid look disappear," Harry told them like he thought they were being very stupid on purpose. "That's the response I was expecting," James nodded, feeling the world back on balance. "She's already tried to poison one student this week. I don't see how he could help with that." Sirius rolled his eyes. Lily wanted to be more furious that Snape was in Umbridge's good graces like this, but then again, it was all the more sad she wasn't surprised considering how much the two seemed so alike. Sirius spluttered like he had a broken jaw. "They did that how long ago?" Remus interpreted. "I think that's a new record." "Ours only lasted a day, tops," James pouted. "What even is that thing?" Harry demanded, quite sure his level of unease with this thing had nothing to do with the Slytherin Quidditch captain's fate. "You shove people in it, and they vanish," Sirius came back enough to helpfully explain. Remus rolled his eyes at his inept friend and more properly said, "I'm sure you remember as vividly as we do that Nick broke one above Filch's office in your second year." Harry nodded eagerly. He was still wondering what about that felt so significant. "Well, there's matching pairs, always are. One on the first floor the twins used is probably the still functioning one, but without the other to go through, it'll just leave you in limbo until it finds an opening to pop you out. But the magic is very vague about it all, and we have no clue what its indications were when this would happen. It was pure need to understand such magic that we kept testing it," James offered with an impish smirk. Remus' mouth was twitching in much the same way as he watched Harry curiously to see if he'd gotten it. Harry wanted to smile back, but his mind felt torn in two. He still wanted to ask more about these things, but something about the marauders and that look on their face. It was all fun now, but he had a feeling it bothered him for some reason soon. He tried tentatively to understand all of this by asking slowly, "So, when you put someone in cause they annoyed us," Sirius offered helpfully. "Right." Harry paused to roll his eyes. "It just pushed the person out the other one. We had to disable it for our needs to work." James' eyes widened innocently. "It was no fun if they just reappeared. We put it back together when we were done, though." Remus still couldn't wipe a smirk away. "Couldn't have the teachers knowing we were messing with it. Never as badly as what Nick did, though." Sirius was still laughing heavily. "So Merlin knows if they even are fixable now." "Let me get this straight," Lily said dangerously. "You shoved people into a magical item. You had no clue what it would do to them. And then you continued to further break it apart to see what else would happen to them." "It happened to me first," Remus offered in defense of them. "Some Hufflepuff James had gotten last week shoved me into one for revenge. I made a reappearance a day later. It sort of just spiraled out from there," Sirius agreed. Lily had spent the entire conversation frowning heavily at the lot of them. She'd never enjoyed hearing about their blatant ways of dealing with people that annoyed them. It was nice to see Harry wasn't exactly amused by this, But he was also clearly distracted by something, so she wasn't sure how much he'd been paying attention past their actual words. Absolutely none of Harry's thoughts had been helped by them. Now not only was he positive something of these things should not be laughed at, but his lesson with Snape was feeling more foreboding than ever. He still nodded at Remus to indicate he was done for now. James and Sirius roared with laughter, Remus trying hard to hide his own amusement behind the book and failing a bit. "That's going to bite him in the arse later," Lily tisked loudly, though it hardly did anything to dampen the boys' new-found amusement. They'd got to hear the end results of yet another prank from the twins, and had Snape's stupid lesson pushed off for a moment longer, they were now jovial, and hoped their mood would help Harry out of whatever funk his mind was clearly still stuck in. "There's the bright side," Lily persisted in pointing out, though clearly being ignored by all. "I'm surprised Smith hadn't done that already." Sirius rolled his eyes. All five of them shivered heavily at the reminder. Harry looked ready to fall off the couch every time this was mentioned. "So quickly run from the room, otherwise you might see him again when you've so graciously been deprived of that," James said enthusiastically. He really hadn't a care for what could be in there. "Oh, Harry," Lily sighed in exhaustion, wanting to press her face into her hands already as she felt where this was going. "Did you learn nothing from your lesson in Dumbledore's pensive?" Harry did not answer, though considering the feelings pumping through him, he was confident he hadn't thought that far ahead. "I wouldn't honestly be that surprised," Remus agreed. "But you've no idea how to work that thing, so you'll just be plunged into the last thing he was thinking of when he put memories in there." "Though that may honestly be it," Sirius said, with a calmer tone creeping in. Remus instantly regretted. He wasn't hiding away private memories from his childhood. Those were still in his head when Harry went in. Maybe it is order business he's more worried about. If Harry wants to find out about them, this is the place I'd look. "You're encouraging this," Lily yelped furiously. "Show some privacy." "He's not showing Harry any." James rolled his eyes, instantly tagging along to Sirius' side, though he did raise his hands in surrender upon Lily's flashing eyes. "I wish he wouldn't. He has no way to get himself out of the memory. Only Snape can do that. But I'm sick of him never being told anything, and I know you are too." Lily scowled heavily at the both of them as she didn't find that the point. "The time frame is irrelevant," Remus scolded. "You weren't the one to put those memories in, so you can't pull yourself out until you've seen them all. Could be days' worth of storage in there." Harry wished he'd known that, but again, he now knew he hadn't thought that far ahead, and he had a bad feeling he'd soon regret it. "Not at all what I was hoping for," Sirius sighed. He'd honestly been hoping for Dumbledore's office, or even Grimmauld Place's basement, something he'd been hoping for in relevance to something Snape was up to. An image of Voldemort, Snape talking to some member of the Order, anything other than what the man had for breakfast. There was no way something interesting to them happened in there. He'd probably just been admiring Umbridge's technique of making children cry. "There you have it," Remus sighed without surprise. "Harry's a dead man. So he is some new kind of ghost," Sirius chuckled while prodding at Harry. "Fascinating. Can I name him?" "No," all four of them said at once. "Ha!" James looked floored at this start. Why would something of Snape's school years be so precious to hide away? "I know exams are close, so they'd be on his mind. But this is ridiculous." Sirius rolled his eyes and yawned already out of sheer boredom. Remus kept going blandly, and some disappointment. Harry was going to be in the worst amount of trouble yet, and apparently he wasn't even going to get to see anything good out of it. Though James did smirk a bit, Harry may get a glimpse of him. He was sure his son would at least get a kick out of that. Lily scoffed heavily and rolled her eyes, finding too much of his father's influence in that description. She'd always thought of him as a sickly pale, thin hair a silky black, admittedly too thin, but still with a smile that drew her in to know what he was thinking. She supposed it was all in the eye of the beholder, as that was still how she'd describe him at 15. Picturing him now as the hateful man tormenting her son and his classmates, she may well have called him many of the same things Harry just had. "Yoo-ho," James hummed in concern, suddenly hurrying back to his Lily Flower's side. He hadn't expected it to be this exact owl. Lily felt a burning in the back of her eyes at once. This was her worst childhood memory. Far worse than anything Petunia had ever said to her as a child. Of all the things Snape would keep stored away, She could almost understand why he'd want to keep this one in particular away from Harry. Shame, she would hope, for utterly humiliating her that day, though she was sure it was something far more related to his own status, just like always, considering the events having led up to that. Harry watched his parents with wide-eyed concern for this reaction, looking to the other two for some sort of explanation he could already feel he wasn't going to like, but they were avoiding his eye. This really had been just any other day to them. But for Lily, well, this was still something she should have shared with Harry. What a way for the poor kid to find out. Remus waited until Lily snapped at him to keep going before he could do this to her, though it hardly felt better with permission. James sighed, not exactly thrilled he'd gotten his wish. He hadn't nearly paid Snape back in kind for what he'd called the love of his life that day. Still, he hoped Harry at least enjoyed his attempts. That is a very good description for the pair, Remus muttered mostly to himself. You weren't wearing your glasses, Harry noted, grinning wildly at finally having such a vivid memory of his dad at such a young age. They're only reading glasses. I only use them for long periods or something important, James shrugged. The exams weren't long enough I bothered. Sirius snorted mirthlessly and gave James a very superior smirk, telling without a hint of remorse. I knew I loved your kid. He only called you a thin, messy git. At least he acknowledges who the handsome one is. James gave him a very heavy glare, even while fighting back a grin for his best friend's endless teasing. Sirius' grin only widened, touring outright flippant, and Harry was quite sure he was going to be given an account of this girl, and all sorts of details he never would have asked for, but Remus had not paused long enough to be of help, to Harry's relief. It was that Monday, actually, Remus mumbled. Harry blinked in surprise. Not only did it wrench at him for Remus to know so explicitly when each was, meaning they must all stand out very clearly in his mind, and that only emphasized how painful each must be. But even after a few days' rest, Remus was only just starting to look healthier. In the days leading up he'd grown quite pale and exhausted at all hours. He couldn't imagine having to study on top of all that. Remus flinched hard at the reminder, not even needing to glance up and see the others as well. Harry had never actually known him as more than the traitor, but it was still impossible for them to think back on nearly any memory from their time here without finding him as well. Now they were being force-fed one. Snape's memory had just turned into the worst thing for all of them. Sirius' features were twisted violently. He still felt that need pulsing through him at every small reminder of him to go and rip his head off. The forcible act of not being able to respond to this made him feel like he was on fire just sitting here instead. He'd learned his lesson. He'd just have to be patient. Lily fidgeted with a few strands of hair in unease while eyeing James, who wasn't even blushing at the reminder. The unease came from that very sharp hurt her son hadn't known her maiden name, or at least hadn't put together what it would mean. Instead, she sighed heavily and flippantly told him, I suppose it's better than LP. James offered her a wide grin for the tone, wanting to hold her even closer than he was for her still taking shots at him, rather than dwelling on this particular memory from her past. It literally just said Flitwick summoned all the papers to him. Harry scratched at his head in confusion. You mark your final answers on the exam, Sirius explained. Prongs was still messing with his scratch paper. Couldn't students still know what to expect on the exam then? Harry asked in surprise. Nope, the exam changes every year, Remus sighed. I always had to walk over to his arse, Sirius said with an exaggerated eye roll. If I wasn't the one to meet him, he'd pop me on the head for making him walk. Huck, look who's getting memory problems of his own, James tisked. If I walked up to you, you'd groan about me making you wait around. At least if I waited long enough, you'd get bored and come to me. They are actually arguing about who walked over to whom the most, Remus informed the other two like they'd missed this. I'm aware, Lily shook her head in exasperation. I'm waiting for you to cut them off already. Remus hadn't just because he enjoyed watching them pick at each other so much, especially with memory of the one who was missing hovering right there in front of them. But he supposed he couldn't ignore it forever, and instead kept going in hopes Harry would blot him from sight. James snorted enthusiastically Harry, so easily caught onto one of their favorite jokes of referring to him as a bug in every way. Remus twitched again in agitation, though it was slightly less so than moments before. He supposed that being referred to by his last name was still better than not having been mentioned at all like the other one, though he still had to remind himself it was his own fault Harry hadn't a reason to call him anything else. Lily felt a surprised giggle crack out of her before she could stop it. "Ha!" Sirius barked in triumph. "Sea prongs, told you should have let Moony try some humor around her. She clearly doesn't partake to yours." "And have the love of my life swoon over his brilliance," James insisted on looking Mark affronted while he played along. "I'd rather kill them both. It's a wonder I didn't fall into your arms sooner," she told him drolly. All five of them were turning an ugly grey color for having to see this, to relive it, and be forced to once again come to terms with how close they all were, saying anything and everything to each other as they'd always done. When did that change for him? "True," James tried in vain to keep the strain from his voice, failing miserably. "You be dragged along." His voice cracked at the end. He couldn't pretend to keep going, and was starting to more than pity Remus at having to be forced to read all this. Clearly Harry was as well, whispering, "Did you want me to?" "No," he snapped without looking up. "May as well get on with it, not like he's actually doing anything." Except ruining more memories from his past, his biting innards were now constantly reminding, but they were all feeling the same way. It would help nothing for Harry to do this instead. "And did you?" Harry couldn't help but ask, infusing as much mirth into his voice as was possible. Sirius watched Harry for a long moment with a set look in place that was all the answer he needed before he finally admitted, "No, got an E. We did, though." James tipped his head towards Remus with a purposeful grin that didn't completely hide the hard set in his eyes. "Gave him hell for it." He probably missed one too many questions about harpies, getting them confused with himself and all, Remus told solemnly. At least this was one thing that Rat could never take away, and they'd always find more ways to pick at each other. "At least I got an O on my transfiguration that someone got an A on." Sirius returned flatly, but there was finally a real grin coming back as well. "You cheated," Remus insisted. "The lot." Very heavy wince. "Both of you," he quickly corrected. "Bloody extra practice, and all too many years ahead." "You're just jealous you got O's in 2 classes to my 3, Sirius insisted. "Padfoot, the only thing I'm jealous at you about is your never-ending idiocy. How do you continue to make a fool of yourself?" Remus pleasantly returned. James had only just opened his mouth to butt in as well when Lily cut in above them all with a relieved smile on her face. "Honestly, the lot of you, you're still arguing about this how many years later? You're all idiots, no matter what those grades said. There's my wife, keeping us all in perspective with her. How many owls did you get?" He suddenly broke off by asking her. She never answered him in school, and it hadn't come up in recent times. "I'm not telling," she insisted with a grin, "because it is pointless now." She honestly admired all of them for still finding ways to make each other laugh, with the rat being so vividly present now more than ever, but they couldn't ignore this forever. Remus paused and had to swallow hard before going back, when all he really wanted to do was snap this shut. He didn't want to reminisce about what came next any more than the couple. James managed quite a pleased smile. He'd impressed his son with his fun, which vanished instantly, his face flushing red. Though he was still so pale, he looked more pink and still likely to start screaming if he had to keep remembering how much he'd enjoyed his friend, indulging his every whim. Lily was brushing at her hair with vigor now, her nails catching on a few strands. This memory had replayed so many times so vividly in her head, she didn't need Harry's descriptions, and vainly hoped that for once, this time would be different, that her son wouldn't even recognize her, because nothing special had happened that day. "Don't even start serious," Remus told him without looking up. "It's my misfortune of the universe repeating these circumstances." "But it's hilarious," Sirius insisted like Moony was missing on the joke of a lifetime. "No, it's not." Remus rolled his eyes behind the pages and kept going loudly. Sirius flipped his hair over his shoulder and preened, Harry fighting the urge more every moment to tell his godfather to cool it. Normally his bravado was endearing and hilarious, though that part was probably unintentional. He couldn't even really find anything wrong with this scene that should bother him. Aside from Wormtail, they seemed to be acting casually enough. Why was the idea of being in here weighing so heavily on him? He wanted to snap at all of them. Harry remembered his mum and dad mentioning that earlier, and now realized why he would have seen this. He supposed he could see his mum's point in him showing off a bit, but it's not as if he had an audience watching like the twins so often did. He was just entertaining himself. Underneath the visage, from being so bluntly reminded of his many fond memories of this, some shock creeped through, as that had never even occurred to him. Why would it? He'd loved impressing everyone, especially his own friends. Tainted as it was now, he was left questioning all of this for the first time. Was Peter faking it? Was he actually envious? He still hadn't gotten his answer of why someone he cared so much for would do to him in their future. Harry had noticed his dad doing that quite a lot, and he almost smiled, just a bit, that no matter the torment his friend's reminder did to him, at least some parts of him had stayed the same. This is true, Remus tisked loudly over his own beating heart, pounding through his head, despising the reminder of this hurting them all so much, and Harry may not even understand why yet. It was clear from his expression something of this day was bothering them all. But while he could wrap his head around it, was the not-so-simple thing of vividly remembering Wormtail back in their lives, so casually for the marauders. He was yet sure what had his mother so near to tears. He forced himself to keep going loudly with his first train of thought, even in the awkward silence. Whenever I tried, he just told me to shut up because he was doing it for me. Honestly, the only reason I told him to stop was because I was fixing to suggest we go take a swim in the lake. Otherwise, I would have joined him. Sirius shrugged, ignoring how forced the casual movement was. Did you actually think that would work? Lily arched a brow at him. I didn't want to go swimming, as I knew full well he was fixing to say. Remus shrugged. I was delaying for a moment so I could claim to go back inside and work in peace. That is also true, Remus muttered, with an eye roll Harry must have missed at the time. Your descriptions are as accurate as ever, James told Harry with a straight face, but Sirius merely winced instead of the laugh he really felt. The two weren't exactly proud they'd started this fight between Evans and Snivelus. Sirius watched Lily tentatively, a need to defend himself. This was commonplace. He hadn't known he'd resort to calling her that when this exact setup had happened countless times in their past already without such a thing happening, but the words died before they could start. An apology would probably just make her angrier, but now at him. Lily groaned miserably as she kept eyes on her infant. James and Sirius exchanged a look, but as one decided to risk it and said, "Sorry, Lily." "Don't bother," she snapped. Clearly Sirius' prediction had been right. "You don't mean it." "I am sorry," James insisted. "I never would have thought he'd—" "You're sorry for what he did," Lily corrected harshly. "Not for what you did, so save it." James closed his mouth without bothering to correct her, and Harry's bad feeling was growing worse than ever. This wasn't really. Remus' face folded as he easily recalled that look. He'd used to love seeing all the spells they learned in class in action on others. He hated how much it hurt to remember even the tiniest details about him. Thankfully, Sirius and James were now plenty distracted by Lily. They seemed more apt to ignoring this. But since Remus had kept himself out of this one, it was a bit harder for him to continue ignoring the rat's every motion. He was, considering, Sirius began with a sneer, now itching for a rematch, just to let off some pent-up frustration. All of this was dragging up, which he sadly wasn't going to find in here. He only stopped as Lily glared at him with an old, familiar look he hadn't seen in a while, and that wasn't helping to clear his mind of this. All four of them were so distracted, tense, and waiting for a blow they never would have wished upon Lily. They all missed the look growing on Harry's face at recalling this scene. "Least you've gathered the important details already," Sirius told Harry absently, glancing at him for a moment rather than watching Lily, and blinking in surprise. Harry hadn't laughed along like he always had when they'd taken shots at Snape in here. Sirius wasn't actually sure what that face was, but he now frowned more heavily than ever for what Harry was thinking without sharing. Remus made a guttural noise of agitation, wishing Harry would quit noting such things already. They were all well aware if it wasn't Sirius and James starting the fight, it was him egging them all on, but Harry reminding them of that only made this all far worse than they would have thought. That actually took 2 curses longer than usual. James insisted on pushing for a casual tone of voice when addressing Lily. Exactly how long had you been on the fence about him before this happened? Lily pursed her lips, not particularly wanting to answer him, and then she glanced at Harry and saw the look on his face. The expression surprised her, but she supposed he'd put together what this day was for her. But if he clearly had no care for the answer, then she wouldn't indulge James' curiosity on this. When her silence persisted, Remus kept going anyways. James had been well aware, as often as he'd mentioned it, that Lily had been seen out of company of Snape more often than not their last few months of fifth year. So he didn't know what his mate was trying to accomplish by asking such things, but he would try to save him from the answer anyways. Remus made some attempt at a laugh, speaking absently, more idiotic than anything. But he didn't even pause for James to defend himself, even if he would have. Sirius was looking for it now, and watched another line cross Harry's face, his eyes growing as tight as his mother's for all of this coming back to him. Sirius wanted to reassure him that as bad as it was for Lily to be remembering all of this, that part was the commonplace. But he didn't want to interrupt right now in hopes Remus was almost done already. Or even better, the actual Snape would show up and stop this. Quite an odd want, but it was killing him to watch this eat away at Lily, and he'd never have wanted Harry to see this in person. It was bad enough being told what the creep had once done to his mother. This time, you really should have emphasized that point, James told her, though she continued ignoring him in hopes he'd take the hint this wasn't helping. She pulled out of his arms and laid against the armrest instead, the baby still cradled tight in her arms, her only comfort right now. James looked hurt. He'd only been trying to help, but for now he crossed his arms and gave her space. James still found that to be true, that Snape had grown up knowing Lily and never seemed to value that enough, but instead spent far more time in the company of pre-Death Eaters, that his mere existence felt like a blocker to what James wanted more than anything, to be close to her. But there was always that sniveling used napkin in the way that Lily kept defending. Harry made some kind of noise, but James was too distracted watching Lily to process it. He supposed Harry would have been plenty confused about all this in his time, though. Remus glanced up curiously. He'd felt Harry turn sharply to him and watch for a moment in confusion as Harry scrutinized him. But was he really looking at him like that because he hadn't laughed at the joke? Harry didn't offer anything, though, and Remus went back to reading feeling as heavy as ever this couldn't just be done with. He almost would have preferred Harry to interrupt. It probably would have been a better distraction than forcing out this mess. Bad timing there, mate. Sirius helpfully inserted what he'd been thinking at the time. Thank you for not sharing that at the time. James rolled his eyes. Wish you'd carried that on. Would you look it there? I beat out that sea creature after all. James seemed to almost pleasantly inform her, and he saw almost a twitching smile come back to her. Really? I didn't see that. James blinked in surprise. He hadn't thought he'd gotten a real smile out of Lily for at least another year. How many other times had he made her smile without getting the pleasure of seeing? More importantly, how long had Snape been acting an arse to her before this happened for her to be doing it so openly now? No one answered, especially not Harry, who was still processing all this so slowly he felt like his head had filled with molasses. All he was sure of was that he didn't feel like laughing along right now like his dad was clearly hoping someone was. Payback complete. Now where's a broom shed? Sirius muttered for himself. The first proper response of their day, Remus agreed absently. That would be a duel to see, Sirius hummed, though thankfully it had never gone that far, and at least now it never would. Lily mostly just shouted at them, and that was more than enough to stop Prongs, which in turn was just enough to stop the rest of them. Remus wanted to stop. He dreaded the next words to come pouring out of his mouth, because usually the fight stopped there. Lily came forward, and her and Snape walked off. This time, though, he had to take a very deep breath before finishing. Remus frowned hatefully, never in his life having wanted to say that word, and detesting he truly just had in regards to one of his friends. Harry gasped, as it finally snapped together for him. She told him she'd stopped being friends with Snape because he'd called her that in public one day, screamed it at her in the middle of a courtyard, were her exact words. But he hadn't realized it had been this exact day. He looked desperately to her, but she wouldn't look at him, wouldn't look at any of them. James was aching to put his arms back around her, to promise she wasn't alone, but she didn't want his comfort right now. She didn't blame him for this anymore, as she had for the rest of that year. Things had changed over the summer. She'd changed when she finally realized her relationship with him was irreparable like this day had proven. James didn't bother to deny this, even as Sirius politely told him, "You failed at that every time, by the way." Exactly how big were those lines? Remus asked of him. Sirius made his eyes go big with confusion, and so Remus just rolled his own. "Nah," James huffed. "Hagrid showed up then. Though I might have if he really hadn't apologized, I was still wanting one even without her around," he said in no uncertain terms. Far from looking reassured, Harry's expression only darkened, much to all of the boys' confusion, and Lily was still keeping eyes only for her infant and wasn't watching any of them. "Euro," Sirius hummed. This must be why Harry was looking so off. No one would be happy being caught doing this. Lily did look up sharply at that, anger now the most dominant thing rather than the hurt of her youth. Yes, Harry was in the wrong, but if he hurt her boy, Snape was going to wish she'd killed him that day instead of simply dropping him from her life. James and Sirius snarled in outrage, all eyes flashing furiously for Harry being treated like this. All of them were trying to reach for their wand now, growing more worried by the second Snape was fixing to turn on Harry with worse than the curse that had left a scar on James that day. Harry, though, could hardly react. This moment of seeing Snape trying to remind him of something he just couldn't concentrate on right now, still far too wrapped in an all-to-living realization. All four of them made a noise of outrage. Snape had really hurt him. He deserved a detention, certainly. They wouldn't have even argued if Snape had done a number of things like emptying house points or weeks of detentions, but actually harming him was far past crossing the line. The oddest part was, Harry wasn't even rubbing at his arm now. For all the world his face showed he couldn't care less, and it was depressing the lot of them to see him go so silent with no idea why. "I thought you or him exploded that by accident. He actually threw that at you." Sirius barked in outrage. Harry had no reaction. He wouldn't look at any of them. Remus' brows shot up in surprise as they were finally getting an idea of why Harry hadn't spoken a word during that whole exchange, and that's the part he'd focused on. He finished curiously and hadn't been expecting that. HP, yes. Yes, I am everything you are thinking right now of me cutting that off there. But look on the bright side. I'll see you all Tuesday. Nicknames offered by Zova Crazy and Melodigal 239, in that order asterisk I. Think I'm allowed some direct quotes from the books, and these are just too magnificent to pass up. Chapter 29, Career Advice. Chapter text, "Hey," James spluttered in hurt and confusion. "I was defending Lily. You started it," Harry told him. His tone was trying extremely hard not to sound accusatory, to let James say something for himself, but he could not stop that heavy weighing pit pressing so hard on him. He'd spent his whole life wanting to meet his parents, and now he had, but now, after seeing that, he'd never expected his dad to be more like Dudley. This was 2 days after Snape stunned Sirius and left him behind that broom shed for practically a whole night, Remus put in. James was just offering a little return of favor. And the week before Ulark cursed him so bad, he spent 2 days in the hospital wing with a cauldron stuck over his head. Lily snapped. This fight went on since their first week of school, she finished in only a bit calmer voice towards Harry. I never denied I was a touch big-headed. James refused to be sidetracked, even while Lily scoffed for his downplay, and to his crumpling heart, his son frowned instead of smiling indulgently at them. I've never hid from you how what me and Snape were like to each other. What on earth suddenly has you agreeing with Snape? You just attacked him, Harry emphasized. You and Sirius, you humiliated him, and I know what that's like far more than whatever you were getting him back for. You lot were all so upset whenever Dudley did anything to me when I was little. Why's this so different? Sirius opened his mouth with a critical eye on Harry, all of them rather hurt and confused why they were defending themselves to Harry of all people. What Harry had grown up with was completely different in their mind's eye, as Harry had never had a chance to defend himself, whereas Snivellus had started those fights as often as they had. So it was to everyone's surprise when Lily stepped in. Harry, I know that couldn't have been pleasant for you to see. I know it was never fun to watch them in action. She rolled her eyes while Harry looked desperately to her. Yes, they were idiots. They still are. But you know for a fact they're not Malfoy. They did those things to Snape and others because they were arsees. I agree it wasn't always right. They should have found better things to do when they got bored. but they never intentionally hurt anyone. You really think I wouldn't have cursed them stupid if they had?" She finished, with an affectionate smile at them. Harry still didn't entirely feel better, but he also still couldn't bring himself to say the worst of it to her face. Her eyes were so gentle when talking to him, and still so fragile from being reminded of what a once friend had done to her. She clearly loved these idiots around her, but even watching them interact, it was quite mind-blowing to see that hateful redhead turn into what he was seeing in person. He got a few sparse details, but now he really wanted to know what on earth had changed. What happened? He glanced again at his dad, though, and he just couldn't bring himself to ask. Not yet, not with how sick he was feeling having never seen him in this light before. He just sighed and gave a jerky nod to his head, still flattening his hair, and couldn't quite look at any of them as Lily passed her infant to her husband and went to take the book away from Remus. The boys still looked extremely put off that had been Harry's takeaway from that instance. They'd thought he'd been enjoying stories of their time at school. The thick layer of tension, as Lily started, wasn't at all unfamiliar now, but never before had it felt so personal to them in regards to Harry. "That's what she caught on," Sirius demanded, all the more bothered Harry wouldn't meet his eyes as he muttered back. "I didn't tell her the reason." "Liar, liar," Remus tried to playfully point out, but frowned all the more when Harry kept studying his nails. The worst part for all three of them was they couldn't tell if Harry was mad at them or still sympathizing with Snape or just disappointed. He wasn't telling them, and they'd thought they'd earned his trust more than that. Could one stupid instance really have ruined that? James didn't even want to play in with the joke. He'd been worried when he'd gotten so upset about Harry for his lying about the Dursleys that he'd irreparably scared his son away from him. Now it turns out he'd accomplished that instead by just being himself. "Then he probably would kill you," Lily muttered. The sad part was she really meant it. "At least you admit to that," Sirius insisted. He'd never let awkward silence hang, and he'd keep at Harry until he really said what was on his mind. "Because that's really the reminder we wanted," Remus huffed. "Is it such a surprise she gave him a night off?" Lily almost chuckled. "Considering this was our owl's, or the most important day in our lives, yes, it was quite the shocker he got one," Harry told her glumly, though that could have been for the reminder of why he hadn't gotten one, which Lily didn't get until she kept going. "Thank you for the reminder," James said bitterly, another thing he couldn't seem to enjoy without wanting to curse something. "So a very good chance then," Lily said pleasantly, and at least they could all agree on that. Sirius watched Harry with genuine concern, though at least this time it wasn't for whatever was going through his head, mostly that he just still had that book instead of using it for spitballs by now. Lily got a personal giggle out of that. It reminded her too much of her own cat. "Ironically, it was a girl that was bothering me," Harry frowned to himself, wondering how Hermione did that, even if she'd gotten the wrong girl. Lily just frowned sadly at the pages for an extra moment. It was saddening Harry wasn't telling his friends about what he saw. He should be allowed to talk about it. But then again, he didn't even seem to want to talk about it much in here, considering he'd hardly look at any of them. "Happy to note when Ron's being useful," James muttered, tensing himself in fear what Harry was really thinking would come up. He wasn't even sure he wanted to hear his thoughts from what little he'd said aloud. James ruffled in frustration that just one stupid memory had really tarnished him so much to Harry. Snape had been the one to insult his mother. What was he being targeted for? The question burned at his throat, but right now he was sure if he let it out, he might just yell it in frustration, so he kept himself together. Lily gave him a pitiful look. She couldn't imagine what Harry was feeling at that age. He'd never met his parents, so of course those who would only tell of his good parts, who wanted to share with an orphan that their parent used to have some arse-like tendencies. Certainly not Hagrid, who struggled to say a mean word about anyone, and most definitely not his enabler and best friend who even now was just as hurt and confused, why all his words were being thrown out the window just because Harry had caught Snape with his pants down. "Oh, I can." James rolled his eyes. "Exactly." Remus put his hands up in frustration. They'd really been aghast Harry hadn't seen it that way. But now it was clear the thought had at least crossed his mind. So why was he still looking at them like he'd never seen them before again? James could not hold that one in, even as he tried very hard not to snap at Harry. "Well, sure, that sounds bad if you didn't already know what we'd already told you." He was even going to keep going, to tell Harry how jealous he'd been of Snape's life having more to do with Lily than him, but was surprised when Harry actually looked at him again, looking outraged. "You've never said you treated him like Dudley used to treat me." They looked shocked Harry could say such a thing, James spluttering for some kind of reversal for Harry to see it hadn't been that way at all. "What?" "No, Harry Dudley's a bully who beat on you. Okay, yeah. Everyone thinks they have a good reason for it." Harry cut in sharply. He didn't want to hear some pitiful excuse like Dudley would sometimes give teachers at his old school. James couldn't decide if he was going to cry with frustration or just leave the room in shame. He looked back to his baby, which had been a source of comfort to his life since the day Lily had placed his hand on her womb and told him the news. Now, though, he was suddenly terrified just to hold the infant, like he too would turn on him and start biting at his throat, even without teeth. Apparently leaving the room he got up and left anyways, and Harry watched him go with frustration. Great. Now his father was a coward as well who wouldn't even hear what Harry was thinking. He moved away from the other two to sit in the chair by himself. He needed just to not be around any of them for a moment. He instantly regretted it, though, his father's last words echoing in his head from 13, James Potter shouting through a Dementor for Lily to run. James had sacrificed his life to buy his real life sometime. There must be an explanation for this. "He just went to put our son down in his crib," Lily told him as she watched him glare daggers at the staircase. In moments her words spoke true. He was back at her side with a huffy grumble of words. She paused to reach out and take his hand, holding the book a bit awkwardly in place as she gave it a squeeze before having to let go to keep going. Harry still wasn't speaking his mind in here, not really, and she wasn't sure if it was anger or still something else holding him back, so Lily kept going patiently. She hated having to drag answers from the book rather than him and wished he'd just tell them off already. She knew that always made her feel better, but perhaps he was still too muddled to put it all together. Remus opened and closed his mouth with unease. He'd stayed out of the fights as often as he'd been involved. It really was dependent on the circumstances. Considering Sirius had been missing for almost 8 hours a day ago and scared them all senseless until they'd found him behind that broom shed, he'd felt James and Sirius had a right to this payback. James continued to look all the more miserable at Harry's choice of phrase. Snape had been the one to use a dark curse on him. All he'd done was try and get him to apologize. What was so indecent about that? It wasn't at all what Dudley or even Malfoy had ever tried to do. He couldn't figure out where Harry was coming from. Yet the memory of the look on his mother's face disturbed him as much as anything. Her clear loathing of him, how hatefully she'd shouted at the instance. He couldn't figure out how they'd ever married. He'd even started to wonder if somehow James had forced her into it. "Hey!" James shouted, now glaring daggers at his spitting image. "Fine, call me what you will, but that's crossing the line, Harry." Harry finally met his eyes and shamefully whispered, "I'm sorry." An awkward pause as he wanted James to know he truly meant that. Just watching the two beside each other made that clear as day, but he couldn't help finishing about that. "Okay, enough," Lily seethed, snapping the book shut and looking between the two. She'd thought Harry would work this out for himself, but if he was drawing those kind of conclusions, this wasn't to be avoided anymore. "Harry, I detested James because he was acting like an arrogant Burke. He was as bad as Dudley and Malfoy in his youth." "Thanks so much for the defense, dear." James put his hands up in frustration, but she ignored him. But he was also the same then as he is now. Some parts just outgrew others. He's still a proud idiot who stands by his friends. He's still a troublemaker who won't see anyone being picked on without returning the favor. James was still watching her like he couldn't decide if half of that was supposed to be complimentary or not, but Harry wasn't watching him anymore like he thought he was holding Lily hostage, so he'd take it. Harry still tried to explain the nasty thought process. "But you," he cut off with a vague wave back at the book, that memory. "I only saw the worst parts of him while I was friends with Snape, because we were friends, and Potter was picking on my friend, something I obviously couldn't stand for. Yet when Snape did that to me, I was forced to reevaluate a lot of things, including him. I saw he hadn't really changed in the next year, but he did continue to grow up." He nodded and tried to find the words to explain. "I guess I just never really imagined. But it was hard, as at 15 he was still processing it all, making anything he tried to string together in here nay impossible until he'd come to fully grasp it back then. He did feel better, he supposed. Lily had married him after all, and the love and care they continued giving to their infant, and this life was more than proof enough something had changed in between those times. He looked back to his dad and said with clear sincerity, "I am sorry." James nodded, still with a hard set on his jaw, but was forced to acknowledge his son was speaking of someone he'd never even met. That didn't make the hurt any less. James recoiled, suddenly feeling his throat tighten, having to blink very carefully or the hurt of that would spill out. Only days ago, for the first time in his life, he'd known how it felt to have his son be proud of him when he'd seen the lengths they'd gone through to help Remus with his transformation. Now that had all been stripped away. Sirius groaned in frustration, fighting back the urge to snap at Harry like he would anyone thinking like this about James, though the oddity of it being Harry held him back. He couldn't think of anything to say. Harry was clearly still feeling off about all three of them, so talking to him clearly wasn't making it any better. Harry blinked slowly, unconsciously twisting his ring upon his finger. He felt like this should mean more to him, now that his crush on Cho had been eradicated, but it was far too hard to focus on much of anything except that old look on his mother's face. The sneer upon James he still didn't seem to grasp was so similar to Dudley's the many times he'd socked Harry in the face. Well, at least something interesting finally happened there, James mumbled. Remus couldn't help a surprised splutter of laughter that he didn't try very hard to hide. Any humor he'd cling to rather than somehow finding himself even lower in Harry's opinion than before, and that had been saying something. "Thank you. Now I feel all warm and fuzzy inside like she is on the outside," Sirius snipped, and Harry almost smiled again. It still felt awkward to look at Sirius and think more of Piers Pulchis, but this was his godfather. A man who'd escaped from Azkaban for Harry's safety, the man who was allowing himself to be shut up inside his childhood nightmare, all for Harry's sake. If he'd been a prat as a child, laughing along as his best mate hung someone upside down, surely in his adult life, in looking after that same man's kid, had to make up for it. Lily made a grumpy little noise. She still remembered Hermione delivering those last year and Molly's actions, but the woman had made up for it since then. Obviously, he doesn't appreciate the reminder he's still banned from the Quidditch team. Ginny coming up there to report as much plus the icing helped nothing. James shrugged, before Harry winced, and he realized his son had actually still been acquitting this to that memory. He couldn't even glance at Harry again to see if he'd fixed his expression. He only had left a burning desire to murder Snape all over again. The man seemed to have a gift for ruining everything in his life. "That is quite a girl," Lily said mostly for herself. "I wonder if she still has a crush on you, but even so, she's still trying to help you out." When Harry didn't answer, finding Cho the least consequential thing in his life right now, Lily let out a breathy sigh and kept going pitifully, with worry growing more all the time. Was it possible Harry really couldn't see past all that? She could hardly hold the idea his father ruined the rest of his life, if in fact he'd carried this with him right up to the day he'd lost his memories and been transported here. If he'd really grown to hate the idea of her husband. For a moment she couldn't breath at the idea as she looked at their only child, but then she really saw him. Harry had his hands tucked tight into his lap, only occasionally releasing the grip to flatten his hair. He kept a nervous eye on the tread of his shoes. He'd never liked their awkward silence, and of course she couldn't blame him for that. But surely if he progressed into outright hating James, he'd be showing signs of that. For now, he still looked more like he wasn't sure how to react to this news. No, she wouldn't let that happen. She kept going steadily, keeping a watchful eye on him and vowing to put that to a stop if the moment became apparent. James was a good man. Harry must know that. For all his faults, he was on the right side. They all looked to him in surprise for that. He'd been the last person they'd been expecting Harry to want to see right now, considering he hadn't been looking at his godfather any more than his father. "Well, I'm here now," Sirius stated with a critical eye, wondering if Harry was going to pass into a bit of shouting. Or, okay, he couldn't really figure out why Harry wanted to talk to him, considering he was the person who'd started this. Harry took a careful breath before he tried to start. He couldn't quite meet his eyes, but spoke more to the left of his head as he began hesitantly. That he broke off. He couldn't decide how to phrase it and just hoped he'd understand. That thing you did to Snape, he understood. Sirius' face flushed, and he recoiled. He was not proud of almost getting someone killed by means of one of his best friends. He had not a clue where Harry was trying to draw lines from there, but he hurried to say, "Hey, look, I apologize to the blighter. He didn't think I meant it, and he told me to. I just meant." Harry quickly cut off his desperate attempts to explain that, but Harry wasn't holding a grudge for the moment. He'd accepted it for what it was, yet another prank of theirs that seemed to have gone so wrong. He just wanted to know, "I know you regretted it, but when did that happen?" Sirius exchanged a wary look with his friends before saying, "The previous month, full moon, whatever." Harry's face puckered. This clearly wasn't the answer he was hoping for, and Sirius' chest hurt as he thought Harry still considered the worst of him for that. "Listen, Mooney and I had only just started talking again. And yeah, we were all still a little on edge considering I'd only just gotten out of the hospital wing from that last Quidditch match that knocked me out. Don't blame Prongs and Remus for all the stupid shit I did." Harry shook his head slowly as he tried to explain. "I'm just trying to understand. If that didn't make you stop having a go at him, what changed? They all got so furious when they heard what Dudley had done to him in his youth, what Malfoy continued to do to him, and the people in his life. Why did they consider themselves better?" Sirius very clearly did not get the question. "I hadn't believed it possible, but he was worse to us after that exchange, always hissing that he knew what we were really up to now. If Dumbledore hadn't threatened to expel him, honestly the only time that man ever used such a threat just to keep a lid on Snape's greasy mouth, Mooney probably would have been in Azkaban." Remus flinched hard at the still likely statement for his life, but Sirius was only getting angry, while Harry was growing more dispirited. Sirius wasn't exactly answering his question, so he intervened. "Harry, after Sirius ran away from home during that summer and moved in with James, Glory, I can't even describe the state Sirius was in. I only heard about it a few days after and came around, and he was still in a right state. Took the 2 ages to fully get out telling me what all had happened that night." Which was. Harry felt bad pushing for this. He wanted to respect their right not to have to share something clearly so personal to Sirius, but he just wanted to understand. Surely they got that. James at least seemed to, waiting until it was clear Sirius was fighting up the words to say it himself before James spoke it for him. His parents were trying to get him to drop out of school, go join the Death Eaters. Harry spluttered in disgust, James nodding in agreement with that expression at least. It turned into quite a fight. He trailed off, and Harry was sure he was still missing how bad that really must have been. What state had Sirius shown up in? When James said a fight, did he really curses had been thrown around by his own parents? After that, well, I just couldn't seem to. It wasn't fun anymore to, he broke off with an odd outward gesture, but Harry got the idea. "I'm sorry." He actually wasn't sure who he was apologizing to this time, James for all the terrible thoughts, or Sirius for his childhood. He wasn't even sure if this made what he'd seen better, but it did give him some sort of understanding at least what made him stop. "Stop apologizing," James half-heartedly scolded. "I can't even imagine you having to see all that for the first time. Hopefully you do find a way to talk to Sirius. I'm sorry you couldn't go home over Easter break to try," Remus offered. Harry nodded with hope he did speak to him soon, and there was finally a catch of relief from his mind. Some kind of promise this would come true, and Lily finally felt a soft bliss brush her words again as she kept going. This would all work out. Sirius snorted enthusiastically, well aware the look his mates were giving him was for his doing the same on all foods. Harry swiped furiously at the sweat beading up on his forehead. He just had a nice moment with his dad and godfather. At least he didn't hate them at the moment. Why did his mind have to choose now to thump so hard against his skull? That pain was just unhelpful. It's not like he knew why something he'd said was so wrong, so unless he could get some use out of knowing the right answer, so he forcefully ignored the pressure. "This is true." James nodded eagerly. If talking to Sirius in here had clearly helped Harry, he was positive the same would happen in his time, and he was all for Harry never thinking anything of his marriage like that again. "I know that always improves my mood," Lily giggled, finally feeling lighthearted again now that her son was almost smiling along at the lot of her boys. "In any situation, honestly, sweets have been known to stop wars," Remus grinned. "No, they haven't," James countered with an eye roll, and I don't consider you and Sirius wrestling over a pack of gum a war." "Well, I did," Sirius sniffed, hating how his chest hurt as he remembered who had taken the last piece to stop them while James had been laughing his arse off. But then he'd bought them both their own candy bar at the next Hogsmeade trip just to shut them up. To Harry and Lily, it was clear something was being untold here, but considering the only times they'd ever held back in sharing was when it involved a particular someone, they didn't ask for details as Lily kept going. Harry gave a breathy laugh he wasn't quite sure had all to do with that, and something to do with his company. Finally wondering about how Ginny had been the one to make him smile after something so Lily had cut off his train of thought quite loudly, and he startled in surprise. Sirius burst out laughing at Harry's jump. Remus shook his head without remorse. "Honestly, how she even got in there with those I've no clue. Normally Pince can scent that out by a mile." "You were expecting this the whole time?" Harry demanded as he half glared at them all. "Yep," James agreed, popping the P for emphasis. "We were taking silent bets on how long it would last, and I think Lily won." Lily rolled her eyes, knowing they'd been far too distracted to be doing any such thing, but it made Harry roll his eyes in exasperation at them again, so she didn't counter him. "I accidentally crushed my egg. She startled me so bad," Harry grumbled. "Got it all over the book I was reading anyways, so that was her fault." Then he brightened and added on, "But Ginny split her egg with me, told me it was only fair." It was so sweet to see such a simple smile cross his face again that they all paused for a moment with glee. Harry's life wasn't all bad. "I've been waiting for this one to show up," Remus nodded. "I still can't believe you argued with McGonagall for your whole time about whether illegal breeding should be made into an actual career." James shook his head at him. "It was the only thing I could think of at the time." Remus shrugged without remorse. "Hagrid put me onto the idea when he showed up in our last creatures class, talking about how he'd once seen a fire-breathing fish. I was really only trying to help him. Now you want to work with goblins instead." Sirius rolled his eyes before telling Harry, "Suppose it's better than his last year of school where he was convinced he could go work with dragons, something like what Charlie does." For some reason, he kept thinking I was joking when I wrote out his eulogy. "At least I've got ideas," Remus scowled at him. "According to you, you spent the whole time with McGonagall telling her what you didn't want to do. I recall your statement, 'No homework,' 5 times when telling us about it. Give me a break. I was sick of it at the time, forcing us to do this right before the exams to define those careers." Sirius grumbled. He decided to inform them, though. "You should be even more pleased with me than usual, though." "Oh, this'll be good." Remus rolled his eyes. "That I have decided to look into something. I want to meet Arthur for more than the company." They paused with a curious look at him, his smile widening all the more. "Honestly, it does sound fascinating. May as well do something with my best owl grade, and it would be a great way for me to spurn my parents all the more, though that's just a bonus." Harry couldn't help laughing loudly at them again, even at such a detail as hearing their plans for after the war. No matter how unhappy he was at their past actions, he always managed to find just as much joy in their life. He eyed his parents curiously, and Lily happily added on, "It was McGonagall who helped me decided to join the ministry in an effort to help with their laws. We had a nice discussion about my interests in bettering the wizarding community." James hesitated at first. He wasn't even sure if Harry still cared enough to hear his, but Harry was still watching him. His expression was a touch weary. Did he honestly expect James to declare he'd waltzed in there asking for a professional career in bullying? But all he'd been doing in here was looking to share with his son, so he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity now. "I had no clue what I was doing going in," James shrugged. "Both of my parents were potioneers, but I never much favored that, so I'd spent the past 5 years already looking for anything else. It was McGonagall who really gave me the idea of being an aura, though, said a little law enforcement might make me consider all the rules I break." He finished with a smirk. He hesitated, but confessed, "I was going to start training once you were a bit older." He went cross-eyed for a moment telling this to his adult son that never got any less weird. "But I don't know. Now I still might try something else. I still like to draw. Maybe I'll do something with broom designs." He'd considered it once or twice in the past, but had always had something bigger to keep the idea at the back once it occurred to him. Now not so much. "You certainly made up enough in school," Remus agreed with a smirk. Though I suggest the first one you offer to any company not be the Lilium model. No one needs to know you dedicated a broom to Lily. James went wide-eyed with innocence while Lily blushed faintly as she demanded, I never saw that one. I still have the drawing, James shrugged without remorse. I'll show it to you later. If Harry'd ever had any doubts before, they were dashed the instant he saw the tender look cross her face. He could just imagine his mother at 16, watching James do something like this in school, and her realization his love was not some joke. Feeling slightly flustered now at realizing they still had an audience, Lily kept going loudly. What a disappointment, Remus said deadpan. I suppose it's having those grades that's a start to showing you can handle multiple things at once. It's a very responsible job, Lily offered. She considered it for a time, but had quickly discovered after helping Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing for a day, she didn't handle bodily fluids well. Her shaking from helping with the boy's wounds the other day hadn't all been from stress. Hush, Sirius, Lily told him without looking up. Never let me have any fun, he grumbled. So you really are like Hermione. Lily did look up then just to sarcastically tell him, Congratulations, you've pointed out we're the responsible ones. I can see her doing that. She'd make a very good bridge between the worlds, Remus agreed. Sounds like I'm set, Sirius smirked without realizing he'd said it aloud, and then shrugged to the surprised looks he hadn't all been joking moment before. Yeah, so I like the sound of what Arthur does. Congratulations, Lily said again without the sarcasm. Though, dear, I do recommend you please consider that motorcycle and what happened with Arthur. Sirius made a face at her. He didn't want to give up his bike for a job. Maybe he'd find a way to make a career out of wizard auto parts, or he'd just invent a need for that. Well, I have that as well, Sirius said with a bitter smile, so I'm still all set to meet him. After he'd seen what they'd done to Snape, Harry no longer had any reservations. The threat made against his Muggle side of the family were very real, and yet he never really considered them even family to him, not like he did to those around him in his short stay here. It was quite the conundrum in his mind to see himself in his youth facing Dudley James, but at the same time, he couldn't feel much sorrow if that kind of attention was turned on Vernon. Did that make him a bully too? Or simply wanting some people to deserve what they get for the way they treated others? Well, when they put it like that, I can actually see why Mooney fell for it, James said. You do know you can still take your arithmancy owl right. James directed at Harry. I didn't know at the time, Harry shrugged, remembering an earlier explanation of theirs on how he'd do this. I'm sure if I bring it up with McGonagall, she'll explain it to me. Least Hermione's looking at all of her options, Sirius chuckled in surprise. She's had enough practice this year dealing with Umbridge, Remus grumbled. I think that means she's not very apt for the job, though, James smirked, considering that troll has yet to learn its lesson. I'm sure that'll change before the year's up, though, Harry said darkly. Always a treat, Sirius perked up. Poetic, Lily giggled. Considering their current climate, she may well have burned them all. Hermione does clean up enough of Harry's messes, James chuckled. Harry just looked at him in exasperation, which made James laugh all the harder his son didn't deny it. I was rather disappointed to note this, yes, Remus sighed. They'd mentioned mayhem and then released a spectacular start, but they'd all been a little distracted to realize nothing else had happened. Now they were realizing and hoping the twins may have even more up their wands. Really? I found that the best time to catch people off guard, James smirked, then winced hard when Harry frowned heavily at him. It clearly wasn't funny to him any more now that he had an idea of what James really meant by that. He wanted to pull Harry aside. He felt a long overdue conversation was worth it, but Lily was still insistently going, and now that Harry had the opportunity in his time to work this out with Sirius, he supposed he understood why. If Harry reached some sort of resolution in his time, it would help him in here, so he'd wait till then. That is so hurtful, Remus rolled his eyes. In a school so large, I always like to think others tried to be considerate of everyone else. If not, it helped to show them otherwise, Sirius snickered. By making twice the disruption, Lily grumbled. I note she uses that tone a lot. Lily rolled her eyes. All the more agitated Sirius so enjoyed comparing her to Hermione. She had never considered herself smarter than others like the idiots around her so often did. Harry looked uneasily around like he was expecting to be scolded, but found no one in here found the idea any more harrowing than a trip into the forest. Dangerous for sure, but the idea of using the woman's own words against her held a rather vindictive pleasure to the lot of them. Irony in its purest form, Remus declared with that glint in his eyes Harry so often saw in here. He wondered if he paid more attention to Remus in that memory, rather than the other two, if he would have seen more behind the book he'd hidden his face in. "You had that for over a year and you didn't tell her about it," Sirius said in surprise. "I suspected too much of the same reaction I got from all the other gifts I got from you," Harry muttered. She had after all declared the firebolt and map unsafe at first and wanted him to be rid of those. He didn't see the point of drawing her attention to another thing from Sirius. "Hang on," Sirius' face puckered with confusion before he snapped his fingers and said, "Christmas this year, pup, when you were leaving, I gave you something that you never wanted to open, but you could talk to me with it." Harry sat there, flabbergasted with surprise as he said, "I'd completely forgotten about it. I put it in my trunk," and he shook his head miserably at his mind, hating that hateful sting from himself, promising he'd regret this even more soon. That gave them all a heavy laugh, considering what they'd noticed at Christmas last year between Harry's friends. Harry's shoulders shaking hardest of all seemed an amusing indication to them they weren't wrong in their guess, but they held it in, as maybe it still wouldn't go anywhere. It was still up in the air if they were reading the two right. "It's all the funnier that's a response I'd expect from Arthur," James pointed out. It was like a heavy weight being lifted from the room as they all laughed as one. Harry had been living a dream come true, being able to spend time with his parents here, but now in his own time when he needed them most, it meant more than words. He still had someone to turn to. The way in which he was going to be able to somehow just made this all the sweeter. It was as if James was helping from beyond the grave through the twins. Lily went white-lipped with fury as she remembered that treatment. It hadn't even fazed Harry at the time. He'd been so invested in his own mind. But she wasn't the only one who thought Snape should have been fired long ago. Now he put his hands on Harry like that, and still nothing was going to be done about it. Yes, Harry was at fault in that. But if he'd gone to Dumbledore, something would have been done against a teacher leaving a bruise on a student, right? Did I? Harry considered for a moment. He had the feeling he hadn't pushed Sirius in his own time like he had in here, but he was confident he had spoken to his godfather at least, so he reassured, "I guess I do understand a bit more now." He paused and was surprised to see the relief on all three of them, and for a moment he felt ashamed of his anger. He couldn't believe he'd ever made them think he hated them. He continued earnestly, "I'm sure we do talk." He shook his head slightly for being so sure of this too early, but still ignored the feeling. "So it'll all work out." Sirius beamed. It was hard to put into words the realization Harry didn't hate him, hate his own father because of something he'd done. Finally, Sirius felt like he'd done something right. James shook his head affectionately at the pair, now fighting back the urge more than ever to pull Harry aside so he could have a real chat with him. But now he couldn't bring himself to cut off their moment when Sirius was finally in a happy place about his own life. Lily kept going with honest hope now, sure that in his life Sirius would help Harry through just like always. Remus shivered in remembrance of the last time Harry had spotted something like that. It had been Padfoot, and they'd all been worried sick about what was going on during that time. Things had somehow steadily gotten worse from there. "Well, that's nothing unusual," Sirius shrugged. They saw that a dozen times a day on their meanderings of the grounds. All five of them shivered, just a bit, in fear for what Hagrid was up to. Still remembering his words, they forced themselves not to criticize he may be in over his head, but it didn't stop their worry for his well-being while he did whatever it was. Remus scoffed deeply in disgust. Could Hermione really not let Harry ever make his own decision without foisting her opinion? "Normally, I find Hermione's normalness refreshing," James said deadpan. "Now I'd rather her go back to whining you don't do your homework to her standards." Harry ducked into himself, shaking furiously for a moment, and they all thought it was from anger and couldn't really blame him. Aside from the had Hermione done anything this year other than spend her time telling Harry to not have any interaction with Sirius? Even then, she'd spent some of her time not trusting Sirius' judgment when he approved of her plan. Hermione's constant attempts to keep Sirius out of everything spurned them all. but they all kept a tight battle on saying anything about it. They were in such a good mood for Harry's reconciliation. Having a go at Hermione would help nothing. She couldn't stop Harry from seeing Sirius, even if she wouldn't be supportive of it. Sirius instead offered up something to distract Harry. Besides, that wouldn't work anyways. I'm in a heavily warded house. I doubt you could just blurt out where I am under magic. That has to be willing information. Harry gave him a grateful look. The distraction had worked, and whatever his mind had been trying to lace together unraveled just as fast. Nice distraction, Lily said grudgingly. Sadly, Hermione didn't take the hint. Harry rolled his eyes. Ron's comment had only saved him one breath, but he had appreciated the attempt. That did get a surprised burst of laughter out of the boys, at least temporarily stopping the near-constant eye rolls of Hermione, to which Harry was grateful as he was worried that would soon cause permanent blindness. Lily wasn't as distracted, though, still sitting tense in her seat and waiting to see if somehow Snape would find some new way to torment her son for what he'd done. If he'd go even farther in replicating his revenge onto the James that no longer lived, but in his mind. James worked furiously to come up with a nice comment for this, instead of the new string of insults he wanted to pour out in regards to the man. But Harry was watching him with a pinched face. He wasn't sure if his son's mood had irrevocably changed, and now if he insulted the man, his son would turn out worse than Lily curbing them for this. But he wouldn't put Harry so ostracized from him again. So he finished with an improvement. Better than he ever treated us, Sirius grudgingly agreed. Remus kept his mouth shut, not trusting he'd say anything that would help. He rarely seemed to do that. Harry gave them an awkward smile. He wasn't sure what this sudden surge was, something like forgiveness in his eyes when he thought back to Snape. But while watching Sirius, he had an even worse omen. This was probably the best he should hope for, or even that wouldn't last. Lily beamed with pride. She just knew her son could have the potential to be good in this class. He could obviously concentrate, as well as had the good intuition and reflexes that came with the skilled in this course. Oh, so he hasn't quit being an arse yet, Remus said blandly. Never could learn his lesson, Lily said bitterly. James and Sirius exchanged a look before quickly looking to Harry, who felt exasperated and angry all over again. That had lasted shorter than he thought. Snape was still being an utter arse to him, and even if it was his dad that had made him that way, could he really not be the better person now that the man was dead? Harry ground his teeth in, thinking he'd quite like for Hermione to stop helping him lately. Damn, James burst in frustration. Hermione's intentions were always good, and always seemed to cause Harry more problems than he needed. Be glad it wasn't in the North Tower now, Sirius muttered. Lily's face pinched so tight she looked like she'd been skeletonized. What is that doing there? James spat. At least this was someone he'd never have to reconsider insulting to his last breath. I'm sure she has a pleasant reason, Sirius snarled. Tonks, if I remember correctly, Harry recalled with a slight smirk of a past late-night dinner at Grimmauld Place. She was chatting how Moody himself had taken her on. Well, I'm beyond pleased for the girl, Remus grinned. She watches her feet a bit more, and she'll be a right intimidation. I'm sure she's already got you shaking in your pants, Sirius snickered. Neither Lily nor Harry bothered correcting him for the incorrect Muggle phrase. It made them smile too much. All the easier to ignore her, James said almost pleasantly. Ha! Sirius' sharp bark of laughter echoed loudly in the room, but all of them were grinning anyways for McGonagall's blatant dismissal of that broken purr. James pouted slightly. Harry had only the most passable of interest in his favorite subject, but at least they both still had Quidditch, at least if Harry ever bothered to speak to him again. Considering the face he'd just made in here, no one had to ask why McGonagall had done this one. They'd all made the same face. I think he should have just been teaching those students, period, Lily sighed. He's no patience. Maybe he wouldn't be such a bitter arse if he could teach those who could follow along better rather than young kids. If you're going to do that for one teacher, you should for all of them, Remus criticized. I don't see Hogwarts inflating its teacher population just because one teacher shouldn't even be there to handle all students. Lily agreed, and honestly wondered why he was even there some days. He clearly had no love for his job, more than likely not even for the place itself. If all that was holding him, they were somehow connected to Dumbledore, and whatever favor he'd done to keep him out of Azkaban for being a Death Eater, She did not find that a passable enough use for what he was doing to all of the students, not just Harry, in alienating them from a whole subject. More than I'd offer her, James snipped. I'd want to see how long we could go on ignoring her. Sirius wondered. Would she stand up and start jumping around while doing that stupid cough, or just choke herself trying to do it? I'm personally voting for the second. Clearly she can, Remus said through gritted teeth. Oh, Lily raised a sharp brow. I find that he has quite the clear head in most situations, though he could use some improvement on who to dish it out on from time to time, but no one's perfect. Harry blushed faintly for his mother's words, especially who he'd so recently put it on. He gave his dad another apologetic look, who again met his eyes and nodded in some form of mutual understanding and forgiveness. I've never said anything about being an aura. Sirius went wide-eyed in concern. I'd never deny the world my good looks by taking one too many curses to the face, looking like Moody. You could take over Euphemia and Fleamont's business. It currently needs a face of the business now that they've passed on, Remus said, with heavy sarcasm for Sirius and a sympathetic look at James. But he offered up a kind smile, knowing his parents would love the idea. Sirius wasn't actually sure how he was supposed to respond to that statement. He didn't want to hurt Prong's feelings with some snark, nor in any way speak ill of two people he considered far more his parents than his own, so let Remus win this round, for now. Considering there is no way in Merlin you're going to be able to get any kind of passing grade with Snape at the helm, I wouldn't hold my breath, Remus tisked. Sirius growled louder than ever for this constant interruption by that flea. I wanted to hear that one. I'm sure it was something more along the lines of what he excelled at in class, Remus shrugged. He'd never intentionally overqualify Harry for something no matter how much he loved the kid. At some point, you must not allow them to make that decision, James said with deadly calm. He means force-feed the cough drop down her throat, Sirius pleasantly informed Harry like he'd missed the joke. Though I'm okay if it's something a bit larger that, say, accidentally got stuck, James huffed. I'll recognize what that says when you recognize Voldemort's back, you trumped-up sugar plum, Lily scowled. I understand that you need to shove it, James snapped in outrage. How was Remus the only good teacher Harry had yet had? He didn't even count Moody all the way, considering he'd in fact tried to kill his son. False hope, Remus scowled. Harry could be the next minister if he wanted to. I'd like to see him force Fudge out of office. James agreed with this idea, while Harry's face was turning more red than ever. McGonagall in her office, now those around him, he really didn't know how to handle people complimenting him so much. No, she's not, Sirius contradicted just as pleasantly. I wouldn't be surprised if she loses more of his grades than Snape. Sirius burst out, and that's saying something. They all laughed in pure appreciation for McGonagall in that moment, but Remus utterly took the piss out of it. He began laughing so hard he nearly fell right out of his seat. Sirius watched him indulgently until he'd subsided into a conversational level of giggling again before demanding, "Care to share the joke?" That had to be the most insulting thing McGonagall ever could have said, Remus insisted, looking around at all of them like he couldn't understand why they hadn't already shared in the joke. You do realize, she just implied, as Harry has passed every exam up until this point, she meant all the previous Dada teachers were more competent than her. He paused, watched them do a head count, and then his grin somehow got wider. Even though they'd clearly taken the hint, he couldn't stop himself nodding and stating, Lockhart trumped Umbridge, never thought I'd live here it. Sirius, and James promptly started laughing just as hard as Remus just had. Warms my heart she finally has no response. Lily smirked all the wider, still somehow managing to make herself heard through the boys' buoyant giggling. Been there, done that, James Mark yawned, finally recovering from McGonagall's wit, only to encourage this further. Ugh, she couldn't just admit defeat and run off with her tail between her legs, Sirius grumbled. Toads don't have tails, Remus reminded. Though I suppose her tongue would fit the scenario, he finished thoughtfully. So by the end of the year then, Lily happily stated. I wouldn't be surprised if Moody took him on now, James agreed without remorse. If he came out of retirement for the war effort and is helping along Tonks, I'm sure he'd be all the more thrilled to pass along to Harry as well. My little cousin could be your partner, Sirius perked up at the idea. Harry grinned at all of them, wanting to tell them they were getting far too ahead of themselves, but he couldn't seem to pull it together, just enjoying watching them all laugh again for something he could definitely join in on. He was cleared of all those wasteful charges, Lily declared acidly. You can't just keep bringing them up at your leisure. She was one that voted not to have them dropped at all, James needlessly reminded, a dark tone creeping back into his voice. So I'm sure in her rainbow-tinted world they never were dropped. Remus cocked his head to one side, then the other before saying, Nah, can't picture it. Don't underestimate her, James scolded, a calculating look in place. I doubt she got where she was without hexing a few people along the way. Remus still sniffed. He had trouble picturing anyone much of a threat against McGonagall. I'm positive most first-years do, Sirius sneered. Far from blushing all the more as they would have suspected, Harry looked genuinely touched at the declaration. Of all the teachers there, he'd had the most interaction with McGonagall, the good and the bad. If she was declaring this, Harry had no doubts he had gone through with this career he'd so wanted at that age. Though he supposed McGonagall could have wiped anyone into position for this job, Hagrid could become an Auror under McGonagall's guide. Then it's a good thing he won't be around long, Lily said flatly. She's mad, James stated. We were well aware, Sirius rolled his eyes. No, I mean it, James insisted, dumbfounded his friends were missing the point. Before, we knew she was a tyrannical, scum-coated bigot, but she's utterly lost her mind. She can't lose what she never had, Remus huffed. Congratulations, Harry, Sirius said, still a little too wide-eyed. Yours was far more interesting than ours put together. That seems to happen to me a lot, Harry muttered. The Marauders looked just a touch frightened at this. They'd never seen McGonagall utterly lose her temper into shouting no matter what they'd ever done, and for this to have occurred was yet a new level of low on that webbed sugar cookie's part. Considering who left whose office, I can only imagine who won that fight, Sirius said with a shock-like smile. Don't start celebrating too early, Padfoot. Remus shook his head miserably. He might not find Umbridge the proper threat in being sinister on any level, but he'd never deny. She does have the power to throw teachers out, and now permanently. I'm surprised there hasn't been another scene of her pressing a boot to Trelawney now that there's no one around to stop her, and McGonagall may be next sooner than Hagrid with this going on. She can't get rid of McGonagall, James said flatly at once. There would be an absolute uprising. There's just too many who wouldn't stand for it. I would have thought the same about Dumbledore, Remus said with a creased brow, but there hasn't been a peep from the outside world saying anyone disagrees with it. They all paled in genuine fear now. Umbridge had complete and utter control of the school by its neck, but at least with McGonagall there, it felt like there was something holding the woman's noose back. If McGonagall was gone, though, Harry by far looked the most upset at this idea, helping Lily to pull herself together first to keep going. She just couldn't entertain that idea. Surely something of their school must remain until Umbridge could be foisted out of it. As opposed to... Lily rolled her eyes. Euro, Sirius winced, for the first time reconsidering himself this idea. I honestly think she'll understand, though, James said with a sideways look at Harry. All she'd have to do is work out who you're talking to. She must know Harry wouldn't do this unless it was an emergency. I'm not sure I find your attitude as a teenager an emergency, Lily snipped, but there was no force to her words. Harry couldn't wait another month and a bit to see Sirius, or his thoughts about his father could grow worse. None of them could live through it if Harry somehow couldn't find it in himself to forgive James at 15 like he was starting to in here. James felt a grin accompany the light-hearted feeling he always got when his son mentioned his cloak. He'd always imagined passing that on to him, seeing the childhood delight on his face, and growing up learning how best to use it. Surely Harry couldn't find him all bad if he still treasured something like that same look on his face suggested. I disagree. At some point, this school wasn't worth staying in, James scowled. Right around the time students were getting their hands sliced open, Sirius agreed. Lily spent a moment wondering if Hermione would have been less reproving of this plan if she'd known the reason, but then, maybe even not. She got angry enough hearing this one talk about one of her friends. She didn't like to think what Hermione would say about her husband in that light, even if she would have said it all herself in the past. Sirius actually felt like he was kicked while down. I never meant. He couldn't find the words. He hated what he'd said to Harry then. He'd never want to pretend Harry was James for even a second. That would not bring back his dead brother no matter how much he wished it. But this was now. Maybe then. Harry couldn't think of anything to say. He felt like he'd let Sirius down by worrying so much for him, but at the same time could not force the feeling to leave him alone. Either this was for the best. If Sirius did come back out, he stopped his thoughts cold. He couldn't imagine the worse outcome. He wouldn't. "Aye," Harry began, but seemed as lost for words as Sirius. His initial feelings for the memory had faded mostly, but he still had no answer for that at 15. Here, though, the man he'd met, he knew he loved his dad without a doubt, so he did speak with sincerity. "Certainly the father I've met." James jerked in surprise. He hadn't dared look at Harry for that answer, and was so overcome by the shock of that warmth going through him. Now he was the one who was failing English. Harry realized he'd struck him dumb, and turned to Sirius. "And I was only ever afraid of disappointing you, because I could never be like that." Sirius choked how Harry could ever draw that conclusion, and drew himself up proud before stating, "Absolutely impossible. You'll always be my godson, even if you turned out like Mooney instead." "Hey," Remus frowned, while Sirius smirked at getting a real laugh out of Harry again. "Be grateful, he could have said me," Lily pointed out, though that only made Remus look at her with even more offense as she kept going. "I miss watching Ron stand up to her," Remus said. "I don't think he's done much of that since the Yule Ball. I think it's good for them, helps keep in mind how they became friends in the first place," Lily chuckled. "Even if you don't go through with it," James said heavily, forcing himself to say something that tore at his soul. "The least you could do is check out what the distraction was." He probably wouldn't hear a word of it anyways. He genuinely feared if Harry didn't go through with this, he'd really grow up hating him. But he'd never wish for Harry to go through with this either if he had any doubts about Sirius as well. If his own memory had to be tarnished for Harry to somehow find peace in talking to Sirius later, he'd just have to accept that. Harry laughed freely, but then blinked in surprise as he registered the tone. He looked worriedly to both his parents, only understanding that they were worried about him getting caught. Lily made a small squeaking noise to hide her glee. Beyond elated, Harry was pushing through with this. If anyone could talk to Harry now, it must be Sirius. He'd set him right. "I never suspected it wouldn't work," Remus said with a toothy grin, so much of this trying to cause flashbacks to the time they'd snuck into Professor Eros' office for entirely different evidence of something, but quite the familiar setup. "Oh," Sirius hated to interrupt even in surprise, but couldn't stop his mouth saying, "I honestly thought you were going to appear there and come back, but I guess this works too." "I'm enjoying it all the more." James suddenly let out a burst of laughter. "Can you imagine your reaction? It's not a feeling you exactly get used to either." Sirius rubbed at his neck in remembrance. Harry was just all the more impressed Sirius put up with doing it then, especially repeatedly several times in one night just for a quick chat with Harry like he'd been known to do. "Seems you actually interrupted him doing something for once," James said with a small smile. At least it was better than seeing him passed out at the table. Four of them let out a surprised laugh. It was like gaining an extra unexpected gift for Mooney's timing. Remus didn't exactly feel like joining in, but he certainly had a bemused smile on his face for this set of circumstances. "Worrywart," James rolled his eyes. "I don't blame him," Lily shook her head. "There's not a whole lot of reason for him to be showing up like that unless something did happen." "Then you're both worrywarts," James decided, while Lily ignored him. "I don't blame you," Lily insisted, while both James and Sirius were fighting back smiles. Harry shivered deeply. He did not like that response at all. Then he realized he gave them quite the wrong impression. Clear worry back at once. Sirius may say something all the worse for this day. He tried to think of something to say, but could offer nothing from his cursed mind. "I wouldn't dream of it," Sirius scoffed, replaying the few conversations he'd had with Harry in his time, and the thought of complaining of a single moment of them for his knees' sake was sacrilege. Lily couldn't help but pause for a moment to just appreciate how out of the blue this would be for the two of them. Harry had given no indication he'd at all brought this up in the year he'd known Sirius, and now out of nowhere he was begging for answers from them in this situation. She'd be on edge if she didn't know what was going on as well. "Oh, I'm sure they loved that." James ruffled up his brow as he knew that would only feel all the harsher to them 15 years later. day had not been one of particular note to the marauders, but they'd well remember what it was for Lily, and it would only cause a stirring in them for other things their life was now without. That wasn't the best way to start, Lily agreed with that protest. You try defending this git. Remus tried to poke fun, instead of wincing for not starting off that well. I'd have thought you'd have more practice. Lily tried to mimic his fun, though both quickly stopped, as James couldn't even muster up a smile. I'm not actually sure that's helping Padfoot, James told him even as he smirked from atop his pedestal. Shove it before I take a pin to you, Sirius told him pleasantly without a hint of remorse, as that's how Harry should always remember a father who couldn't be there for his child. Aren't you, though? Lily couldn't help the ice-chipped tone. Sirius opened, then closed his mouth, considered his words carefully for once in his life because of that fragile look still on Lily's face, and stated, in a way, seeing Harry like this, he gave a wave to the still unpleasant frown on him. I'd never wish what Dudley did to him on anyone. I'd never want to be thought of as someone's Dudley, but he seemed to have no ability to stop himself saying, I can't pretend like I'd go back and change anything. He was just as at fault as the lot of us, and it gets really sickening watching you pretend he was always the victim. I never said he was. Lily shook her head sadly, now looking more imploringly at James than anyone even as she answered Sirius. I told him off weekly for being as bad as you. I just wanted one of you to step up and stop. Finishing with a furling grin at her husband. Guess it's obvious who did, before looking to Harry, who nodded slowly as he accepted all this. Probably for everything he just said. Remus shook his head fondly. It was a nice change he still knew what Sirius was thinking on some level, and he could easily imagine all he'd just said to Lily had passed through his head. Even without having full knowledge of Dudley, that accusatory look lingering on Harry's face, the past hour in here would be heavier than ever while facing the two of them. There it is, Lily couldn't help but say affectionately. I'm the one who said it, Sirius protested. I know, Lily told him with a fond scold. None did in here. They were all used to his habit of that, but it caused a dead feeling in them to suddenly recognize all over again how long it would have been for those two to have seen that. Sirius's eyes stung hard for a moment. The thought of Azkaban hanging over his life felt like a death sentence more than ever if he could ever forget something so commonplace of his brother. I am no such thing, James Mark huffed. I still do, Remus said as if he hadn't spoken. On a rare occasion, James disagreed with a nostalgic shrug. More for the times where he didn't feel like having to put up a countercurse for the day, than if we still ignored him, he still wouldn't do it, Sirius smirked. We never did learn our lesson of heading him, though. James finished with an easy smile once again for Harry looking on at them bright-eyed for their old life again. Usually after the accidents where someone got hurt we hadn't meant to, Remus told Lily and Harry. Like that time they tried out some new hex on Bertram Aubrey and his head inflated when they had no clue what it would actually do. Hey, we got detention for that one, Sirius protested. I didn't think that lecture on using new spells on the students was necessary, he finished petulantly. Lily looked pitifully to her son. She wished more than anything he'd grown up knowing how untrue that was. For the last few years of her life anyways. She wanted to take the chance and answer him now, though. You know, he stopped asking me out in our 6th year. Harry looked to her in genuine surprise for that, as she nodded slowly, now lost back in thought. I noticed it at once, and I was so confused, and after the first month, I was even jealous. I couldn't understand, had he finally moved on. He actually did it. He went a whole year and left me be, and I actually missed the wanker, well, when he wasn't being a wanker. He still had his moments like when he told Professor Burbage the wrong translation on purpose, just so he could insult the subject, for the umpteenth time. Harry burst out in surprised laughter as she affectionately recalled. I was feeling really alone that year, not having made many very good friends outside of Snape, and now that he and I weren't speaking I'd gone back and subconsciously been expecting at least one thing to remain normal. Potter didn't, though, and for once I started watching him instead of the other way around. I saw him actually interacting with his friends outside of insulting the student body. I watched him teach this littler first year how to fly in a secret flying practice because he was crying he didn't want to be made a fool of. I actually watched James instead of Potter. She finished with a winning smile at her suddenly flustered husband. He'd never realized that. She finished with nothing but love in her tone. That's why the next year, when I heard him talking about Nick's death day party, I put myself into the conversation. I got a reflex reaction. She busted out giggling upon remembering his face when he'd been talking to Peter about this thing. Both had gone silent as if struck dumb. It worked, of course. He asked me if I'd like to go with him, and I couldn't help but say yes. You nearly gave the poor man heart failure, Remus told her happily. He wouldn't speak for the rest of the day. Then he convinced himself all the next day you were pulling his leg. Then, let's just say your first date with Cho wasn't even as bad a build-up as poor Prongs, Sirius finished with an old chuckle. Then I got to dance with her. James finally got his want back as she curled back into his side, her red hair falling across his chest as she closed her eyes for a moment in contentment. Glory, I was living a dream come true. Still am, honestly, he finished with a peck to her temple. Harry watched all of this as if living out his own dream, a childhood one he'd envisioned many times. Any kid at his school could tell a story of how their parents met. Apparently it was quite the common thing for a child to know, but he felt like for the first time in his life he was really getting that answer. Lily lazily opened her eyes back up to look at his hazel ones, but she did force herself to turn back to the book then. She considered it a mission success. If Harry still harbored any bad feelings towards his father after that, then they certainly couldn't see a trace of them now. I thought you'd already realized this from all we've said, James said uneasily. He hadn't been shy of sharing those kinds of facts in here, so Harry's extreme reaction again was bothering him for that. I guess I didn't put together how dirty it got, he tried to explain. I don't know, when you guys tell it, it sounds like you were just goofing off. That wasn't, he finished bluntly. James held his hands up in surrender, not looking for another fight with Harry, and if he hadn't spoken both sides fairly enough, he supposed that was impossible anyways and done with. Lily made a very obvious noise as she looked at him, and Sirius just looked at her dumbly. Did you think I was oblivious? She demanded of him. Yet I also got a far more perspective look on them, she conceded. I never hid anything from her, James agreed, still watching Harry. If we still dueled now and again, she was the first one at the hospital wing to tell me I was being an idiot. Rather than in the bed next to him like those idiots, Lily shook her head. I suggested he should once, Sirius told her pleasantly. It would be the perfect way for the three of you to really reconcile. He stopped with a sharp smack to his head from Mooney telling him to shut up. Sometimes that did work after all. Lily couldn't stop her throat tightening off for a moment. She could feel the weight of those words, how true Sirius would always mean them. He loved Remus and Peter, but James was the first person he'd ever considered family. She just couldn't imagine for him what it would be like to lose that. Lily kept reading loudly over her obnoxious friend. She didn't want to hear any variant of the same joke in two breaths, honestly thinking no amount of time should have stopped Remus from losing track of that joke. Wow, James said the words slowly and carefully. I think we've been underestimating this crap, Sirius agreed with a creased brow. I think Dumbledore was really confident occlumency was supposed to help more than we were thinking, Remus corrected. So if we believed him, he trailed off with a miserable shake to his head, though at least their past actions made a bit more sense now. Taking Dumbledore at word would mean sharp fears of what was happening to Harry now they were hearing otherwise. I'm not sure why you stopped him, James told Remus with a slight pout. Then he quickly stopped the rest of his train of thought escaping. Now very much aware James provoking a fight between Snape and Sirius would not be received well by his son. I wouldn't recommend that one anymore, though, James said with honest fear. Not after the last time Snape had been around Remus or almost Mooney. What's that supposed to mean? Remus demanded. I can handle myself just as well. Sirius has more practice, James said shrewdly. He'll sack him, Sirius offered hopefully. How would that fix his problem of he stopped giving Harry lessons? Lily reminded him of why he was being an idiot. I can still dream, Sirius huffed. Lily still couldn't help but frown at the intensity of that. Rather than that tone, she wished Remus would just explain already why Dumbledore was so convinced occlumency would work. That was the only thing she could put together for Remus' tenacity of the same. Doesn't seem to have had much of an impact, Remus said tersely. Clearly Sirius should have been the one to say that. Sirius looked to him in sympathy, many things he wanted to say to Mooney for this moment bouncing around in his head. He wished as much as him Harry felt more for James' last friend. He knew he felt plenty of gratitude that clearly Remus was still coming back in to check on him. That killing blow of a reminder James may not always be in his life left him more grateful than ever to still have Mooney, even in this bleak future. But he held himself back for the simple wish this would never have to come true. Remus would always be around for none of this to ever have to be taken place. Bloody hell, James yelped in a sudden upsurge of fear. Bloody hell, Sirius couldn't help but parrot, but he had quite a look on his face that wasn't all fear for Harry. You do realize, he told Remus. He actually didn't explain much of anything to us about why he was there. Just stop for a moment and think what we would have said to each other when Harry just popped out like that. Remus did smile, for just a moment, at imagining him and Sirius reminiscing for hours about their good times, trying to even move past that and make even better plans for their future. This finally was that warmth they'd been missing between them since that third book, some promise their lives couldn't ever break apart. James had been the glue to pull them all together in school, and Remus knew he'd still be enough to do the same without even having to be there. But she didn't, Lily squeaked in concern. Now she'll know someone was in there. She's no proof it was Harry, James tried to placate, though that made none of them feel better, as Umbridge had never needed more than a passing glance to go after Harry after that first day. In an honest effort just to distract the two, Sirius instead offered the question. What if the door wasn't open for him, though? How would Filch get in for? Well, whatever even he's there for. If Umbridge sent him there, that means she's got a reason for not doing it herself, Remus reasoned out slowly. Perhaps in a haste of casting him off, neither of them realized the roadblock of her magicking her door shut. He'd just have had to turn around and go get her anyways. James agreed with the logic even if he was still on edge. Still a warning I would have heard, Harry told soothingly. He had an odd smile on his face. It was very clear that just talking about all this with Sirius had helped Harry out of his misgivings with his dad, and now there was going to be something quite savory to finish off this night. Lily inhaled sharply as she read that. Of all the laws the ministry had been passing of late, even the stupidest of them all, she still hadn't believed they could ever approve of something so cruel. He wouldn't really go through with it, though. For the first time, James sounded uncertain. This was just so above anything he'd coped with at school, right? He finished pitifully towards his friends. Neither had the breath to answer him. The idea of actually whipping a student wasn't bearable, and they thought they'd hit that limit after what Umbridge had done to Harry. Oh no, Sirius muttered, his eyes widening in concern. He couldn't imagine the scenario of what happened for Harry walking in on, but it was nothing good. He'd become incensed over Umbridge going near Harry, but he adored the twins as if he'd personally gotten to know them as well. The idea of Filch, actually, they were all grateful when Lily kept going even if it was in pitch fear for the twins' well-being. Then again, if so much as one lash was given to them, thanks to that clock of hers, Marley was likely to appear in the school and start murdering whatever was pink in sight, so nothing too bad could happen. They did what? James demanded, actually wrenching the book from Lily's grip to see this with his own proud eyes. Give that back, Lily scolded, holding her hand out impatiently as he reluctantly returned it. Still, she couldn't help but pause at an all-new level of the twins' genius. She'd give them credit where it was due for originality. The proper response, then, Sirius still managed with Chipper, even as his eyes tracked Lily's every twitch, waiting for the blow to fall one way or the other. Lily was as disgusted with Filch as she was with Umbridge. Everyone had always found the man a joke, but now that it was clear he was being given his free rein to do as please, he wasn't just trying to spook kids anymore. He really meant it. What on earth? Remus only just had time to string together at what those two were up to when Lily kept going, hardly pausing for breath. James was vibrating in his seat, the urge to laugh being smothered, so he could hear every word almost leaving his head ringing like a gong. One last shot of upsells, in case anyone's missed it by now. Remus gave an approving nod, even as he felt like his head was floating above his shoulders from such unending feelings about this. By the time they'll be able to go to the store, she'll be gone, Sirius reminded viciously, as the last break of the school year had already passed, and they could not wait for the rest of this book to be the same. I hope they never took that off, Harry whispered, blinking slowly at the book as finally some happy memory was restored to him again. Then they all promptly collapsed with laughter. HP. Dang, this was an emotionally heavy chapter, though good practice for a particular one to come. Anyways, hope this chapter was worth the wait, but I really did feel like these were a two-part chapter more than any others before or after it. Like this, and the previous all could have been one mega long chapter. Okay, to the point, I know some people's minds will never change, and they'll always view what James and Sirius did as the worst act possible, and they're just terrible people. I never saw them that way, and even if you still disagree, I hope I at least offered a new perspective even if you didn't agree with that either. Chapter 30, Grob. Chapter text. You guys just do not understand how much I actually thank you all for the support. Literally, you every single you that reads this. If you're looking at this screen, I'm thanking you. To Peregrine Falcon, don't ever feel bad for giving criticism in the kind way you did. I personally genuinely consider all that I get, and you are right. I do get a little too harsh on Hermione, and I'm going to try my hardest to correct that more. HP. What I don't understand, Remus said in exasperation, is how Voldemort was even in Nagini's mind. What on earth kind of magic allows that? It had taken them ages for the Marauders to finally stop talking about the twins' epic leave of Hogwarts, but finally, as James made to grab for the book again, Remus chose now to break in with something he'd been thinking on all morning. He glanced anxiously at Harry, and though he paled and flinched again at the reminder, he waved Remus on with a curious look in place. We've no more idea than how he's even alive, Sirius sighed, also glancing at Harry nervously, though in fear for what was happening to his pup. He was sure Harry could handle this conversation so long as he had them around. I was wondering if it was some unprecedented Parseltongue ability, Remus offered. Nagini was telling Voldemort what happened in such detail. Voldemort was visualizing the whole thing, and Harry just happened to be present while that was happening. Just because Snape said it happened one way doesn't mean there aren't other options. I mean, I guess it could have happened that way. Lily frowned as she thought that through. He'd be learning about this information and feeling the emotions in the moment, so it still counts. But doesn't explain Harry's insisting fear he felt he had fangs for a moment. James disagreed. Harry still could have just been projecting what Voldemort was visualizing during Nagini's attack. Sirius disagreed. None of that explains Dumbledore's sudden no contact with Harry, Lily shot down. This must be something more. I can't think how else to put it, but something new must have happened over the summer, some ability Voldemort seems to have. It clearly does involve Harry in some way, his mind and connection at least, that has Dumbledore avoiding Harry. That doesn't track with everything else, though, James said in exasperation. Why allow Harry to even know about the Order if he really thought Harry knowing anything was dangerous? He hasn't let me know much of anything, Harry shot back. He hated having to think about all this again, but it somehow felt better as well. He was no longer in the heat of the memory, being forced to listen to the idea he was turning into Voldemort. Now he instead got to hear them push around theories and ideas, and that would always feel more bearable, especially when he could feel they were close. James didn't blame Moony for the change of subject that had probably been on his mind since the part before Snape's memory had turned their world in a new direction, and it was a miracle he hadn't butted in with this by now. Nonetheless, he beckoned to Harry. Why don't we do something nice for your mum? We'll do lunch. Harry didn't hesitate in following him out, Lily watching them with a light from. She didn't think Harry felt any ill will for James anymore, but clearly James had more to say. So she forced herself to remain in her seat rather than follow. When James had said, "Do lunch," he actually just wrapped a pot on the stove to start heating leftovers, but it was the thought that counted right. Instead, he watched as Harry uneasily set the table. When both tasks were done, lunch was ready, and still neither had said a word. James finally forced himself to just spit out what he'd been chewing on this whole time. "I am sorry." Harry looked around in surprise. That was usually his line. James watched Harry steadily for a reaction, hoping his continuing to bring this up when change would ever comfort Harry had taken in from Sirius. But he couldn't let this one drop without saying his piece either. "Not for that time," he clarified. "I'll never let anyone talk to Lily like that. But I am sorry I was that way, and it pushed Snape into saying that. I'm sorry if what I did to him really did push him into being a Death Eater. when I'd spent the past 5 years of my life showing Sirius that would never happen to him despite his family. I'm sorry for the way Snape treats you. That's entirely my fault. Harry rested his hand on the back of a chair like he needed the support. The realization still hit sometimes that he was speaking to James instead of wishing it like he'd spent all his life doing, and now more than ever after such a harrowing blow to his memory was returned. I forgave you, he told him with confidence. It's like Lupin said, you were only 15. If you guys had just seen shots of my memory, me shouting at my friends for nothing, Hermione punching Malfoy, Ron's anger at me before the first task, you'd all be thinking the worst as well. I wish I'd gotten to know more about you, but Mum's right. You changed. Harry stopped there. He wanted to say Snape hadn't, that he was still a bitter 15-year-old treating Harry like dirt because of what James had once done, but the words wouldn't fully come to him either. Snape was still a vindictive arse, but this memory had really charged something in him, leaving him very confused about his full memories to the man. James didn't seem to notice that part, though, as he roughly pulled Harry into a hug. The absolute fear Harry could have actually hated him hadn't really been felt until it was gone. Harry returned the affection with a natural ease he never would have believed. He also broke the hug first, saying, I'm glad this one should be almost over. I've had a bad feeling about it from the start, and I really just want to be done with this year. James agreed at once, though Harry felt like he hadn't made himself plain enough about that bad feeling considering he was still smiling. At least lunch was a calm affair. Lily saying they should be able to finish this book by dinner if they didn't have any more long dramatic interruptions, which she tried to blame entirely on Sirius. Sirius informed her she did this too much, but took the blame with grace by spending the rest of lunch refusing to talk about anything else, by discussing with the boys anything and everything he could about Quidditch. James and Lily managed to slip away for a few minutes by themselves to care for the baby, and James happily showed Lily a broom design made from redwood. Even if that tree wasn't native to their land, he'd import it just for his lily flower. I didn't actually take that much effort, though, to get them all back in seats, but they'd switched it up just a bit, so now Harry was in between James and Sirius again, simply to prove he had no ill will towards either of them. Remus took the seat next to Lily and muttered for her alone, while James began looking for his place. Any bets on how long before the next catastrophe takes place in here? I'd rather just pretend there's not going to be one, Lily huffed. Joys of being a pessimist. Either you expect the worst, or you're pleasantly surprised to be wrong, Remus shrugged without remorse. That sounded more like the optimistic view on pessimism. Lily rolled her eyes, while James began with a genuine smile again. I'm so proud, Sirius squelched. I can hardly believe what they did, the mark they left. James couldn't stop smiling for something so momentous as the twins putting themselves into Hogwarts history like that. For just a moment, Harry watched them react so proudly to this. He got just a touch jealous. They'd made it clear they were proud of him too, but he'd certainly never felt like he'd done anything marauder-worthy like the twins just had. Then he wondered if this was how Ron felt all the time, towards his own brothers, to his own best friend. I can't believe we were so easily replaced with our infamy, Sirius sighed. I think hiding our symbol in the Shrieking Shack is still good enough, Remus shrugged. That was where they spent more time than even their dormitory. Yeah, James grudgingly agreed. Guess I'm just jealous. If it wasn't for Lily, I'd feel like I wasted my last year at school not doing something as spectacular before I left. Lily blushed faintly. James had actually admitted aloud he'd cooled himself down just for her. Oh, that's impossible, Sirius said firmly. Then James promptly burst out with laughter as he kept envisioning the thing, the others joining in with delight. They hadn't thought the twins could get better, and they just kept being proven wrong. Lily gave a righteous laugh, still wanting to punt him from the school after what he'd so wanted to do to the twins, to any student. This was far more what he deserved. Well, I do agree, Lily nodded, her mind boggling a bit at this stretch of magic. I'd like to ask them how. Kind of magic even was that? An everlasting potion, a transfiguration spell for the corridor. I want to ask the twins, Sirius whined. Curse them not having done this yet. Remus gave him a look for that comment, even as he did agree. The appropriate response, Remus agreed. I actually believe that, Sirius groaned miserably. I wish you'd summoned it to you when they had, James sighed. Even if you didn't fly off and join them, you'd find a way to keep it out of her webbed fingers. I was a little stunned at the moment, Harry protested, and no one argued the point, as they would have been as well. At some point the title could rest in peace, Lily said without a hope it would happen. My fingers are crossed for Ginny now, Sirius grinned, clearly the lot of them ignoring her. She's got potential. What about that one lad always friends with the twins? Remus offered. He wasn't mentioned going with them, but I'm sure he'd still miss them enough to keep up their legacy one more year. Guess it's too much to ask you tried. James asked of Harry, who was already shaking his head in answer, even with a smirk in place, for remembering the chaos so constantly erupting in corridors for all this. That poor Niffler, Remus said in concern. I saw Hagrid nursing it that afternoon, Harry promised. I'm glad that spell's gotten some popularity. James grinned, even remembering the ire of not knowing about it when it would have come in handy. Well, whoever said fashion isn't functional clearly never met that trendsetter, Lily giggled. When he wasn't attending tasks, Filch was prowling the corridors with a horsewhip in hand, desperate to catch someone to use it on. But the problem was there were so many around he had no clue which way to turn. Harry watched all of them shake their heads in disgust for that, Lily even starting to get a nervous tick, picturing some poor innocent kid ending up on the wrong side of him, so soothed. Don't worry, as far as I know. No one actually did get a single hit. If ever it looked like he'd pinned down someone long enough, kids you'd never believe did something to distract him so others could run away. I saw this Slytherin fourth-year knock over a statue on purpose after Filch was screaming at a little Hufflepuff girl for accidentally tripping over one and destroying school property. As if they hadn't enough reason to smile already, that gave them all yet more warmth for this display. I feel like someone got a hold of more wart-cap powder, Sirius smirked. James in particular looked pleased with this bit of magic. One of his personal favorite tricks, when people asked why he was called Prongs, was to grow antlers on others for answer, and claim that as his signature spell. A deadly disease I would not wish upon my worst enemy. Remus kept grinning wider every second. I don't know. What do you think would happen if we put Voldemort and Umbridge in the same room? Sirius couldn't help but ask. Either they'll kill each other, Lily said hopefully, or she'll have a new master to follow and somehow become even more terrifying, James shivered. I still can't believe she's not actually a Death Eater. Harry sighed heavily for that one, rubbing at the back of his hand in remembrance. Madame Pomfrey had ordered whole stocks of essence of murtlap and had started handing them out without question, but none of that made it feel better to see others suffering what he had. James looked as if he'd found a treasure map, ticking off each item Peeves did like a new nugget of gold. I'll bet Ron loved that one, Remus got out in between James' breathless retelling. I am actually impressed, Lily said faintly. I never thought he could get worse. I'd be worried if they were, James wheezed, acting so giddy upon reading such massive mayhem he was likely to pass out soon. Of all the regimes going on inside their school, all the hateful new being passed around his son, finally some good was being the cause of it all. Sirius fist pumped the air in triumph, all of them red-faced from laughter, and wishing McGonagall was here already so they could give her a hug in congratulations. Sirius managed an extra hard laugh for that swift remembrance. Nah, the three marauders said at once, while Harry rubbed at his temple in some empathy for Montague, and Lily just shook her head at them. Then they froze, and looked to Harry like any hint of no remorse upon another student would set him back into thinking the worst of them again. He, however, only considered this like he did all their passing comments, just them mouthing off. Even if they did mean it, he still couldn't really care. Madame Pomfrey had fixed worse injuries without anyone's help. This is true. It's not a good mark for the woman parents have to come up to the school, James smirked. Remus actually considered that for a second, again remembering the half-broken cabinet and genuinely wondering if something had gone permanently wrong there. Harry suddenly felt a heavy twitch cross his mind, some dire warning he should have paid more attention to this, because someone had. But he tried to shake that off and told, I feel like he recovered. For some reason, though, this only made him feel worse, and they easily let the matter drop, all confident Pomfrey could fix this. Oh, Ron, the spell's not that hard, Lily giggled. Flitwick would probably just assign them more homework practice. Why? Sirius said slowly. If I'd guessed, it would have been back when the dare had been outed, but it's been far too long. He hasn't done anything more recently, James agreed curiously. Oh, she wouldn't, Lily tried to say, even if her tone showed no signs of meaning it. I really can't see even Molly doing this one. Sirius shook his head. I don't remember her ever saying to go after the twins once he got his prefect badge. She's got a bad habit of comparing the youngest to the elders, but never seems to have expected the younger set to tell the elder ones off. Harry at least fervently hoped so. Ron most certainly did not deserve that one when Harry was their enabler in all of this. Harry finally grinned for Hermione again, thankful that finally she seemed to be on their side again in these arguments. I don't think that's helping, Lily randomly giggled. Did they never ask you what you did with your Triwizard winnings? James asked. He knew Harry had never told them, but his friends had never brought it up. I guess they just assumed I shoved it into my vault, Harry shrugged. This is just getting insulting. Lily couldn't stop giggling even while she said it. That wouldn't have been a bad guess, Remus agreed. You finally going to tell them, because otherwise that was idiotic, Sirius scolded. I wasn't going to have their family thinking they'd done something illegal, Harry sighed. I'd far rather Mrs. Weasley hate me than think something like that of any more of her children. She's not going to hate you, James at once said with conviction. The only thing she might be is flustered at the generosity, but she'll just have to get over that. Timing, Lily gave the loudest snicker of all. Sirius burst out with laughter once again, James nodding along and agreeing, Ron's priorities. I can see why you wanted to wait, Remus agreed. Now they're really going and she can't guilt them into giving it back. They all sighed, not particularly wanting to hear another Hermione lecture about what Harry had done stupidly lately. Has that ever helped? Sirius asked in surprise. Nope, but it was worth a shot after the last time she spent a whole day on it, Harry sighed. Maybe if she wasn't nagging you all the time, she wouldn't be so offended when you try to stop her doing it. Remus rolled his eyes. Oh, stop. Harry cut them off with a sigh. Hermione's a bit much. I know that better than anyone, but lay off her for a bit. I jumped the wrong conclusion that time. They gave in with a muttered apology. Can't say that wasn't deserved, though, Remus muttered. Why? Sirius demanded. He's been tortured enough this year. James crinkled his nose at this, saying, there are far too many holes in that. I'm not surprised Hermione's trying to get the real story. That's still not why she was having a go at me, Harry groaned. Ah, well, honestly, this one's your own fault. I could have told you not to bring this back up with her. Lily rolled her eyes. Especially as you still have no intentions of doing it. Remus shook his head. Harry's expression made that abundantly clear, and he felt quite sore his warning had so easily been brushed off by Harry. I don't know. I can see the good of that one, Lily sighed as she saw some snippy comment on Sirius' lips. He's worried about his friend, not on the same level as Hermione, but both recognize far more than you seem to this shouldn't be entertained, she finished with a look at Harry, who also had the grace to look ashamed for never trying harder at this. He wasn't sure if it was his mother's guilt trip or something far more unspeakable that was causing him to feel this so heavily. Brutal, Sirius laughed in surprise. But deserved, James sighed. James stopped in alarm at the noise Harry made, all of them looking to him with deep concern as he groaned with misery, head in his hands again, breathing so heavily they could have been his last breaths. Harry! James swiftly put the book aside at such an alarming reaction that somehow got worse each time this was brought up. Harry, calm down. You're going to be fine. Whatever is in there, you're going to be fine. This had no effect on making him better, as that was not the fear gripping him so tight he couldn't breath. It wasn't his safety he so feared. It's okay. It's going to be okay, Sirius insisted, looking frantically to Lily or Remus to help, but they had no more clue what left him in such a mess. What if his mind flagged desperately for something to distract Harry with? Show you how we created the Marauders map. What? Harry looked up in genuine surprise, the pain from his skull not yet fully subsiding, which must explain the tears trickling out, but he wiped furiously at them to keep his attention on Sirius. Yeah, he confirmed at once. Something to look forward to. James agreed at once, saying, it took me a few days to create it, but it won't take near as long to recreate it. I've been wanting to show Lily anyways. You'll both get a kick out it. Harry gave a slow nod, taking easier breaths now as he kept this promise tight inside him. Whatever horrid thing had happened in his past to cause this feeling, they were right. He had something he could cling to now as a promise he wouldn't have to relive his memory long. James waited an extra moment to make sure Harry wasn't going to set himself into a full-blown panic attack before gingerly picking the book back up, almost afraid of what else it was going to do to his son if this topic didn't change soon. Harry's whole center shook. He looked very much like he would collapse in a fit in moments. Clearly what he'd been thinking at 15, the exact opposite was trying to run through his mind now, and the two together were wreaking havoc inside of him. James reached over again, grasping his shoulder firmly until he fought back for control, still waving him to go on adamantly for this to just be over with. First you were complaining about them, now you want them, and you're not getting enough of them. Remus tried to get a rise out of Harry, instead of watching him tear himself apart for something he couldn't yet understand. You never can seem to make up your mind, eh? Harry offered him a flimsy smile that was as weak as the toddler upstairs. Hermione doesn't seem so bad now she's right, James offered as Harry kept rubbing at his temples. Sirius gave Remus a sympathetic look as well, which Moony easily grasped. It wasn't just him being ignored. Harry wasn't taking advice from anyone about this. Wow, where's my description of that match? Sirius yelped, grasping at any pleasant conversation, and this was an easy one. Nothing too memorable happened, Harry shrugged. Malfoy actually caught the snitch for once, but he took Crumb's way out. Hufflepuff was winning on points. Montague hadn't come back yet, and the appointed Slytherin was a right idiot. I don't know what they were doing during training, but it wasn't practicing. As much as they deserve, James cheered, wriggling in pleasure even as he kept a close eye on Harry to make sure he really was trying to put mention of that department past him. There's the bright side, Lily snickered in surprise, while James just looked bemused at this. Better than constantly ragging on himself, he supposed. I can see that, Remus said fairly. They mocked him from time to time, Sirius disagreed, but they were never so bad I think it damaged Ron any more than that horrid song. I don't think they'll make a real difference to him. Least Angelina already had their replacements, James grumbled, still wishing it was Harry on that pitch rather than Ginny. He was sick of reading sideline events. He wanted to be back in the air. The boys burst out in surprised laughter. Luna had indeed gone further with that idea. It was as Harry watched this, though, not at all mean-spirited, but that recent memory still with him, that the expression they'd first carried upon hearing of her finally clicked as he turned sharply to them. Would you lot have done all that to Luna? James' automatic response wanted to be no, but he still considered the question for a moment before saying slowly, well, we certainly would have liked to have words with her. She's a fascinating thing. You would have mocked her, Harry outright demanded with a raised brow. Sirius blew a chunk of hair out of his face, but didn't deny. Guess it depends on how well we bothered to get to know her. We thought Remus was a right oddball before we had a proper chat with him. Harry saw they were still avoiding the question, as he'd honestly noticed outside their little group they didn't seem to converse with much of anyone unless it was for a motive. Still, though, he was just as fascinated they looked a touch ashamed even as they sidestepped this. He hadn't realized his disapproval really meant so much to them. Ex-crush versus ex-fangirl, Sirius said loudly, very clearly trying not to let Harry linger on that last subject. Sadly, I think Cho's got the better edge. She's played more games, actually wants this position, James eagerly put in. I wouldn't underestimate Ginny. We don't know how long Cho's been flying outside her house team, but we know Ginny's been doing it since single digits. She may well have the advantage, Remus offered insight. Harry decided to let the Luna matter go. They'd yet to actually be doing anything wrong to her, and there was no sense yelling at them for something they hadn't done wrong yet to one of his friends. I wasn't aware they needed an excuse. They just continued doing it because they're arse-holes, Lily grumbled. That was it, Remus huffed for forgetting. Guess I can't blame him for not being in the mood to prank others when his mate's up and did that, Sirius sighed. I can just imagine McGonagall feeling sorry for the poor kid, James frowned sadly. Guess that crush wasn't as gone as we thought. James looked to Harry in surprise, who only shrugged. He really didn't have much of a memory for this game, especially not Cho, though he wasn't exactly sure why. Surely even if he wasn't playing in it, he'd have a care. Maybe Ron really hadn't done any better and he'd tried to block the whole thing out, but that wasn't the right kind of disconnected feeling. Least he hasn't lost all of his enthusiasm, Remus chuckled. Why's he trying to hide it all? Lily asked in surprise. He's been known to come to a few matches. Don't look at us. Remus shrugged even as he looked eagerly at James for this explanation that he had his fingers crossed in hope for. I can't believe I'm saying this. James gaped down at this, but I'd actually go with him. If there's one thing to drag away a good Quidditch match, Sirius agreed, though finished rather threateningly. But Hagrid had better finally be showing you what he's been up to. If it's for anything less, I'll find a way to curse that man through his skin for cutting this off. Harry merely hummed in agreement. Lily crooned loudly for the poor dear, all of them feeling a pain deep inside for what Hagrid was putting himself through. He must have a really good answer for this one. Harry felt absolutely no regret for this decision, even as his face tightened just a bit, his innards promising this wasn't going to be a pleasant stroll. Only one I can think of, Lily spat, and sadly she might have. She can't stop them from going off with Hagrid, Remus miserably tried to argue, already feeling it pointless. Harry said Umbridge was surrounded by her inquisitorial squad like she was expecting trouble. There was a good chance she hadn't noticed them. Guess she understands less than I thought, which is saying something. No one would try a prank during a Quidditch game. Sirius heavily rolled his eyes. Lily began playing with a strand of hair with nerves. She knew Hagrid wasn't purposefully leading Harry to anything dangerous, but this was certainly not a pleasant beginning in her opinion, and it was nice to see the others' faces showed agreement, even as well used to the forest as they were. Harry winced heavily, and they all felt the same. Maybe leaving had been a good idea anyways. That wasn't fun to think about. Now I know he's not thinking right, Sirius grumped. He must have just come back from whatever he was training, Remus realized. Think he thinks he's finally got it domesticated and wants to show off? James asked. That didn't feel important enough to be dragged away from Quidditch. But then, Hagrid had different priorities. I still think there's something more than that going on, Lily sighed. It's very clear Hagrid cares deeply for something new going on. Just training a new best can't really mean more than his job. She phrased it as a question, though. None of them were quite sure of Hagrid's comments from before. This new thing of his is less and less encouraging, Sirius agreed. Why's that change anything? Remus asked in surprise. Thank you, Sirius. Remus said quickly, and with such a mocking gratitude you could almost believe it. Really, just thank you so much for sharing that. I hadn't a clue I'd done it. All right, no need to get snippy, Sirius smirked. What's that got to do with Hagrid, though? James ruffled up his brow. Familiar loyalty, Sirius nodded to himself as he explained aloud. The Centaurs know Hagrid's trust in Dumbledore. They'll blame anyone associated with him right now for what he asked a Centaur to do. But it was Ferentz's decision, Harry protested. Why's be mad at us? For offering it, Remus sighed. Harry felt a deep chill web around his mind, promising he had no want to deal with an angry centaur. They all gave sympathetic noises for that. Harry even saw some traces of fear in them at the same time. He could hardly imagine the scene himself, but just the thought was giving him the creeps. It probably was terrifying thinking about all this in detail when he wasn't so distracted wondering why he may have seen it in person. I'm worried he was trying to return a favor, Lily muttered, still considering Hagrid's injuries. They weren't yet deadly, but if he kept at it, they may keep progressing. Oh, he'd never ask for your help with that, Remus said at once. And those injuries started up well before this, Lily agreed. I'm surprised he hasn't created a new path as often as he seems to have headed to this thing, James said. His eyes still narrowed suspiciously to what Hagrid had added to a forest he knew so well. The tense unease kept growing in here, like the book was pressing that darkness out and shadowing the whole room with its eerie vibe. Harry had yet had a very pleasant experience in this forest in any sense, and even with Hagrid inviting them into this one, they could already feel it wasn't going to turn out much better. He did not bring them all the way out there to say that. Sirius rolled his eyes. No, Remus agreed, but we know he finds this more important than that, so at least we're finally getting that answer. That's ridiculous, Remus scoffed at once. It was akin to him doing that, and he'd never put anything in her vicinity if he could help it. And when has she ever done anything remotely reasonable? Sirius' face was scrunched up for the ludicrousness of it even as he agreed. Harry, James said in exasperation, his son should know full well Hagrid would never use a creature for such a purpose. I know, Harry agreed with his idiotics. Reflex question. James didn't have to think about that one at all as he nodded in agreement. He could respect that. Hagrid knows where Dumbledore is. That one caught Remus by surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if the Order actually does, Lily shrugged, even if we're not sure now. Lily felt a heartbreaking sigh pour out of her. She didn't want Hagrid to ever feel unneeded. She wanted him in her son's life just for being such a good man, no matter how he was in a class. You have such a big heart, Lily told her son, starting to feel a little teary-eyed herself for what Hagrid was going through. Harry had no response for that. He'd do anything to help his friend. I thought he said he was going to explain. Sirius said the suspense was about to kill him. He just stopped to tell them what was going on. That's the same thing, Remus told him just to keep James paused for an extra second. Sirius scowled at him, while James decided to ignore them anyways. I don't blame her, Remus muttered, his mind flipping through all sorts of things that lived inside mounds, though as this could be something undiscovered, even any of those may not be possible. James was more in deep curiosity than anything. Hagrid was there. He had no fear Harry would come to any harm. Ugh, Lily began in confusion, sure she'd heard wrong. What's Hermione on about? Sirius said slowly. He couldn't put together such a declaration with just an animal. A giant. Remus interrupted with a near shriek. He actually brought a giant into that forest. James' voice had failed him, his mouth left hanging open so he couldn't have kept going even when the book had broken off. This truly was a new level of unbelievable. Has he lost his mind? Sirius was so blown away by this one he wouldn't even deny the squeak in his voice. A giant, a real, bloody giant. Harry felt just as numb as the others from shock, but it was his fumbling fingers that snagged the book away to try and force this to keep going. It's his family, Lily whispered, her eyes still too wide from shock, but a flash of understanding lit them nonetheless. When he was at the Three Broomsticks, James recalled breathlessly. Oh, Hagrid, Remus groaned in sudden understanding, genuine sympathy now for the man, even if he couldn't find the air to really say it. Sirius wasn't quite there yet. He was still putting his mind into the thought someday he'd walk into his forest, and a giant would be there. Harmless, Lily said near hysterics. He's been beating the shit out of him for months. Hasn't killed him yet, though, Sirius couldn't help but point out as this started to fully form in his mind. Was that supposed to make me feel better? Lily demanded. Her voice wasn't lowering in volume and starting to hurt their ears. That I'd actually believe, Remus said slowly, some form of acceptance starting to set in as he really thought past the shock. Yeah, I'd say lugging a giant behind you could slow you down. Lily's voice was still extremely high-pitched, but at least she was making an attempt to lower it now. Small. James repeated the word slowly, shaking his head back and forth as he was stuck in the same vision as Sirius. Their forays into the forest suddenly being interrupted by a giant crashing through a nearby tree. No one wanted to know how Moony would have reacted to that. Yet thankfully Harry Reading was putting a good distance from that image, and James got the book back from Harry without fuss. I suppose, by that description, he's either not fully grown or a runt, Remus nodded. Try telling him that, Harry muttered, his mind still boggled at such a huge movement as his breathing. That is a relation that makes sense, Lily grudgingly agreed. Finally, her voice only just a touch more off than usual, but sympathy for Hagrid's situation was finally pushing past the shock. It was the same as always. She trusted Hagrid. If he said his brother hadn't meant to hurt anyone, then she'd just have to believe he wasn't going to turn on her son the moment he awoke. Grop. Harry repeated curiously. Never claimed giants had our kind of names, Sirius shrugged, his brow still set deep in thought, but now he was almost back to normal and could appreciate Hagrid's position at least. Poor Hagrid, Lily went new, her voice now coming out in a whisper as now she felt like Hagrid needed a hug after she popped him over the head for giving her heart failure. Who knew Hermione turned sarcastic during these times? Sirius muttered. He couldn't get a joke to his mind yet. Good woman, that, James sighed. Knowing he'd probably have done the exact same as Maxim, he wouldn't pretend he'd try to handle a giant, even a small one. Harry gave a pitiful sigh. He didn't need to ask. He'd been kicked around plenty in his youth, but had always returned home because he'd always known he had nowhere else to go. Hagrid seemed to have a gift for taking wayward souls away. Well, if he was wanting to go back, I suppose I can see Hagrid stopping him leaving when he wasn't around. Sirius frowned heavily. Oh yeah, I can see that. James finally nodded at something that made sense to him in his forest. Almost forgot about that. Remus shivered. He didn't like the idea of Harry around. Grop with Hagrid around. Now Hagrid was asking them to keep looking after a hateful giant after Hagrid was gone. How was this worse than the Scroots? I feel as if at some point there's a line, and he crossed it, Lily said miserably, as she wouldn't feel right backing out of this either, even with the circumstances. A bruised rib to Hagrid could knock your skeleton right out of you. I'm sorry, Harry, but I'm worried this one's above you. James looked vaguely offended, even if he knew it to be true. It just wasn't helping his mind's eye as he kept imagining trying to run away from this thing. Remus couldn't deny a touch of fascination in him at Harry's description. He'd only heard general depictions of them as well, and though he still had no want to meet one in person, Harry's were always more vivid than usual texts. I almost wish I didn't, Sirius grumbled. In this case, ignorance had been bliss. Sirius blanched for a moment, but after considering he told, No, actually this is still marginally better. I'll take whatever form of intelligence this thing passes over that beast. Wow, Harry said towards him. As of now, he'd rather have it the other way. He really didn't get that was supposed to be a bad thing. James muttered. That concept seemed lost on Hagrid quite a bit. Even as Lily shook her head in exasperation for Hagrid, she was smiling just a bit as well now. She couldn't deny some part of her was happy for Hagrid finally having a bit of family back to him. Well, yes, it is, Remus corrected. Much safer to be first seen with Hagrid. At least he knows him. And considers him his kidnapper, James reminded hollowly. So I'm really torn here. Harry still didn't want to say what was really on his mind. He didn't really have a want to see Grop again, with or without Hagrid. He just poked a giant, James said faintly, unable to believe what he just said, and stuck on that one for several moments before Harry gave him a commiserating pat on the shoulder that was probably supposed to be reassuring. All three marauders blanched in shock at the description they weren't taking kindly to. Don't ever underestimate speed for size, Remus agreed, James wanting to smack him for starting to sound more interested than resigned like the rest of them. I can see how riveted he was by the company, James said deadpan. Be pleased while it lasts, Lily grumbled, at least finding some small comfort Grop hadn't at once started trying to take Hagrid's limb off. I thought he couldn't understand English quite yet, Sirius shifted uneasily. I can see why Hagrid does it, though, Remus shrugged. That's one of the ways you learn other languages, hearing them as well as practicing to speak them. Oh, so now it's a good idea, James frowned at him. I'm not saying Harry should do it, Remus defended. I just understand why Hagrid is talking to him. Exactly how old is he? Lily asked. Not sure, Harry muttered. I only know what Hagrid said. He could be older than Hagrid. We don't know which kid came first, though I think Hagrid assumed it was himself. Remus shrugged. Either way, I don't see what that has to do with anything, Sirius muttered. Lily considered this response more to do with the fact Sirius would probably try to do the same thing if he was that size no matter what age. How good is a giant's eyesight? Harry asked wearily. He wasn't going to enjoy the experience of one checking out his hairline. As good as ours, I'd imagine, Remus scratched at his ear. Perhaps better, as they hunt more naturally than we do. I know I would have protested, Sirius sniffed. If my name was the first four-syllable word he'd said, it could be an accomplishment. So does that mean we can start calling her? No, Harry told Sirius flatly before he could even finish. James nearly jumped from his chair in surprise. He hadn't intended to shout that so loud, but he'd just been getting back to a place of normalcy in his mind as he adjusted to this situation. Now Hagrid was scolding him. Lily gasped, watching Harry's arms tense at his side, now like he was prepared to pull her away again. Oh, he wouldn't have really hurt her. Remus tried, and failed to say even as he'd gone a bit white in shock. He might have just been trying to pick her up out of curiosity. And look how well that's worked out for Hagrid. Harry shuddered all over. Good to know of his attention span, I suppose, James tried to say around a squeak. There was just no way he could find some fun in this one. Some color finally started coming back to James' face. Lily was still rubbing at her chest, and the other three were still trying hard not to show they were shaking. A giant. This was a new level, even for Hagrid. Now that's pushing it. Remus couldn't quite push into scolding, as he was still shifting his weight in unease. You heard Hagrid say he had full conversations with them. They can be spoken to as well as a centaur if you give them half a chance. This one in particular just never seems to have been put into any type of situation like this. Harry looked at him like he wasn't sure what to say to that. He put up with a lot of crazy things for Hagrid, and this one still felt like the worst. That one is stretching it just a touch, Sirius agreed. He'd be just fine spending his days in a far-off proximity, but not unapproachable if Hagrid's shows were not all bad. He couldn't quite put the right tone into place. He still wanted to rage at Hagrid for putting a giant into the Forbidden Forest. If the name hadn't been appropriate before, it was now. There's a giant in the forest, Lily enunciated clearly like they already would have forgotten. I can't imagine something much scarier, and Hagrid hadn't pulled a weapon on him. Even still, James was back to bouncing his leg with unease. He knew plenty of things Harry could expect in there, and it was good for Hagrid to be on guard. They seemed far enough away from Grop this was necessary. Can the centaurs do that? James protested in further outrage that was somehow even more offensive to him than the giant. By our laws, no, Remus said carefully. The forest is property of the school, so it's technically Hogwarts land. But the centaurs may well recognize no such thing. It's rather a conflict that's never had to be brought up in our history, for we've never fought over the space. That forest has been there since Hufflepuff sanctioned it back when the castle was being built, Sirius offered to Harry. The stories are unclear, though, if the centaurs were already in the area, or if the Hogwarts founders created it and they claimed it, James sighed. Lily was honestly impressed at their history lesson, and so apparently was Harry as he tried to keep focus on this, and told them how interesting that was even as he kept looking worriedly at nothing. He didn't like this setup, Grop not too far off, angry Centaurus. There is no point arguing this, James said tensely. Even having Hagrid describe the fight before had made him uneasy. Now Harry may well find himself in the middle of it. Hagrid won't really start something, Lily tried to say with conviction. He'll get them out of there. He's been dealing with this for a while now at least. He's young. James couldn't help but mutter that a second time, though they'd all long since noticed Hagrid seemed to have as unofficially adopted the kids as much as Marley had. I would not call his vague life's a mystery speech profiting. Sirius rolled his eyes. Not helping, Remus hissed at him. They all began itching terribly in fear of this fight. It was probably easier not being there, but they could see both sides in light, and didn't care about either. They just wanted Harry to get out of there. Bloody hell, James blinked in surprise. Not that they'd ever tried, but they'd have liked to think Hagrid would have at least registered the two. I see where he's coming from, Sirius said genuinely. He knew he'd have a few things to say if a centaur had ever told them off for being caught in there. But while I admire Hagrid for not letting them push him around, James grudgingly agreed, it wouldn't kill him not to insult them while he's at it. A little avoidance can go a long way, Remus agreed. Knowing Hagrid knew this place well enough, he should be able to pass by centaur-heavy areas just like they could. Harry watched all of them with a small smile of pride in place. As if he'd needed further evidence they weren't still 15, but here they were actually speaking of avoiding a real-life fight. James spluttered in surprise. He'd actually forgotten a game was going on. Well, I found something to cheer me up next time Ron's goalkeeping is mentioned, Sirius groaned. Teaching apps to a giant. Oh, I do, Lily sighed. In Hagrid's inflated world, she really did see where he was coming from, but did he have to drag Harry into this one? I think the centaurs scare me more than the giant. Remus shivered harder than ever to prove his point. That didn't make me feel better, Harry told him, a still rather distracted look in place as he had no clue why he agreed with him. I can, they yelped in protest. It was very clear Harry wasn't the only one losing his temper this year if Hermione was going to be saying nonsense like that. At least she regretted it, James sighed, letting go of his anger the moment he read that. Hermione did care. She was just scared. They all were at this news. James paused with his head cocked to the side in confusion, his wild hair looking more flyaway than ever as he shook it, and told them he hadn't read that wrong. Hardly daring to pretend to understand the mix-up, he kept going in a slow, forced calm voice. No way, Sirius whispered, his eyes now locked on James, with nothing else going through his ears. They used the lyrics, Remus spluttered, a grin spreading across his mouth more from surprise than actual pleasure hitting him yet. James ignored them both. Lily and Harry were still sitting there with their mouths open in shock, as he practically shouted the rest. Lily squealed in triumph, clapping expectantly and bouncing in place as they all began lauding and cheering loudly. The dam broke. James hardly wanted to finish. He was dancing around in so much excitement. But he also couldn't have stopped yelling the words in triumph, no matter how hard he tried. Sirius laughed so hard he nearly fell out of his seat and banged his own head on the table, and no one stopped to notice that either in their fusing excitement. They didn't have to keep worrying about Grop right now. This was something so immensely good instead. "You are the best friend ever," Remus assured Harry, or at least tried to over the din. No one would want to be the one to tell all this to Ron in such a glorious moment. James hardly paid this any mind. The giant wasn't actually hurting anything in the forest yet, but this was wonderful. "I can't believe you missed that," Sirius shouted right in Harry's ear, and he hardly even noticed. You actually missed the Quidditch Cup, and they won." "I'm sorry, okay." Harry raised his hands in defense, even as he couldn't straighten up in his seat from his shoulders shaking too hard. "I know Ron'll make sure I hear every last thing." James suddenly didn't want to give the book up to Sirius. This was fantastic. So many bad things had happened this year. He was actually hoping this was a pattern that was going to keep going, and with his luck Sirius was probably going to get to read about something happening to Umbridge finally. Surely Grop was the worst thing to happen to Harry the rest of the year. I was going to wait until all the books were done, but my friend recently challenged me to the quizzes on Pottermore, so I'm going to post the results in the following ends, starting with Dumbledore quiz, which I got a 21-28. Let me know yours. This is one of those spells I genuinely question. Why? If you just want to transfigure the cup, then you're in the wrong class. If the goal is for the cup to sprout legs to bring you, like a sugar bowl or something, levitate it to you. This is just so entirely random to be an actual spell being practiced in class. Chapter 31, Owls. Chapter text Sirius straightened up prime and proud, forcing that good mood of Gryffindor winning the match to be the only thing they all heard. Grop certainly had been unexpected, but with any lucky Umbridge would be ousted from the school before Harry even had to deal with him again. Never mind that pesky, nagging question that had been bothering him since Dumbledore's departure, if in fact being headmistress would negate the curse upon the Dada position. But no, she was still teaching that class, which meant she'd be leaving very soon. He hoped. Considering prongs was that way for whole weeks, you got off easy, Remus smiled fondly. Exactly how hard were you trying? Sirius snickered. He knew he couldn't relate the two subjects easily. All four burst out laughing, though Harry hardly looked very chagrined. There really isn't a way to ease into this one, Lily grudgingly agreed. I don't blame you for putting it off. Who came up with the revision of that song anyways? Remus asked curiously. Lee Jordan, Harry grinned. Even after Ron saved his first goal, the Slytherins tried to keep going to throw him back off, but then he said, he sure saved that ring, and it just sort of spiraled out from there. Neville told me later he swears even McGonagall was singing along. That's fantastic. James cackled at Malfoy's dirty little trick being so flipped by that. Sirius certainly hadn't got to hear this yet. He was squirming with such excitement, the words weren't flowing at a normal level, and no one seemed to care. Remus rolled his eyes, finding that the perfect opening Ron had provided, but he'd feel heartless admitting right there that he had no clue what had happened and dampen Ron's marvelous achievement. Good on him, James threw his shoulders back in pride. I knew if he just held a bit more confidence he'd get it. I can't believe we didn't get to hear more about it. Sirius groaned as he glared at the pages, but just couldn't bring himself to keep that look on Harry. It was more pouting. Hagrid couldn't have waited just one more hour to finally tell you what was going on. Harry honestly agreed. He wished he had stayed at the game more, but it felt wrong to say so about his friend. The four of them burst out laughing, while James just looked bemused and ruffled up his own hair to further their point. Never thought my best mate would remind me of my dad, Harry chuckled softly, sure that was the first time in his youth he'd found some way to think better of his dad after that disastrous memory. The five of them smiled wider than ever, pleased beyond words. Harry was finally able to look back at the lone memory he had of his father in his youth with some actual fondness. I really can see why you wouldn't want to put up with her if that's her response to everything. Sirius rolled his eyes. Remus let out a low whistle. There's a temper we haven't seen yet. Ron's starting to get suspicious, James said in a sing-song voice. Sirius couldn't help a surprised laugh at that description, even as he felt truly awful for Ron. Neither did we, James pouted. So if you could just let him keep telling you about them. James, Lily sighed. Ron'll have pounded it into Harry's brain by this time. He can share it with us later. The boys pouted but didn't argue the point. I'd be miffed to, James huffed, even knowing the reason. That's a kinder reaction than anyone in here had, Harry muttered. That is yet to work for us, but good luck trying, Sirius muttered. Well, at least you got the highlights. James couldn't help a little twisted smile for that. At some point, seeing the depth of the truth is quite inspiring, Remus sighed. He's already done that once this year. Lily grumbled with a sideways look at Remus they all ignored no matter how true it was. A detention really wasn't the worst thing in the world for that, even though the detention itself wasn't any fun. James shivered in remembrance of the first time. Aragog was a bleeding nightmare, but at least fascinating, Remus shrugged. They stuck their necks out for Buckbeak, Lily said fairly. I think that one warrants something. 1 out of 5, as I count the Scroots as no good at all as well, Sirius said deadpan. Hagrid's not got a very good track record. Lucky Ron. Lily rolled her eyes, while Harry got a pained look on his face. No one wanted to question why. Sirius gave a heavy sigh, but settled himself in preparation for some boredom and honest curiosity. He wanted to hear how well Harry did even if he wasn't going to enjoy the flashbacks of his own. If so, then we're likely to never find the body, Sirius said uneasily. I'm really hurt you two don't think I can handle him, Remus pouted. Oh, we know you could match him in a duel, James waved off. We just don't think you would, Sirius kept frowning as he pictured all the ways that conversation would go, and none of them were good. Lily wondered if his two friends underestimated Remus too much. He had just as much fury at these circumstances at Snape, if Remus really thought Harry should be doing these. They all decided to let the matter go uneasily, though. Clearly nothing was going to be done about it any time soon. Hallelujah, Sirius cheered. You and Hermione finally agree on something, and you still can't agree. Harry shook his head, trying to laugh instead of letting that headache rise again. I don't know what's crawled up my arse to think you should be spending extra time with Snape, Sirius shrugged without remorse. So until I actually get a long overdue explanation, I'm on your side, pup. Harry beamed at him, knowing he'd never get tired of hearing that, feeling such a thing flowing through him that would never just be a simple emotion to him. You know, I've just thought, how was she paying for those? Lily asked, wondering if her parents were really sending her extra knitting supplies. I think she used whatever money she pulled together from that spew campaign last year, Harry shrugged. After that ran out, yeah, I imagine she used her own money. Fascinating, James said in surprise. I'd have decked him. Sirius rolled his eyes at once at the idea. Then you'd have gotten detention and still had to do more studying, Remus pleasantly reminded. I'm sure it would be worth it, Sirius shrugged. Least he wasn't in your house, Harry said sadly, imagining Ernie's doormats had it far worse. I would be too, Lily said with a slight grin. She knew she'd been frantic during her exams, now with the added stress of not speaking to her best friend on a permanent basis. She'd been as likely to murder someone as a Death Eater if she'd been crossed wrong at that time. There's something deeply wrong with the lad when he's memorizing literally how much he's memorizing, Remus said with a touch of concern. Of course he has, James said in disgust. From all we've heard about, I can't even say I'm surprised, Sirius with a crinkled nose. I'll pay whatever Malfoy gives them double just to flunk him in everything, James snapped. Don't waste your money, Prongs, Remus scolded. He'll do that all on his own, and if someone does pass him otherwise, get them fired instead. James happily accepted this alternative with a wicked grin while Harry started snickering at the lot of them. Guess it is some relief half of what that ferret turd says is a lie, Sirius grinned. That was not encouraging. Lily blanched a bit at remembering that woman's few appearances and mentionings. Glory that woman, James spat in outrage. Clearly Neville needed his own Sirius around to remind him he didn't have to be like his parents for them to be proud. Someone needs to tell that woman in detail what she's doing to Neville, Lily said in disgust, more than happy to volunteer if so given the chance. Wait, that was it, Remus yelped in surprise, his pale face having lost an extra few shades at the reminder. Yep, Sirius muttered, trying not to glance at Harry, but curiosity won out. He sighed and admitted, "Yeah, we just kind of awkwardly stood there until he went into potions. Apologizing just doesn't feel right. It sounds empty when people say it to me anyways. But couldn't think up anything else to say." There was an awkward silence, as they all agreed there wasn't anything to be said after something like that, so Sirius kept going loudly for this meanwhile change of subject. "I remember this." James bounced eagerly onto chatting loudly even if his voice did sound a bit too high-pitched. "Weren't you the ones who spread that story sleeping with black dog hair would give you luck?" Lily demanded with a raised brow. James no longer bothered to deny this as he had back then. "Yeah, even got Padfoot to try some for a day, and he answered every question any teacher threw at him the next day. We made a killing in profits for a few hours before this Hufflepuff prefect, Gabriel Truman, got us in detention with McGonagall for spreading the story. Be thankful she didn't ask where you were getting all the dog hair." Remus rolled his eyes. "How'd you fake getting all the answers right?" Harry asked curiously. Sirius looked affronted as he said, "I actually knew them." While Remus rebutted, "We all took turns whispering the answers he didn't know. Between all of us, he got there." "See if I ever do your potions homework again," Sirius grumbled. "I'll take you up on that." Remus rolled his eyes, while Sirius winced at his own stupid comment. "Oh, Harry," Lily sighed, "didn't you learn your lesson in second year with this nonsense?" "I really didn't want to fail all my exams," Harry said without remorse. "I want to see that paper myself before I believed that," Remus sniffed. "Oh, is that all?" James chuckled. "We only demanded a galleon a bag." "It was my fur," Sirius frowned. "I think I should have decided how to charge when Remus tried to shave me bald." "You should have let Prongs offer some then," Remus smirked. "It was my idea. I wanted the credit," Sirius huffed. "There's no pleasing him," James informed the other two. "Hermione really is handy to have around some of the time," Lily chuckled while the boys stopped their bickering. "Oh, now there's something really worth buying," Remus grinned. "You couldn't pay me to eat that for any reason," Sirius crinkled his nose in disgust. "I'll bet it was Darksea dung or something mixed with water," James smirked. "People try to pass off a ton of things like that. A little color-changing charm, bam. You've got those fifth years fooled." "Thank you so much," Harry muttered, agreeing with his mum and thankful Hermione had stopped them if that was the case. "Some things never change," Sirius said nostalgically. The four laughed at Harry's relieved look, though they had full confidence he wouldn't really need them. "We got this speech every year," James groaned. "Clearly it was needed, as someone tried something every year." Lily rolled her eyes. "Those are banned from the school," Remus reminded. "Doesn't stop people from using them," Sirius shrugged. "Those wouldn't even be helpful in an exam." James rolled his eyes. "Those are new." Lily couldn't help her eyes lighting with interest. For the magic, of course, not because she'd ever tried to use one just to beat out Potter in just one transfiguration test. "I wonder how badly she hurt her tongue spitting that one out," Remus said in sympathy. Harry watched Sirius' disgusted face and found it a close proximity. "Normally I'd shame you comparing the two," James shook his head. "But McGonagall deserves whatever look she has for this." "Don't tell them that," Lily spluttered in concern. "We don't need students failing out of spite. We already got them doing that in potions. No need for the whole school to suffer," Sirius agreed. "Ha!" Sirius barked, all of them smiling just a bit for McGonagall's cheek. "Just what I always wanted for my birthday," Harry sighed. Lily blanched in frustration, thinking surely he wouldn't spend nearly a whole summer there again. Sirius or someone would fight back, get Harry out of there. "Thank you for that lovely reminder," Sirius sighed, not exactly grateful for remembering that, but it had still been better than Harry living under that webbed thumb and everything else that had occurred. "That'll train you not to be as fast as her," James chuckled weakly, his mind still on his son's upcoming holidays and how not fun that was going to be again. "Never worked on Sirius, so don't hold your breath," Remus shrugged. "How did he turn the page?" Sirius asked innocently. "You're an idiot," Lily pleasantly informed him. "Good of them to have some fun with it," James smiled, remembering that's how they'd spent their nights before exams, trying to make up as many games as possible with the spells needed. They'd been kicked out of the common room several times for this. "That's never a good sign." Sirius shivered a bit, wondering what new atrocity could be occurring just before this. "I really wish I could see how much Umbridge has been sending to the Ministry about her improvements to the castle," Lily said blandly. "I really want them to take a peek at the Twin Swamp." James smirked. Oh, I remember her now. Lily snapped her fingers. Yes, she was a sweet thing, told me even before I walked out I was guaranteed an O in my charms. Lucky you, Sirius made a face at her. I turned my pumpkin the wrong color, and the man wouldn't stop laughing the whole time. The one time I wasn't trying to make someone laugh. What color did you turn it? Harry asked in surprise. It was supposed to be blue, he began grudgingly, and yet somehow I turned it black. He finished, still fighting back a smile years later at his unintentional joke, and Harry was so surprised he burst out laughing as well. Neither have we, Remus rolled his eyes. Does she not keep up with the news? James asked in surprise. Ah, okay. Now I really like her. Sirius smirked when he realized this Marchbanks was actually just rubbing it in. Lily felt her mouth go dry with shock as she realized the same person who'd marked her had also done Dumbledore. It really put into perspective how old their headmaster was, how old this woman was. The boys were just laughing raucously for what they considered a very good return. Not with you in the room. I doubt I could breath through your fumes, Remus snipped. McGonagall hasn't seemed to be living up to that one yet, Sirius said conversationally. She didn't have any doubts he'd pass charms, Lily reminded. Mostly it was just potions. Then it's a good thing Snape's not allowed to set the exams, James huffed. Otherwise Harry would have to beg Merlin himself to get a pass. Harry, this is plenty achievable. Remus wouldn't let his spirits fall if this was something he really wanted. I can already tell you've shown an aptitude for it. Harry smiled appreciatively for the praise, something warm inside him saying he agreed with Remus. I'm sure that wasn't encouraging, Lily winced. So he was practicing the Everness charm, Sirius offered. Why isn't the teacher of the lesson there? Harry asked, recalling wanting to ask this last time, but he'd been a little distracted. Takes pressure off, I suppose, if the regularly teacher isn't there, James shrugged. I thought it was another method of anti-cheating, Remus offered. Teacher of the class couldn't show favoritism and possibly slip an answer if they aren't even there. They all released a very surprised burst of laughter as they recalled a club knocking a troll out, nothing more memorable about that spell. I hope that's a good marker for the rest of these, Sirius kept chuckling. He never would have believed he could look back on that as a fond memory, but considering everything that had happened in the meantime, it was almost hilarious they'd once been afraid of a troll around Harry. This coming from the girl who once got a perfect score on charms, Lily sighed. Charms had come naturally to her, and even she'd never achieved that. What exam was Hermione taking? Harry shook his head in disbelief. Even after 5 years, he still felt exasperated at her overachieving ways, no matter how many times they saved his life. I don't know. I'd probably let her, Remus said fairly. I'd instantly be getting my results back on what I put down. Not worth it, James agreed with Ron. I'd smother her from stress after the third answer I didn't put down as detailed as her. I can see why they were allowed inside for these, though, Remus kept explaining without a prompt from Harry. They get to see your work in class be put to the test. Harry smiled at his eager tone, the way his eyes shone, with just a hint of what they would if he'd been in the back of a Dada hall like he should. James let out a surprised snort of laughter, saying, how slow was he going? He was 3 letters off and still in there. I always said these should be timed. Students can't stall and make themselves feel worse for not being able to think, Remus said with just a touch of sympathy. If there was more than one, Harry wouldn't have nearly as many problems as he did, Sirius said in disgust. All of them got a righteous giggle out of that considering the Pratt's own earlier boosting and knowing it wouldn't help Harry at all even if he'd needed it. There you go, Sirius, Harry said swiftly, as just the mention of the little animal had set his teeth back on edge. At least you stayed in the right spell. Sirius put up a smile for Harry's attempts. Then they all got a genuine laugh for that one, fondly remembering Ron's broken wand in second year and wondering if the poor kid had been thinking the same during some spell. Harry frowned sadly, still wishing more than anything he'd taken a liking to one of his parents' old subjects, but still smiled pleasantly as both kept beaming fondly at him at all of his progress, being so heavily described it was worth whatever grade he got for the attempt. Sirius frowned in genuine concern for this poor girl still being in there so long. He'd have honestly passed her just out of pity for clearly freezing up for so long. Oh, were you in there for that? Sirius asked in surprise as he fixed his thoughts. No, She just told us what happened while crying. Harry winced for the poor girl, who hadn't even wanted to go back in and finish until Neville had took her aside and calmed her down. Sirius kept reading very loudly before his friends could have another go at him for that subject. All five of them winced hard for the last time this had come up, but thankfully, Harry had very clearly put that in his past where it would stay this time. Even Lily didn't go as pale as usual upon thinking of this day in light of watching her son relive it. Always good to have your target in sight, James said with relish as he pictured a variety of things he'd cast at her too. Happiest memory I'd conjured in ages. Harry's smirk only widened in here what it had been at the time. James was in such a giddy mood for Harry's clear, overwhelming happiness at this, he didn't even care what was running through her rotted mind. I have no doubts whatsoever, they all reassured him, Harry never having felt such pride in his life. Sirius, you pronounce those exactly the same, Lily corrected, grasping what words he'd meant by their translations. Awas is prongs. Stop your wife before I do, Sirius grumbled, though continued reading loudly before the threat could be carried out, and Lily just huffed at him. Ooh, snappy, Remus chuckled. Sirius did a rather good impersonation of that. I honestly can't imagine her failing any class, James said light-heartedly. She could still take divination and pass it, Harry agreed. What kind of jewelry has she got? Remus blinked in surprise, before they all blanched in disgust, and did not want to ask further. Not really, Lily sighed, remembering the last time this was mentioned. Harry frowned in reproach, wishing he'd quit forgetting to avoid Hermione right after an exam. They all burst out with laughter at that one, not at all blaming him for waiting until the echo faded before he'd said this. Now where's McGonagall when I need her? Harry sighed. You'll do fine, Lily insisted. I've seen proof already you can do this if you're not under pressure, and Snape can't do anything to you in there. It doesn't mean I'll be getting that O, though, he said morosely, not feeling remotely better at how true he felt that was, but it was of some comfort it didn't make the vision in his head of this job dim any less. That's a sixth-year potion. Sirius protested this. It was a bonus question, Harry shrugged. He got a much more forced laugh from that experience. They remembered this too vividly being a problem last year. Thank you for the pleasant call back. James shook his head, still having the urge to be sick at mention of that basilisk for too long, and grateful Sirius didn't linger. Lily gave a pitiful sigh, having wished more times than she could count her son wouldn't suffer in that class, that he may even have been able to flourish in it, if not for that arse-hole treating him the way he did. So you lot do have a sense of life, Remus chuckled. Hermione's a real peach. Don't let me ever say otherwise. Lily shook her head for the poor girl so stressed. I didn't get a single one, but thanks for asking. Sirius grinned at Harry, who gave his obligatory laugh as he watched his godfather, but hated how strained it sounded for his gut tightening inside him every second. He could feel something approaching him, some mark that left him as unhappy as Hermione at the thought of the end of the owls. The others were just hoping the joke was finally wearing off of him. It's good to know Hermione's tutoring had some lingering affects, James snickered in remembrance. Harry twitched hard at that, and they gave him sympathetic looks for his exams starting to get to him by this time. He'd lasted longer than others. How? Sirius demanded as a boyish laugh erupted. You've had loads of practice by now just to make it up. Trelawney's not even the one there. You can reuse old ones, James agreed. Harry felt a shot of relief as everyone laughed around him for this display, forcing himself to relax as well and convince himself nothing worse could happen during an examination than that. Or even that, he mentally conceded as the laughter doubled. Sirius slumped in his seat. He was laughing so hard by now, and Harry watched him affectionately trying to force this feeling of nausea to recede rather than increase like it was. It took his godfather a moment to collect himself and brush his hair back out of his face before he could continue, and Harry had gotten nowhere. Harry wrapped his arm around his torso in pain, smothering a groan as the pressure kept building in his head and his gut. What about an exam would cause such a feeling of panic to rile him up? The others finally noticed what Harry was trying to repress, but Sirius didn't hesitate in going on very loudly now. Surely it was just exam nerves scaring the boy senseless. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. Sirius rolled his eyes. It's June. You won't find that one unless you found a way to look through the sun. Harry did indeed look chagrined, but didn't have very high hopes for passing this class anyways. Harry shivered deep in his seat, fighting back the urge to close his eyes in pain, and instead they were watering up. He just knew he did not like this. It was going to cause something so terrible to happen. Lily hummed at this. No one in any delusion this was what was causing Harry such a stir. It was beyond odd, though, what was going on in the grounds at that hour, and why would it cause Harry to look as if in fear for someone's life? Oh boy, James broke the heavy silence with dread. Got turned around. Remus offered, a proper joke failing him as they all watched Harry's twitching frame. Oh dear, Lily managed a soft whisper of unease as now they were all as tense as Harry. This couldn't be good. No, 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 not again. Sirius burst in frustration. They're not really trying to arrest Hagrid. James bellowed in protest. Harry's mouth was cotton dry. He couldn't find air to breathe. He was worried for Hagrid, but there was something more, something that wasn't having him question Hagrid's safety, but some member of the Orders. Oh, I've long since forgotten about this, Remus snarled in frustration. He knew he'd have marched down there and said something about this. Excuse him, Lily spluttered. After that kind of noise, I'd be dismissing the lot and seeing what was going on. Sirius' foot was tapping in agitation, his eyes peeling words away so fast he wasn't sure what he was actually saying until he felt the reactions of the others, and he had to pause for breath and take it in. He couldn't imagine Hagrid going back to that place any more than him. That should really be saying something, James tried to say obstinately, but it fell flat. Even poking fun at Hermione held nothing for anyone right now. Oh, well, never mind then. James hardly more than mouthed the joke, his every attention focused on Sirius to find what had happened to Hagrid. No, Lily cried in frustration, her arms automatically curling to shield her infant from the outrage around him before she gratefully remembered he wasn't down here. They can't do this to him. Sirius howled with fury. As if that's ever stopped them before, Remus said in disgust. Hagrid's fighting back this time, though, James grimly reminded as the scene was put together in his mind. Nobody cares, Harry said through gritted teeth, his thudding heart promising this still wasn't the worst to come. A fearsome sight in itself, Sirius said grimly, even if Fang never attacked a single one of them. Remus made a blistering noise of outrage that was more than uncalled for. I'm wondering if he ever will again, Lily said through numb lips as that kept replaying in her head. Wish we never had, James whispered, never wanting to have been there more for a friend than when he was being attacked on all sides. Harry felt it, that ratcheting fear reaching a crescendo. This was not going to make things better. No one cares. Sirius burst in outrage, hurriedly trying to skip past that interruption. Oh, now they're in for it, Remus said with a predatory smile. Even without raising a wand, suddenly they were all confident McGonagall would somehow find a way to set this right. Sirius' heart thudded and actually came to a stop for several moments. He only kept reading the results of this with the last of his air before his tightly drawn face went slack in shock. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. No, she can't have. Lily was a babbling mess, suddenly on her feet and running forward to snatch the book away from Sirius' numb fingers. Her eyes nearly burned a hole through the pages. All she could see was red, and the head of House James hadn't realized he was doing it until the spell burst from his lips, and apparently his aim was quite off as he set a bit of the wall on fire. While the flash of heat went quite unnoticed, considering how incensed they all were, James was also forced to extinguish it just as fast before his shaking limbs didn't allow another spell. Their outrage was ceased by Harry, and for once not the baby. That he was angry was as clear as the rest of them. His face was an eerie calm of a storm the likes of they'd last seen on Privet Drive when he'd thought he was being attacked by Death Eaters, but now it was much more personal. The truly scary part, though, came from his trembling lip, that fear leaving his pupils blown so wide. They just couldn't believe it. McGonagall was going to live through this, right? Yet that look on his face left the haunting expression someone wouldn't, and they could only hope it was the fools who'd done this to her. What Hagrid had just done would be like Grop playing with a twig. Sirius couldn't swallow for several moments, feeling as if his own tongue had been jammed down his throat, and he had to fight hard to force his eyes to go back to recognizing mere words rather than the tirade of curses he wanted to rain down on someone. No one was going to live after what had just been done to his favorite teacher, the first authority figure he'd ever respected in his life, because she'd earned it rather than making him fear her. Harry needed him, though. His pup needed to get through this first to know she was going to be okay and give them a list of names. Finally, Remus said faintly, casting his wand vaguely to at least stop the whole smoking. Neither him nor Lily could sit back down, too frantic, and needing something to do, and listening to serious talk wasn't helping. James made an unsatisfied noise, even as he put a tight hold on Harry's shoulder as a reminder he was here. It was all going to be okay. How could she? Lily was nearly hyperventilating. She was so beyond words to express this. Sirius blinked sluggishly for a moment, unable to grasp back the fact that something as mundane as an exam was going on. He wanted to hear someone checking on Minerva. Harry noticed in a detached way the students' almost excitement for this, like they'd just watched a show. She's going to be fine, though, James said hastily as Harry shivered harder than ever. McGonagall's tough as they come. I'm half surprised they didn't bounce off her like Hagrid. Lily's eyes burned. He could have showed a little more worry for two of the staff. Sirius felt his skin crawl hatefully at the reminder, knowing that was still a horrid outcome, but somehow a worse one had happened. All four of them were surprised at just one passing comment from McGonagall. They'd been worried for Hagrid, sure, but McGonagall was their real outrage, and they weren't likely to settle until they heard of someone taking care of her, though they'd never admit aloud she needed any such thing. Those kids were still young enough, though. They were not as caught up in there as they should have been, perhaps did not even realize 4 stunners was 4 times worse than just the single spell. It would knock you back and leave you as injured as any hex with the blow of so much magic. Remus got a funny frown in place, wanting to protest that, but hard to find the words. Sirius felt that feeling he'd lived for in his youth, the urge to laugh at such mischief. But it did not carry through into full bloom, not with Harry clearly so worried, not until he knew McGonagall was still going to be around to be exasperated at it. They finally felt a sigh of relief escape them, Harry's loudest of all as some of his worry tried to loosen him, but not enough. Remus and Lily sat back down uneasily as they tried not to picture such a thing happening on the grounds, but the look on Harry's face somehow warned them to keep on the edge, as he kept himself stiff at his father's side and locked in on Sirius, his heart thudding so loud they were sure they could all hear it in his still thumping adrenaline pulsing out. That one worked. Remus felt a burst of laughter escape him that died swiftly in the room, but no one begrudged him for trying. Harry made a keening noise louder than ever, and it was frightening. What worse thing was going to happen than their real current headmistress being struck down like that? James' hand tightened harder than ever upon Harry's shoulder, but he couldn't even look at him. He was solely locked on the key to this problem. You more than deserve that. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't heard of this long before now. Sirius looked up and around at Harry, forcing a smile he didn't really feel into place, and it set them all off greatly. He couldn't be bothered to return it for a second. His eyes remained distant, lost somewhere none could see, but still his every attention was riveted on Sirius. Sirius sighed heavily, but decided to stop sidestepping around this. Harry wasn't going to be soothed until something changed. Lily shook her head pitifully for this, but she supposed it was the best circumstances that could be offered. At least everyone failed this class. I don't even remember that ever being a topic. Remus shook his head too fast, but still hoping some normal flow of conversation would be of some help. Now I know you're sleep-deprived. It was hags, not vampires, James offered, though he had no more clue than Harry, and still failed to get a response. Lily hummed at the lucky circumstance, wishing as much as anyone this would skip already, that Harry would just get a moment of peace before he collapsed on himself, like he was so clearly fixing to do. Remus gave a false yawn, glancing around for a pillow, though really his eyes never stopped tracking Harry, looking for just a hint he was going to relax any second, realized the danger had passed at least for 1 second. Sirius gave a heavy shiver. He hated Harry seemed to use that description a lot. Harry went cross-eyed in pain, wishing his mind would crack open already and relieve this stress. Why had his mind chosen now to bring that up? That's never helpful. She tries to remember too much. James muttered something he'd known about her since her first year, hoping just for a moment to distract Harry, which still didn't work. Oh no, James groaned deeply, his hand tightening more than ever on Harry's shoulder, refusing to let go until he knew it was going to be okay. That was getting harder to manage, though, as they all finally grasped this must be what had him so on edge. They were all back to that same icy exterior as well. The last time Harry had been so set off was when Arthur was being attacked. Harry tried to recoil away, but James had no clue who he was trying to reach for, so he just pulled Harry back tighter to him. He wasn't going to let him go guilt-tripping over this one, no matter who was in there guarding this mystery thing. Sirius finally flipped to the last page of this, his hand as slick upon the binding as it was white-knuckled. "Don't let it be Arthur again," his mind pleaded. The man had suffered enough. "Voldemort inside the ministry," Lily brokenly whispered, this being the first thing she could think of what to connect to. Her fear intensified, wondering how this had happened. There was no way the man could waltz in there and torture someone for this. It may not even be an Order member now. It was still the middle of Harry's afternoon. She wanted more than anything to stop Sirius, to try and let Harry collect himself for a moment, but Sirius was fidgeting with agitation on the page and noticed nothing, like he wasn't even aware he was reading anymore, just wanting to finish this and know the latest victim already Harry was going to have to find out about in the worst way possible. Harry wasn't breathing. Of that James was now positive. He hardly registered his own fear anymore, was hardly watching Sirius. He feared for the life of whomever this was, but he had eyes only for his son. James' hand fell from Harry's shoulder. HP Forbidden Forest, 1923. The Marauders would be so disappointed in me. Favorite quote of the whole series. I'm still in awe I got this far. Let me know yours. I know not everyone's a McGonagall fan, but this right here is my favorite moment for her. The same reason I would have crucioed someone if they'd spat in her face. You can say what you will about her odd behavior in first year, but the moments of her in this book are just pure and utter brilliance of her very character. Chapter 32, Out of the Fire. Chapter text, Hickory was sleeping in the bed upstairs on Lily's pillow. He'd been doing this very frequently, though his usual place was up on the mantel above the fireplace. He liked being where everyone was and keeping an eye on Click, but lately the warmth above the fireplace had not been worth it for all the noise which he much preferred to avoid. He didn't even enjoy the infant's company. The child was always making some form of disturbance, and Hickory was only ever in his company when the bundle was garnering special attention or the cat had a want to play with his toys. He'd been sleeping peacefully in the seldom quite then, until his dark brown fur went on end, and he let out a soft hiss. Harry was yet even 3 months old. Things to recognize were far and few between, but he took comfort in the familiar ones. Soft, warm support next to what he'd later learn was called a heartbeat. Soothing voices he should know all his life. Blurry outlines of faces he knew he could smile and laugh at and always find a return. Yet in the comfort of his crib, in the total silence, and separate from his own future, he twitched uneasily now and made an unheard whimper at his family's distress. It was a maddening noise, or one very close to a man losing his. James didn't even seem to realize he was making it as it tore out of him. This was too much. He'd finally heard all he could. Sirius just could not be slated to die, not after all he'd been through. Sirius was hyper-aware of his surroundings. He felt the tornado going on around him, their anger at him, at Voldemort, at this very future. The fear. After everything that had happened to James and Lily, how Peter already felt dead in their memories. To hear of this happening again would be too much. He felt it all himself tripled. He didn't want to die. Of that thought he was very clear on, because he'd already felt that once. During those first few days, of hearing everything Harry was going through in his life without someone around to care, he'd bitterly regretted whatever his downfall had been because it never would have felt worthy unless he'd gone out with James. More than anything, though, Lily's tears of resignation, Remus' fury, and James' fear, he was looking at his godson. This was their future. They had to change it, clearly, or die trying. Harry, though, had already lived through this, and he wasn't going to watch it happen again. He snapped the book shut with such a loud, sharp snap, it resonated through the whole house as he stated, "Oops, did I say something? I meant," and then Harry had an actual nice end to his school year and the end. James hit him so hard he may well have a concussion for that one. Glory, the last time prongs had hit him that hard he'd almost killed Snape, and he didn't like this developing pattern of being the cause of so many deaths, even his own. He'd been shaking so hard Sirius wasn't even sure how he'd landed the blow. Still, he tried with all his might, just like he always did. Look, we don't have to hear about this. It's not necessary, because it's not going to happen this time. Remus could hear what he was so desperately trying to keep out of his voice, what his eyes couldn't hide. Sirius was just as afraid as them, but he was still being their padfoot as he looked again at Harry. He wanted more than anything to take this away from his friends, his real family. Remus still couldn't believe the words he'd said, even as his innards solidified inside, confirming their worst fear was most definitely their future. It was hurting just to breath, he was so scared for his best friend, and he tried for that composure again, that promise this wasn't happening to him yet, but all he could think was, not him. He'd suffered too much already. Just let it be me instead. How could this have happened? Lily only managed the words if she didn't let herself think about the exact words. Serious, you were. How could you? I'm sure I made a very calculated decision. Sirius insisted, before hesitating and admitting, turns out I'm just bad at math. He was still trying the hardest he ever had in his life to keep talking, keep making words come out despite the fact he couldn't feel anything but numb shock, all the while trying to reach for his wand, while he had their attention, and subtly banish this one from sight for good. Harry had been watching him in a sort of detached horror. His mind couldn't cope with what he was hearing and make it through, or he may well end up like his dad, who still wasn't at any recognizable human level of emotion from all this. Instead, more as if a demon was possessing him, he reached forward and took it out of Sirius' grasp before a spell could be done to it. Sirius fought back, though, keeping it firmly in his grasp and staring Harry down. It doesn't matter, Harry, he stated clearly now that his front had been ruined over their tug of war. I'm not going to watch you live through that. I have to, Harry said simply. It certainly was no want. He'd love nothing more than to skip right to his 6th year, to hear of Sirius dropping him off at the train again, and there was some simple explanation, and everyone made it out alive. Or just to pretend altogether none of this had ever happened. This was someone else's horrific life, where everyone he ever cared about seemed to die. Instead, he'd meant that with every part of him he had to. That drive that had pushed him through his loveless childhood, the same determination that helped him not to murder Sirius when he had doubts the man had killed his parents, the strength that kept him alive while facing a powerful Voldemort for the first time in his life. The 15-year-old from his past was still shaking with fright and screaming to just let Sirius do this. He didn't need to know the details. Maybe it was some leftover hope his godfather would make it out of this, or more likely it was that his head was likely to come free of his body if the warning pain was any indication he couldn't live through not knowing. He didn't think Sirius really could either, no matter what he said. So Harry won. He got the book away from him, and the worst consolation prize in his life began. It was abundantly clear no one was taking in an actual word of what Harry was saying. He could have been reading to that mirror of Erest from so long ago, though he liked to think his deepest desire would never be seeing them looking at him like he was the one putting a wand on Sirius. He understood why, of course. It probably felt like a genuine betrayal that he was forcing them to sit here and listen to this, but he just couldn't do this one alone. Even if they hated him for it, the words kept tumbling out, past the guilt, the fear, everything he had to know. Surely they must understand that. It was actually impossible for Lily to go backwards, think what had started all this, and put together what Harry was saying. She kept seeing it in her mind. Sirius had been making trips from that place, and she couldn't even blame him. But now one too many times had finally been his last. A splutter of life tried to appear in Remus for a second, as he clung to one tiny ray of life that McGonagall, no matter what state she was in, would make this right somehow. Stop! James found his voice again, and it was just as wretched as the noise he'd been making. Stop! Stop it! I don't know how to handle this, he pleaded. James Potter actually pleaded as he stormed out of the room. He wasn't naive. The possibility of this had been alive since Sirius had been forced into Grimmauld Place. He just couldn't stand imagining it. His lungs seemed to have vanished. He had no clue where he was seeking out, blind detachment, the only thing getting his feet moving, until he collapsed in a chair that moved rhythmically beneath him, and he realized he'd moved from pure memory to collect his infant and sit in the rocking chair in his room. There was a soft knock on the door behind him, but he ignored it, and whomever it was blessedly went away. He didn't want comfort right now, and no one could actually offer any. So he simply rocked his precious life for a moment, crooning to him through a few sobs, and just let himself breathe without forcing anything out. Trying to cover anything, he let his mind wander wherever it had to. James had thought he'd been handling himself quite well. His son, the same age as him, had crashed into their kitchen without memory, but they were all abruptly informed he and Lily had a year left to live. Okay, they could fix that. One of his best friends in the world, his brother in all the ways that mattered, was the cause of that death. He could cope. He still had his real friends. They still had time to purge this problem. Voldemort was only going to be gone from his son's life for 13 years before his only child was forced into helping that resurrection. He'd find a way to live through that just like Harry had. This time, though, this one was beyond him to understand. He'd been forced to come to the early realization everyone he loved died, except his son, and he'd managed that because they'd started the order with the understanding they may not all have come out. Then he'd realized that hadn't been true, and now he didn't know how to reach back and grasp that this was all going to be okay again, with Harry watching this time. That was the real kicker, that any moment he went back down, Harry was going to slip back into Voldemort's consciousness or whatever was going on, and his son was going to have to watch. That Sirius was slated to die defying Voldemort was probably the most likely outcome he'd have expected. It filled his mind with ice he couldn't think past, and made his ribs feel as if they were crushing him from the inside, but that he could at least handle just as he had with the information of his own death. That was the only way to go as far as he was concerned. Now, it was his own son having to watch it, to all but feel the pleasure it would cause the Dark Lord. He kept brushing his son's hair back, the scar not yet present on him, his eyes open, and looking curiously with his wife's eyes mirror imaged into his face. He didn't know how to handle looking at Harry now, didn't know how to help him with this. He'd been there for Sirius for everything. He'd been the one to first offer Animagus to help Remus. He'd been Peter's comfort when he'd broken up with his girlfriend of 3 years because Prongs knew how to handle everything. He'd been there for Lily's pregnancy, even when she hadn't wanted him around. But now he had nothing for his only child. James didn't want to come out of here until he had an answer for that. He felt like a failure. All he was capable of doing was sitting there and listening. He knew he was only going to get through it himself by keeping his brother under his arm. No, he was breathing right beside him until they could find a way to stop this and make sure it never happened this way if they could help it. For Harry, though, it had already happened, and he didn't know how to help. Harry trudged uneasily back down the stairs, honestly a bit relieved his dad had ignored the door as he still didn't know what he'd been planning on saying, but he'd still felt like he owed him something, some way to apologize for putting him through all this, through his own life. He stopped halfway down the stairs, though, and just sat there, gazing into the living room through the bars of the banister, pressing his forehead to them as he watched Sirius still trying to chat enthusiastically towards Remus, and Lily like this was nothing. He was perched on the table right in front of them, using his hands to vividly describe something, but the words were a blur to Harry. He was just watching his godfather, so full of life, far more than he'd ever known in his own time. Remus sat and watched Sirius talking at them as if from a great distance. Whatever Padfoot was trying to convey wasn't getting through, and he wanted to honestly knock him on his head, even if he did admire how blasé he was forcing himself to be about all this. He knew he'd be a hysterical mess if he just heard the same. Harry had just realized McGonagall couldn't help. No one could. If Sirius wasn't already doomed, then he would be long before anyone from the Order made a check on him, like his own useless arse. He couldn't believe he'd let this happen to him, and if he wasn't dead from having tried to stop all this, then his life really was an utter waste. Lily wasn't listening either, though Sirius seemed blissfully unaware of his inattentive audience. She kept watching Harry on the stairs, eyes only on his godfather, the only person who'd ever been there for his life. The pain of losing him once would have been the worst of his life, which was really saying something after all he'd been through. Now he was being forced to do so again. Her mind felt like a broken puzzle with all the pieces missing but the very edges. She tried to force herself to put something together that would make this all okay and kept coming up with nothing. Sirius was well aware he's enthusiastically chatting about what even he wasn't sure was not helping anyone, even himself. He was just talking, because if he stopped, he'd be forced to come back and realize he'd have to keep listening. And Glory, he still didn't understand why Harry was doing this to himself. Remus was beside himself with anger for all this, so he was no help. So when he finally followed Lily's gaze and saw him again, he cut himself off mid-sentence and went over to Harry, flouncing down next to him and stating, "Fancy seeing you here." Harry met his solid grey eyes and forceful smile and just shook his head in exasperation. "How do you do that?" "Do what?" Sirius batted his eyes innocently. Honestly, he was just pleased to have gotten a response. "You act like, and don't kid yourself, Sirius, I know it's an act, but you're really trying to convince me you're okay with this." Sirius released a huffy breath, tipping his face up to the ceiling so Harry couldn't find the lie. "What can I say? I'm going out doing the exact opposite of what my parents always wanted. It's like a dream come true." "You use that a lot," Harry accused. "But I know you better. Why can't you just say you're proud of yourself not letting Voldemort win?" Sirius' smile remained flippant even as he looked back to Harry, his eyes softened with agreement. "Wasn't quite sure you get that, Harry. Thought you'd just be mad at me for my excursion from Grimmauld Place, like we all know I've been doing." He watched Harry closely and was surprised at the look flitting across his face, his hand jumping to his temple, now trembling all over again. There was something of what Sirius said that wasn't quite in line with this, but even that's not really it. "It's still more like a dream to me. A nightmare, I'll give you, but if I let myself panic that's how my future ends, then that also means I'd have to accept I spent 12 years in Azkaban, and that's not something I'm going to let happen, especially now that I can get myself out of there just as fast. You're here now, Harry, sharing all this with us, and we've learned the worst of it. So now we can stop, and we can fix it." Harry wished he could agree with him, that he could just so easily let this go, but there was something bothering him now more greatly than ever. A dream, a nightmare, really. "I'm sorry, Sirius. I just can't. I have to know what happened to you. You understand that, right?" Sirius met his eyes steadily. He saw guilt heavy in Harry, like somehow even now he was blaming this all on himself when it had been Sirius' decision to leave that place. Harry wanted details of that blame, to further pin himself with, and Sirius wasn't happy giving that to him. But then he realized what he'd already known the moment he looked into that kid's face. It was nigh impossible to deny him anything. It was going to kill him faster than any spell Voldemort could use on him. But the larger part of him only caved because he wanted to be there for Harry. Like he couldn't have been back when he was 15, because he'd been selfish and taken off out of that house and gotten caught like an idiot. Harry had every right to hate him. This was more his fault than anyone's for putting Harry through this, so he'd give Harry the chance to tell him just that when he realized it. He gave in with a long, suffering sigh, telling him, "All right, let's go fetch Prongs then. Convince him the weight of the world isn't all on him. I really wish that was one trait you hadn't inherited." Harry hesitated to follow Sirius back up the stairs, but Sirius was still waving his hand with a heavy exaggerating motion for Harry to come along. If he couldn't convince Harry to drop this, then he at least was trying to convince himself being there for Harry now, while he had to hear about this, would somehow make it bearable, while he still had the chance. Sirius did no such thing as knock, once he'd gotten Harry to his feet, and they'd gone back to the stairs. He walked right in and grabbed his brother by the scruff of his shirt and tried to pull him to his feet as much as he could while still minding that was his nephew in his lap. "Come on, Prongs." He clapped his hands and used his, "We're fixing to go down for a day-long Quidditch practice" voice. "I know you've contemplated killing me 1,001 times, so this is a grave disappointment to you with someone else doing it, but I know you'll find a way to live with it." James' eyes were bloodshot as he glared up at Sirius and said flatly, "You're an arse." "I'm your arse," Sirius agreed. "Why else would Evans have fallen for you? Certainly not that face." Harry continued watching Sirius like he'd lost his mind, but the joke won out as James let himself be dragged to his feet, just so he could give a half-hearted nudge at Sirius' ribs as he passed. He hesitated at the threshold, but then Padfoot prodded him in the back, and Harry was trying to go ahead while glancing back at them like he hoped Sirius would change his mind about this any second. Fine then, James decided. He'd find a new way to be there for Harry, deflecting Sirius for Harry. That's what he was best at, Nobody could take that away from him. Lily had been trying to force herself to go up the stairs, but she was trembling so hard Remus was watching her in concern when she couldn't get past the first step. She was afraid to look Sirius in the face again, or she'd start ticking down the seconds he had left. She was terrified of looking at Harry and see his world being so utterly broken. She couldn't even begin how to comfort her husband as basically his worst thought kept coming to live in this print. But that wasn't going to stop her from trying. The moment she did catch sight of them, though, she tried to dart up to meet them, all action pumping back through her now that they were back in front of her, but Sirius waved her off. Nope, no more running up the stairs, especially you Evans. Potter, James corrected automatically, and Sirius grinned, where he couldn't see that he'd gotten his response lacking from before. James was ignored anyways. You wouldn't let me skip the dragon chapter. This is my revenge. Oh, we get to hear Harry see you die instead. That's so much more pleasant. Remus snarled, forcing himself not to shout that in his face as Sirius waltzed over to him, hands on his hips. It wouldn't be revenge if it was pleasant, Sirius said with chipper as he met his hard eyes. Now, Mooney, be a dear and move. He gestured back to where he'd been sitting. You're so bossy, telling me and Prongs to move at the same time, he huffed as he finally forced himself to get up as well but crossed his arms and now glowered down at Sirius. Being taller than him rarely had an advantage, and this was one that never worked. Sirius turned away without concern as he pushed the table out of the way, and then magicked the two sofas so the cushions were facing each other, and it was all one giant seat. Then he threw himself over the edge and splayed out inside leisurely. It was reminiscent of their old dorm room, and Sirius would frequently push all the beds together then as well. He claimed to do it so he had more space to stretch out and kick Peter and Remus when they snored, but this always tended to happen on the nights his parents had sent him yet another letter full of something nasty, so they'd rarely argued the point. I remember you lot panicking back in Harry's third year thinking I was going to kick the bucket then too. Might make you all less jumpy if there wasn't a huge space. Now I'll make it easy on you, and I'll sit in the middle. Now we all get to smack him at once. I like this idea, Lily huffed, reaching down to do just that. He'd threatened to rearrange her living room weekly because of some reason or another, and now he'd finally got his way, and she couldn't even argue the point. Damn this man. The others didn't argue any more either, as they all piled in with no real order anymore. They were all just kind of bunched around. James jumped in last with the least enthusiasm, still clutching his son tightly to him and giving Lily an apologetic look for this. Sorry, I'm sure you don't want him down here. I just couldn't, he broke off, but Lily understood. She saw the frantic look in his eyes. He was only holding himself together because of his innocent child. Lily only reached over and took his hand in a silent promise. This was all going to work out as Harry pulled the book away from Sirius. He still wasn't going to let anyone do this but him, though that argument would probably come up again at the end when this was over. James muttered anxiously a bit more. They'd all felt the harsh weight of what had happened to McGonagall, and now somehow it all felt even worse when they needed her now more than ever. Sirius wished he could offer some word of comfort, but at this point he knew how hollow it would feel, and he worried it would only make it worse. Even as Harry read it, he could feel that tightening of his breath. He never wanted to imagine the school without her and what would become of it, and now he was living in a nightmare in his mind. I'm sure everyone else feels that way, Lily said bitterly. We're lucky the school hasn't emptied out from people in protest, and only the inquisitorial squad was left. Remus huffed. Both found it immensely hard to claim at normal words rather than continuing to scream in fear, but somehow, so long as they just kept talking, this just had to feel better. Harry, you're going to make yourself sick, Sirius tried to pleadingly cut him off again. No matter how much he insisted he had to do this, Sirius couldn't stand watching him spew out the words in pain. Harry could not ignore Sirius even if he wanted to. He'd never wanted his godfather around more in his life, and now he was being given the gift of being right next to him. But that didn't stop him pushing past his discomfort. He just hoped he wasn't going to vomit on them all at once in the process to keep going. Darting back through faster than he ever had in his life, he was back in front of the entrance hall where Ron and Hermione were searching anxiously for him, and he dragged them to the nearest available vacant room before telling them Voldemort had Sirius. Hearing it said like that, put so bluntly for his own ears, Sirius sat deep into his seat and run his hand down his face. It was fear, anger, desperation that had his knees dragging up to his chest, making several tight throat noises. He hated seeing what this was doing to his family. He couldn't stand watching Harry go through this when likely the only thing keeping him going face to face with Voldemort was the knowledge Harry was far away from this and safe. The truth hit them all, like a blow ready to topple the whole house. They looked from Harry to Sirius, and they knew. No, no, Harry. Lily couldn't help pleading against the universe. You can't go. I don't care, Harry said, his voice steadier than it had been since the vision. I don't regret this. The truth of that at least put some center back in his life. I had to help him, that though nearly broke something inside him permanently, and he had to use every ounce of self-control to stop himself. The guilt was instantly coming back, and he feared his mind was only trying to hide the knowledge that he would be too late. Lily's panic stilled, and she understood. She couldn't have sat idly by either. None of them would have, no matter what. James had to make sure Harry knew this as he told him. I know, Harry. You've done the same I would do over and over again. We've certainly had enough practice at it, Remus muttered. He hadn't stopped shaking this whole time, but his voice swore nothing but a steady hand. Sirius couldn't find it in himself to be angry at Harry like he should have been. He couldn't fault him for doing exactly what he'd have done as well in roles reverse. He looked up and shook himself off, his only regret being he probably hadn't a chance in his own time to tell Harry how proud he was, so he corrected that in here. Without wanting it aloud for a single second, they all began to almost hope again. Harry would get there, he'd figure this out, and he'd confront Voldemort, and Sirius would get out of this. Harry didn't know what to say. He most certainly had no sense of the same thing they were all trying to hide from him. He certainly didn't feel like he deserved it. In his panic-hued mind, he just knew their comfort for him wouldn't last, though at this point it was impossible for this to get worse. Yes, because facing Voldemort at 11 over a stone was fun, but now it's a little more overwhelming, Remus snapped. Sirius gave him a hard nudge. He wouldn't begrudge anyone not wanting to go on this suicide mission for him, and he wouldn't let anyone else either, no matter how much it hurt him, if he'd really lost Ron and Hermione's loyalty somewhere along the way. He never thought he'd gotten that bad. Lily shivered hatefully, as well as she tried to concoct scenarios for that, of Death Eaters and disguises, and powerfully deep magic of a compliant Sirius up, until the point it was no longer needed. She did not blame Hermione wanting to understand, but hopefully her priority would be as it had always been, helping those who needed it, though she instantly regretted the thought. Harry was safe and alive, but was she? Ron. If Harry managed to save Sirius' life but got his friends killed in the process, somehow she knew how much worse that would feel, and her heart burned already at just the thought. Yes, he has, James ground out, forcing himself not to start shouting at someone who wasn't here. Once I'll give, but stop, James, Lily whispered quietly, putting her shaking hand over his. Clearly he hadn't been doing a very good job of that not shouting thing, as he realized his infant was squirming in discomfort in his grasp. He cradled his son, murmuring to him gently for a moment, and only when he'd been soothed did Lily continue. She's only trying to help, in her own way. She doesn't want this to be true any more than us. Doesn't make this any more helpful, James seethed, his vision still flashing red, but he couldn't seem to keep going anyways. Has she really believed that? Because I was almost happier not, Remus said deadpan. It had been the only way he'd been coping with Sirius trapped back in that place at all hours, the thought of him getting out now and again, probably when he'd come over for a chance. He couldn't imagine how miserable his last friend's life would have been in that past year, and the idea of him ending now, after all that, it wasn't bearable. We know he's already tried to use one Order member and someone who works in the department. It does seem the criteria is a bit off, Lily agreed, though she in no way begrudged Hermione questioning this like the boys so clearly did. She wished Hermione would do this on the way or something. She hated how Harry continued to look more sickly by the second, how he was likely to pass out or start crying, screaming, anything, but instead he kept pressing more words out as his only way to cope, and that was going to run out. They wouldn't let him say the words. But I haven't spoken to Regulus since he was 16. Sirius shook his head for that, and he certainly never mentioned anything like this. Last I heard our parents were only wanting him to join up as well. He hadn't even gotten in quite yet, though he'd hardly said he didn't want to. He finished bitterly, wishing he had a chance to understand that more. What had changed about Regulus? He'd gone from severing his brother from his life for not wanting this to trying to leave himself. While dead depressing to consider, somehow questioning this was helping him be a little more okay with his own. He certainly loved that the both of them would go out defying Voldemort in some way. I think Ran's made some good point, though, James whispered. They thought all this had been for Sirius' own good, but was there some other reason going on there? Maybe not exactly as Ran had offered. Is his word not proof enough? Remus demanded, looking very near murderous himself now. Moony, Sirius tried again. No, Remus barked. I am sick and tired of her demanding every answer. If you died because she was sitting around, Remus, Harry cut in. He was not saying all this with the same anger had had in his youth at Hermione, and they just thought that was because he had Sirius with him now. That didn't mean he was going to let them berate his friends who weren't here. Remus bit his tongue hard to stop himself going, admitting this wasn't helping either. Honestly, he may have just been delaying, as he didn't want to hear the final blow when it would come no matter who had done what. Oh, that was entirely the wrong thing to say. Lily rubbed at her temple. She knew she could see Hermione's point here. She was trying to protect Harry and stop him from going, but that had been entirely the wrong way to do it. James and Remus only stopped themselves ripping Hermione's head off for Harry's sake. That was not a trait they'd ever accuse him of when they found it one of his most admiring qualities considering his past. Now it was being put to use to save their brother. Clearly not enough, as she's still talking, James said through gritted teeth. Then she'd better get to her point bloody fast. Sirius shook his head at her for this. If Hermione didn't want to help, then fine, but goading Harry like this was only going to make things worse. Does she really think you'd care? Remus said aghast. How well did Hermione even know Harry to really think that would stop him at a time like this? Harry wasn't shouting now. His voice kept getting quieter with repression of all he was feeling and nearly died right then and there. There was something there he was missing, something it was impossible to concentrate on, and it helped nothing the panic and anger around him could offer nothing but fueling his own. Normally, he found comfort they all cared so much to be feeling the same, but Harry suddenly wished he could claim some distance from this, just some time to think, or he was really going to regret this. I don't understand how she can think that. James snarled with frustration. Either she thinks he should have been learning a clumency to stop seeing this, or she thinks he's losing his mind. She just said this could all be one plan, but now she's going to back saying it isn't even happening with nothing to back that up. Now is not the time for her to be flipping to one or the other at her choosing. Harry's shaking was increasing with every fiery word James spat. James wanted to keep shouting, to vent and rage at someone for putting Sirius into this situation, for Harry having to live through it twice now because of all this. But he probably couldn't have even if he'd wanted to. He was long since living off of reserve air, since it didn't feel like there was any in here. Since living off of reserve air, since it didn't feel like there was any in here. Yeah, don't turn on the one who's actually trying to be of help there, Remus spat, though Harry flinching made him instantly regret the harsh words pouring out. Now who's creating facts, twisting up her own opinion? James seethed, while Lily's hands tightened around his. Both were trembling so much James lowered their baby into his lap so he wouldn't feel it as much. Now cushioned in his father's lap, it gave Lily the opportunity to brush at James' jaw and soothe him for just a moment so he wouldn't keep making this worse for Harry arguing with someone who wasn't here. I don't know if you win that actually, Sirius sighed as he watched Harry, who looked up at him wild-eyed. Well, I'm certainly not going to tell you off for what I'd have done in a heartbeat, but I won't say either I wanted you to see this. No, you, he broke off, with a desperate look Harry understood. If Sirius' worst nightmare was going back to Azkaban, then it was his waking torment having to see Harry watch this happen. For just a moment, Harry agreed. He wished he had never seen this, and it was breaking something inside him to keep going with this knowledge. Oh, I wonder why that is. Lily rolled her eyes, the movement feeling very forced in her tense face. No one wanted any more distractions, which was exactly what this felt like. Now it was more of a curse of delaying the inevitable, whatever that was, and this wasn't helping. It's a waste of time, Remus hissed. Harry's word should be good enough. I'd just go without her and screw her non-help, James agreed furiously. When she ever been there when Harry really needed her? He's always done this on his own. Stop, Harry snapped, some of that anger from Hermione being pushed at them now. It's not their fault I've always had to do this alone. I'm grateful for once in my life they are around. If this is what it takes to get Hermione to help, then I'll do whatever she bloody asks. I need her. James cursed several times in agitation, both in language and spells, though since he wasn't holding his wand now at least nothing was happening. He was beyond angry, frustrated, and a million other things at having to hear about this, and he had no patience to put up with Harry's friend right now. But clearly, he wasn't getting a say in the matter. Lily was growing worried Harry wasn't acting the same way now as he had at 15. She wasn't sure she wanted to understand why. Why was he still stuck on that resigned fear he was struggling so much more to shake off into anger like he had then? I love this girl, Remus sighed. There was the proper response. Why was Hermione missing it? Let's go with yes, Sirius said slowly, as that's all he needed. Some kid freaking out and calling the auras on top of everything. Actually, that could make something interesting if they saw Voldemort too. He liked to think they'd prioritize on the bigger threat. Why not just flew there? James offered with a mockery of his twisted grin. Go along with Hermione's useless attempts to pretend like everything's okay, then get to the channel and go straight to the ministry. Harry moaned. He couldn't look at any of them as his head continued to beat furiously worse than ever. He had no answer. He'd had one simple goal in mind, and that was get Hermione's help and go. Anything after that would be worked on the way, and this solution somehow had not worked its way in the process. James had regretted asking Harry this at once, reaching out as soon as he realized what he'd done and holding his shoulder, slowly killing himself as he told Harry to just go on. If it killed him first at least, he wouldn't have to hear the rest. But Harry would be okay because he'd have his answer and none of their stupid interruptions anymore. Harry shivered harder than ever, the book nearly slipping from his grasp. It was a stupid lie. Why would something like that make him feel as if this could still somehow get worse? Thank you so much, Harry, but I'm sure we were all aware this situation is all about me. Sirius worked hard to get a smirk in place, to put his old teasing tone back in play. Harry felt tears stinging at his vision for a moment. He couldn't even look at him for fear he'd burst. He'd never heard Sirius do that in his own time. His carefree and joking godfather had died in Azkaban. And now Harry couldn't rid himself of the idea, no matter what plan was offered. He was going to lose him in a much more permanent way. Sirius looked pleadingly to James or Remus, like he almost wished one of them would smack him upside the head like they always did for that stupid joke. But neither could muster up the energy, both also fearing for this future of never hearing any such thing again, and scolding him for doing it now would be like punishing themselves. What's that? Sirius asked quickly. Still, it seemed trying to keep up some kind of conversation that no one wanted. Lily took pity on him, even if he did know, and was delaying. She answered anyways. It's actually quite dangerous, colorless and odorless. It wraps around your throat, but of course no one can see what's happening. It'll take your head right off if it's in contact long enough. I hope Ginny's kidding about that being released in the school. I'm sure she was, Sirius opted to soothe some concern. The twins' prank more likely involved a severed head and claiming the cause. Harry had never been more torn in his life about wanting to interrupt them and keep going before this pain in his skull was the death of him, or let them keep talking and help distract. The answer came to him easily enough, as his eyes seemed dragged back to the words, for an answer none of them could give. Can we just skip to the part where you're visiting the twins on the opening day of their shop? Sirius huffed, clearly still wanting more than any of them not to be hearing about this. Remus gave his shoulder a comforting squeeze, and Sirius actually felt worse. He was supposed to be offering comfort for them, not the other way around. But it was getting harder by the moment to manage that as Harry's desperation kept growing with every word. Harry paused for just a moment to glare at Remus and James like he was hoping for an apology. Neither would back down. They still felt Hermione was wasting time, but both let their shoulders drop just a bit in recognition for Hermione trying. In her own way, even if it wasn't helpful now. Did she really think just because she offered some idea he put this idea off till summer? Remus couldn't help but keep furiously muttering. Sirius ran his hand furiously through his hair again. He kept wishing for that to be Harry's life, and it never seemed to happen. Who are they going to test to make sure it's not more Darksea droppings? Sirius asked, his eyes shining too bright and huffing in frustration when he was ignored. He wished now more than ever this was all Harry's greatest concern. But if Harry found out later he'd been partying while this had been happening to him, somehow that would be even worse on his pup. There was just no winning. Oh yes, he's absolutely spiffing, Lily hissed, Hermione insisting to keep trying, and sooth this was helping no one. James made a pitiful whimpering noise. If Lily's hands hadn't been keeping his together tightly, he'd have covered his ears again to stop that one getting through too late. He could never picture that Sirius suffering like some wretched Death Eater. Well, I can't say they're not good at this at least, Remus huffed. They'd covered their bases anyway. Who says she didn't? Garroting gas isn't the only thing that's undetectable sometimes, James sighed. But he couldn't be bothered with that now. Whatever got them out of there faster, and being on a time limit was doing that just fine. You're only using your head again. Sirius was curious about this one. If you're trying to prove Hermione's point, then dashing around the whole place would have been much more helpful. I wouldn't necessarily hear you shouting from the kitchen if I'm up in Buckbeak's room again. Harry couldn't stop it this time, as he doubled over, and a wrenching pain shot through him like his own brain was fighting to get out. Okay, I'm sorry, Sirius pleaded at once, trying to wrap an arm around Harry. No more stupid questions, promise. Harry pulled away, though. He wouldn't accept comfort for this right now. It hurt too much to look at any of them, to know what his future was doing to their life, so he snatched the book back to him and kept going with more force than ever. He wouldn't let his mind do this to him if he had to curse it again to make it stop. What did he do to deserve that? Sirius huffed, with only the flicker of a thought. He did not speak this one aloud, though. He'd already learned that lesson, and they all feared, if they interrupted Harry again with another question, the sweat pouring down his face would somehow really find a way to take his whole head off. He'd come too close in the past to pushing himself too far, and if a moment had come where he might really do that to himself, this was it. They had to be more careful than ever not to push him, or let him do that to himself. Finding out the answer to this too soon could mean Harry's death as surely as Sirius. Now who's wasting time? James bounced uneasily in place, his knee jittering so much his son nearly slipped right out of his lap. He forced himself to remain still. This was not Harry's fault, whatever happened. He wouldn't know that, sweetheart, Lily almost managed to calmly tell him, but the reminder meant nothing to him. So do you? Remus was biting his tongue until he tasted blood to stop himself snapping that at Harry. He couldn't understand why he was doing this Hermione's way at all. Now he was sitting around arguing with an elf. If Sirius wasn't right beside him right now, he knew he'd have knocked down anyone in his way to get to him. None of them had been in doubt about this, but somehow hearing Creature actually laugh about this made it real to Sirius like nothing yet had. He was going to die, never to come back to that house just like he swore when he was 16, and Creature had laughed then too when the door had slammed shut behind him, except now this time he wouldn't be getting a choice in that. Lily said something quite unintelligible in an angry shriek that had their infant crying up a storm. She couldn't take it anymore. The last thing they needed was Umbridge interfering in this. It took all of his concentration to convince his infant to stop, and finally James realized he was being selfish. He wanted his son down here for that comfort, the warmth seeing his child always managed to give him. But now they were hurting him, and nothing was worth that. He had to wrestle his way back to his feet to go and put him back in his crib, and Lily followed him studiously. Sirius watched them go with a critical eye, but Harry made a desperate noise when he'd made to follow, and Sirius acknowledged he couldn't leave Harry right now. But those two had better come back. They were within the next moment. They were protecting their infant, as well as putting themselves in any way they could to be helping Harry through this as well as Sirius. Harry was quite glad he had the book now, finally something he could focus on. He could feel the tense disgust of those around him. Even in their panic of Sirius' fate, they could never condone anything that was being done to Harry like this, and any of them would have likely ripped the book to shreds again for that woman putting her hands back on Harry like this. Harry, though, didn't want the break of having to deal with repairing the book again, because this wasn't important right now. He didn't have a care for this. It was only helping him to finally redirect his thoughts into something manageable other than utter panic, and dealing with Umbridge was just that. James felt it somewhere in him, surprise for something, but it was quickly overrode by his thudding heart that refused to let anything else flash across his mind but Sirius writhing at Voldemort's feet. He couldn't picture this in his head like he normally could, was hardly following along with what Harry was telling him unless it put him one step closer to being back near Sirius. Name calling, that's what we've been resorted to, Sirius said flatly. He couldn't believe he was still one of the only ones trying to mock this, but he didn't know what else to do with himself being sandwiched as he was. Lily's hands tightened into fists around James, her nails digging in painfully to his, and he really couldn't even concentrate on that. It was yet another injustice in their son's life. He couldn't seem to go one moment for anything to have gone right. Malfoy laughed along with the rest of his squad. Remus made a disgusted noise, his anger beating through him so much he felt, as if for the first time in his life he understood Moony, that anger and power surging through a body he had no control over, merely wanting to strike out at something when there was nothing there. If it wasn't for Padfoot and Prongs being right here, he may well have snapped and tried to take someone's throat out for laughing at a time like this. Harry withered on the spot, feeling woozy and sick, as one of his earlier problems flushed back to him in understanding. He'd forgotten about an Order member. He'd forgotten about Snape. That, Remus stuttered as he tried to cling to his anger, trying to force some justification how this had occurred to none of them. But suddenly, they felt like arrogant, fool-headed idiots. Snape was the largest prick of their life, but surely he was the one person left who had some means to contact the Order. He'd insult Harry and belittle him and do everything to make them want him dead while doing it, but all of this was actually for nothing. Lily sobbed, heart-bitter tears actually tracing down her cheeks. If Snape hadn't spent the past 5 years treating her son like scum, maybe he would have crossed their mind in time for help, her mind, as once someone she'd trusted completely. Now suddenly, he hadn't even been considered as a last resort because of all the horrible things he'd done. Now he was just the one leaving them all clinging to some desperate last attempt that someone other than Harry could know what was being done to their brother. James pulled her tight to him, brushing at her cheeks and refusing to let her feel this alone. But James only felt the blame for this all the more. It always circled back to him and Snape. If he just ignored Snape rather than everything he'd done to him, Harry would have someone to turn to. Sirius might have already been out of this mess. But no, because of James Bloody Potter, Snape hadn't crossed Harry's mind until it was almost too late. Maybe it already was. Sirius shook his head furiously. He'd had enough. He couldn't just sit here and keep watching the lot of them like this, and he reached for the book again. For now, he'd only been intending to read it. Like he was hoping himself pushing through this would put this back into perspective for them. He was still here now to read about old Snivellus once again ruining their life. But this time Harry ignored him intentionally. He wouldn't be coddled for another of his mistakes. You weren't the only one, Remus bitterly reminded, his eyes still distant and hardly hearing a thing. Hermione forgot to, Sirius reminded loudly in hopes to keep their attention, and that did work for just a moment. Hermione, who'd been trying everything to keep Harry from doing this, had no more remembered the last standing member at the school than any of them. It didn't make them feel better, but it was just a touch less miserable to realize. Honestly, that could be the most terrifying and useful thing of all, Sirius managed with forced chipper. Surprise attack, act limp until they're least expecting it. Something you'd never master if you lived to 100. Lily tried to snip back. Her reflex of picking on him never seemed to die off at least, and Sirius smirked at her. And here I thought I'd finally found something to make that walking grease trap smile. Children in pain, Sirius said in vain. There was always one good fallback, and that was insulting Snape. He didn't even get a reaction from Lily that time, though. Another. James demanded in surprise. He thought nothing could distract him from his vivid mental image, but that certainly had, and though a part of him wanted to die at misplacing his fear for Sirius for even a moment, it truly did turn out his son could keep his attention over anything. But when did she? Remus began in genuine confusion before it snapped together in their mind. Umbridge offering Harry a drink, and how she kept questioning him after he'd supposedly done it. Merlin's won that woman, Lily yelped, her blotchy face far more menacing than Umbridge's could ever hope to be. She actually, I can't say I'm surprised. Sirius said in disgust as he watched Harry. But glory, am I more proud than ever you didn't take a drop of that. Could she really have? Could I really have told her? Harry gasped in fear. No, James comforted, even if this had long since happened. Sirius is under protection from that house in a ton of magical ways, at least one of which is the Fidelius charm, and you can't be magically forced to say anything about someone under that. It has to be willing. You just couldn't have answered. Harry nodded slowly, his hand clenched painfully along the book as the scar on his right hand burned more than it ever had from those detentions. He couldn't believe what Umbridge had almost made him do, like it would be his fault if Sirius Harry shook again, rasping in pain and nearly reduced to tears himself from it all. He had to keep going. That would make this better. Whatever his thoughts were trying to kill him with would be ignored if he just kept going. She could have killed you, Lily said faintly, as she still hadn't gotten over this realization, even if the implications weren't pertaining to Sirius anymore. That much from that vial. You'd have told every secret you'd ever had, and then dropped dead from such an amount. Let's just be grateful for Moody and that blue-eyed kitten then, James soothed, stroking her hair as they kept watching Harry more gratefully than ever, something he could not understand in his current mindset. That'll work, though, Sirius hissed in triumph, even if the idea of being rescued by Snivellus made him contemplate if being around Voldemort wasn't just a touch better. He cut that thought off. Even he knew when something wasn't funny. He's lying to her, Lily said slowly, as her brain worked sluggishly to realize this. That was a flat-out lie. There were several potions Snape more than likely had on stock that could leave a person in horrid amounts of pain for days, concocted purely for the act of interrogations. There were even other levels of truth serum Snape likely had on hand, yet he was denying any knowledge of all that. The warmth that suddenly flushed through her made her want to leap up and hug him for the first time since he'd appeared in these. He was a hateful, bitter ass to her son and everyone he seemingly came in contact with, but her old friend Save did still exist. He was trying to help Harry. The others watched this revelation flood over Lily with only minimal care, even as they realized the same thing. Though if Snape was the cause of Sirius getting out of this, the Marauders all grudgingly vowed they wouldn't speak a mean word of him again. Okay, maybe at least not wish him dead anymore. This only goes to show how pissed he was at teaching occlumency, though. For the first time in his life, there wasn't a touch of anything remotely cruel when speaking of Snape in James' tone. He would have grasped that with the image you showed him, he's not that stupid. Even the insult at the end held nothing but polite information. Now she knows our grief, Remus agreed. Well, that's what she gets taking the word of a Death Eater, Sirius sniffed. Lesson likely not learned, James said grimly. That was brilliant, Harry. James breathed, his eyes finally flitting with pure, real hope. He'd know our nicknames, even if he hadn't realized we're in the Department of Mysteries before he would now. Harry struggled to look up at them like he'd been previously refusing to. He couldn't at all grasp what they were feeling about this, because he knew it was all for nothing. His panic wasn't slowing, his urge to run away or never let Sirius go again still at war. This was only a distraction, a problem in his way, but they were all acting like this was going to make it better. He wished he could believe them, and it crushed him to take that away from them when he kept going without a hint of agreeing. Far more than you could ever understand, Sirius hissed. He refused to allow Harry to keep torturing himself as he tightened his hold on him. Snape had to do one useful thing in his life, right? Oh, well, that's nice. At least he doesn't contend murder on students. We've finally found where he draws the line, Remus Marks celebrated. Let's see how far that extends, James whispered, fear still gripping him from saying more as he looked from Harry to Sirius. He couldn't shake off as easily his son was showing no signs of relief at this taking place. What makes you think he didn't understand? Lily pleaded. What did you want him to do? Wink at you? If he'd given a clue he did know what you meant, Umbridge would have done something preventing him from telling even longer. I don't know, Harry said miserably. He couldn't look at any of them for fear he'd start seeing that hate any moment he was so sure would come eventually. He kept going loudly to prevent anyone saying more. He had no defense for himself, now more than ever for what came next. I don't like this, and I thought I was already at that limit, Sirius muttered uneasily. He didn't like to think what Umbridge would do to Harry when she was pushed to her breaking point, which they seemed to have reached. James' jaw flopped open. He was sure he hadn't heard that right. There was just no way the universe would do this to him, having Harry and Sirius being tortured at the same time. James would absolutely lose his mind. He would snap in half. There was no doubt of this. Much of what she's done has been illegal. This is. Lily couldn't keep going, in anger or fear or anything. Her head was throbbing as hard as Harry's must be. Her vision was double. This could not be happening to her son again. Sirius could not breath. Even being under Voldemort's foot right now would never hurt as bad as this. That madman wasn't poking and prodding trying to decide how to do the most pain. He just inflicted. The Cruciatus curse came from intent, of how much pain you wanted to cause. Now it was being decided what was worse than that. The worst part to all of them was still Harry's lack of anything. He kept going with the same flighty panic as when he'd started, because all he could think about was this happening to Sirius. Clearly the same being bestowed upon him was not crossing his mind. There was something deeply wrong going on here when that just didn't feel as important as everything going on right now. No, it hadn't been a freak accident at all. This was even better. Another reason to kill Umbridge when they had an overwhelming amount of those. Gold star. I'm sure Fudge would have somehow given you another promotion if he'd found out, Sirius rasped out, but it was getting harder every second to say any single thing. Remus was convinced right then he'd lost his mind. There was just no way Hermione would ever cave to this. Of everything she was, coward had never been one at the top of the list. Then he really considered the situation, and he almost pitied her in understanding. If she really couldn't bear to see Harry being tortured, would she really give up everything? Sirius, the Order, all to stop that happening to Harry. Would any of them really do differently? Lily was damn near close to sobbing again as well. She couldn't stand it, listening to Harry go through that again. The first time had been the worst moment of her life, and now she couldn't even look back on that with the knowledge she'd swoop in and save her son again. Hermione had, though, and she'd never wanted to hug someone more in her life for being there for her son. You can dry sob, of course. It's really an emotion that just pours out. Tears aren't always a factor. James was babbling, more out of shame than anything for everything he'd called her. Of course Hermione cared. Even if it wasn't for Sirius like, she had no right to. She was putting herself in terrible danger and trouble, and all sorts of things just to defend Harry, though. And he wanted to apologize endlessly for everything he'd called her these past days, for always really being there when they needed her most for Harry. Lily had patted his cheek in sympathy to get him to stop, and though one very tiny knot inside of Harry felt the first wriggle of relief, his family didn't seem to despise the closest thing he had to a sister anymore. It still wasn't enough to distract him from the guilt tearing up the rest of him from the inside. Lily moved so fast Harry didn't even realize the book was gone, until he was just looking at his hands, and he glared furiously at her in protest. Harry, forcing yourself to read all this so fast is making you sick. Now breath for a minute, she told him before turning to her wide-eyed husband and confirming. I heard that right. Hermione lied, Remus agreed. His tongue felt swollen to twice its normal size in his mouth from having bitten it so hard before. This is a ruse, James whispered. Burning through so many emotions lately, he felt light-headed from such a new, abrupt one that he still managed to lace back to Sirius. In all their panic of Sirius burst out laughing. It was chaotic. Maybe he'd won too many hiccups with stops and stuttering starts. But oh boy, was he trying for that carefree tone to finally put light back into this again. Harry watched him for a long time, as long as he was willing to try, because he never wanted this to end. To see Sirius grinning when the only thing filling his mind was that pain etched into his face from what Voldemort was doing to him. That must be why he was feeling so guilty, because Sirius was only there because of him, of that he was sure. It wasn't quite connecting, though, and apparently he couldn't stay distracted no matter what Sirius did. He kindly reached back to his mother and took the book back, not to be delayed in anything, even the man himself, to understand what he'd done so wrong to loose this from his life. Now there's really saying something, considering she wasn't even following along with the real problem in the first place, Remus said mildly, only to appease Sirius. As he'd been watching Harry worriedly, he couldn't do anything to keep his pup from sinking lower into himself any moment. Sirius did give Moony a real smile. So it had been worth it, as they all kept watching Harry berate himself with every word. I mean, I think they still would have written them off as indignation Hermione was telling the truth, Sirius said, with the first real breath of lively conversation he'd felt since Harry's vision. Let's just be happy they have no attention span, something I'm sure you can understand. Lily muttered without a touch of heat in her barb, considering this was no more distracting to them than if Hickory had just come back in the room. This was just a parting fact, a side portion going on when they wouldn't deny they wanted to get right back to hearing of Sirius' rescue no matter how that happened. Why do I now feel like that's exactly what he'd be doing? James said in exasperation. Certainly the Hog's Head, anybody could blend in there, and he wouldn't even be far from the school, Remus said with almost a touch of hope. A robbed man with a masked face would walk in any minute and reveal himself to be Dumbledore with the perfect solution to get Sirius out of this. I hope, she tried poking herself in the eye, that'll manage something, Lily murmured in an honest attempt at helpful advice, while all the boys paused to look at her for such a thing on her part, and attempt at helpful advice, while all the boys paused to look at her for such a thing on her part, and she only just managed an old sly grin and a remorseless shrug. Yes, I've had to fake crying in my past a few times. That's not the point now. James disagreed. He always wanted to know everything about her, and he'd never heard this one. But the pressing matter of Sirius still weighed the most on him, and he took just the smallest amount of comfort he could ask her later and listen to Sirius laugh when she told the story after. But right now it felt impossible to even think that far ahead. Letting them answer themselves, rather than making up your own excuses, tends to work like a charm. How is Hermione such a pro at this? Sirius said weakly, his still the most honest and genuine smile for this happening. Remus still couldn't get over the fact, is she making this up on the spot? Where could Hermione even lead her? Room of requirements. Sirius offered as he thought wildly, though no place in the castle could have a trap set up quick enough to get them out of their hair. She already knows about that place, but she might not understand its full capabilities. It could work. James agreed honestly just to shut them up. He didn't care if they just pushed Umbridge out the window to get rid of her. Harry needed to be back on his way. He'd get retribution later on Azkaban's newest cellmate for what she tried to do to Harry later. Nice! Sirius drew the word out for dramatic fashion, holding it as long as he could, but not as long as he was capable as Remus smacked him to get him to stop, not denying his hand was still shaking hard the whole time. Ha! Sirius let out a bark of laughter that had even worked. He'd been congratulating Hermione on the attempt. He couldn't believe Umbridge had fallen for it. Harry paused then, actually taking a shaking breath as he glanced to Sirius, his eyes still wild with panic. He may never hear that again if ever this ended. But surely the world he'd come from wasn't so cruel as that. He'd find a way to save Sirius. Right. I know she can't, Lily said at once without a trace of fear. Harry and Hermione individually would be a formidable force to that doily dolt, but the two together, even Harry not knowing Hermione's plan, if even there was one, Umbridge wouldn't know what hit her any more than them. Harry tried to turn the page quickly, to not let anyone see his chapter was over. He still couldn't put the bear of this onto anyone else. He had to know this for himself, and just hope he could handle whatever the answer was without losing everyone he cared about, then and now. HP Gar. Sorry, I know the first half was probably cheesy as hell. It really dragged on me, but I really didn't want that giant space in between them all for the parts to come, and they weren't all going to fit on one couch. The worst part is, this isn't even the worst to come yet, so I hope you guys can bear with me through what is probably my worst mode. I always think my comfort comes off more cheesy than anything. Not something I really had a moment to think about in fic, but who was teaching Transfiguration during this time. Were classes just cancelled, being the end of the year and all, and it was like previous Dada teachers gone, so they just had those periods free. That's what I'm going with. Chapter 33, Fight and Flight. Chapter text. Remus wasn't fooled. He'd been watching over Harry's shoulder for just this. His eyes burned with every word that wasn't the fatal blow of Sirius' death, and still was just as much relieved they had another few moments to cling to that hope. He snapped forward and pried the book away from Harry, even as he tried to cling to it in protest. No, you guys shouldn't. And you think you should, Remus demanded as he matched Harry's glare. It felt like they were playing a real-life version of Snape's task from so many days ago. Which was the deadly part of this? Who would it be, forced to say the words of what truly did their family in? Letting Harry get through it all by himself, though would not be tolerated by a single one, and now surrounded on all sides as they all were, it would be the only chance they had to live through it. Harry very reluctantly handed it over, and at once began pressing a trembling hand to his scar. Now he had nothing to occupy his hands, but knew their torturous pain of only having to listen as at any moment the vision could overtake Harry again. Sirius still wished someone would offer speculation, a joke, anything. He kept hoping that somehow, any moment now, he'd drop in front of Harry with the magical story of his escape. He'd been the one to put Voldemort back in his place. James made a little squeak noise. He could feel the time pressing into them in here, turning them more petrified by the second as they were forced to listen to this. And it had been even longer in Harry's time. How much longer did Sirius have? Lily had been shaking non-stop for quite some time, but that caused yet another tremor for a wholly other reason. If only her sacrifice had meant something more. She felt as if she'd only bought her son a spare few years, but he just kept suffering a life that no one should ever have to live through. Play to her own idiocies, Remus muttered absently, his mind really not at all on this, as he felt they were only getting further away from the help Sirius so needed. Hermione should have led her down to Snape's office. Maybe he'd have done something useful for once in his life, and stunned this troll bogey for them, and then explained the plan of how to help Sirius. I don't know how, Sirius said honestly. Sirius wanted to shake off their concern again, but it was getting harder by the moment as his own chest restricted painfully. What he would give for Harry to never have known that pain, but he didn't seem able to find that hope as easily as his friend's Harry would find some way out of this for him. After all, when Voldemort wanted you dead, and even James hadn't been able to fight him off, does she only just now wonder if she's being played? Sirius tried desperately for that chipper tone at her idiocy, but it still came out more chilling as Harry shivered. He could still hear Sirius screams of pain. If she were that stupid, killing her would hold almost no fun, James said deadpan. Which really goes to show the Ministry's priorities. Oh no, wait, we already knew they respected dung more than anything, Lily muttered. Remus suddenly had their attention far more than anything yet. The Marauders couldn't help it. If they'd been concocting some kind of plan, they'd have initiated it somewhere in here too, an area they honestly claimed to know better than even the castle. The intrigue finally brought them off of Sirius for even a second. What was Hermione up to? Lily honestly wondered if that could be the plan. Umbridge certainly didn't know her way well enough. She could get lost. After ripping her robes in bramble, she demanded how far in it was. James lost any train of thought he might have cobbled together. If Hermione did have any idea in mind, it may well have been just that, in hopes Grop would take care of their splinter, and they could get back the real problem. Either she was lost, or he couldn't think past anything, but wishing more than ever this future would never come. Yoo-ho, Remus muttered, now convinced whatever plan she may have was now non-existent, and she was scrambling as desperately as them for a way out of this. There's no way I'd consider you a person if you did, James stated. That caught them all off guard, Harry blinking slowly as he tried to get his eyes to adjust to this. He still felt more than anything that feeling for what Sirius was going through. It was impossible to erase, but he could distantly recognize something new trying to trump that, some new fear coupled with something long overdue. The boys had felt that way many times in the forest, and though it wasn't always a bad thing, it certainly wasn't something they wanted Harry to be experiencing right now. It was only another delay, another few lines they'd have to hear of Sirius not being safe. Lily startled so bad her wand was pointed at Remus before she'd even recognized the motion. Between Sirius a breath away from not having a future in that thing, and now Harry being drug around the most dangerous place for him to be wandless, she was far past her wit's end, with anything else to do but curse the next thing that came too close. Remus only paused for a moment to watch her before going back to reading, unable to concentrate long enough to even check if she stowed it away. Normally the sight would have terrified him from someone so genuinely formidable, especially her in this situation. But if she wanted to take this from him when he didn't have his answer for Sirius, Yet she'd have to try harder than that. Sirius' face twisted in disgust, his hands still itching to crack her head in. His godson was trying to risk his life for him, and that soiled cat litter was using him to cover her own disgusting flesh. Harry watched the binding in Remus' hands crack dangerously. They all flashed with murder again, and he worried it would be far too long before they passed off of that. As pent up and stressed as they were for Sirius and now him, it seemed a miracle if Umbridge didn't enact another break away from this place more every line. Yet that same detached part of him pleasantly informed, while giving him another sock to his temple he had no need for with the rest of his pain, that hopefully something was going to come of this. Not good, that emotion was impossible to grasp right now, but something not bad. James made that noise again, and Sirius desperately put his arm around his best mate. It was the only thing holding him together now, realizing that Harry and Sirius truly were both in life-threatening situations, and he couldn't do anything for either of them. This all somehow grew successively worse every single day. He was literally being torn in two for his family. There was no sign of his ghost coming back this time to offer anyone anything. This was her plan. Lily shrieked, and Remus actually did recoil in fear from her now. From this life somehow Harry survived, and honestly none of them had a clue how at this point. To make the centaurs angry. "I can actually see this one a bit," Sirius whispered, his eyes still too wide, but certainly there was something in his voice now holding to that. "She knows exactly how Umbridge is going to treat these guys, and they're going to go ballistic, maybe kill her if we're lucky. Yet those two are still young, innocent the centaurs have said themselves, so if they play this right, they'll walk right back out of there without her." Aye, well yes, but Lily still failed to truly put her heart into this, even if she could see the logic. She was sick with worry for one of her boys already, but in all fairness it's not like she'd come up with an alternative. She was still reeling from what was going on with Sirius. Hermione's level-headedness may be their saving grace, as she tried to wave Remus on without full-blown panicking. Remus scoffed low in his throat in disgust, easily imagining such a pathetic response from something able to fight back against her. A braver person than her would have cowed in front of a herd of angry centaurs. But after all she'd done to Harry and too many innocent children, whatever happened to her next, because of this, would be so sweetly deserved, even Umbridge's voice couldn't manage it. "She is no such thing," Sirius vowed. He'd never view her as anything more than a lower life form than the mice Mrs. Norris spat out for not being edible enough. "Now she's done it," James said distantly, though he'd never been less invested in Umbridge in his life. If this had been going on any other time than when Sirius needed him. "Trying to distance herself. A very good idea right now," Remus muttered, his fingers tapping restlessly against the book as he still recognized how dangerous this was for Harry. Just being a human in her presence right now was a danger, no matter their age. "That's right. Keep insulting them." Sirius never thought he would be encouraging Umbridge to do anything, but this was a better distraction from his own problem than he ever would have hoped to ask for. "I've always wanted to hear of dismemberment by centaurs. I never would have thought she could really be this dense," Lily hissed. As foul as they'd all found her, they never would have thought she'd be this stupid. Even the lowest life form must realize by now who was the dominant one in this environment. "Dead," James said flatly, every single part of him praying that was the only death of this one. "Now I know where your mind still is if unnerving is all you're getting from this." Remus shifted uneasily, still all too fearful Harry and Hermione would be caught in the crossfire any second, and yet hardly wanting to flip back any moment and hear of what Voldemort was doing to Sirius. This was a true torture in itself. "Oh no, I was wrong," James conceded. "Now she's dead. And here we are, not even able to enjoy it," Remus muttered, his hand always on the next page, never wanting to keep going until the precious words arrived Sirius had escaped. "Honestly, I don't think it was worth it," Sirius grumbled in disgust. Harry would get his wand back. No need to degrade himself into using that tarnished wood once used by a frog thicker than any pond. Remus vaguely recalled a few myths he'd heard of what centaurs did when they really wanted you dead. And honestly, if even a portion of them were true, he'd have felt genuine fear under any other circumstances. But now he was just wishing this had all been done in the beginning to her. Harry rubbed at his scar, not on his forehead, but the back of his hand, his eyes actually burning hatefully for someone other than Voldemort or himself for just a moment. Umbridge's screams and pleas for help had meant nothing to him then or now. Was she really begging you to actually help her? James honestly couldn't believe that one. Even the Dursleys wouldn't really be so stupid. Yes, Harry said, his right hand clenched into a hard fist. But I didn't bother, of course. After all, I must not tell lies. Sirius grinned crazily at Harry, patting his knee with far too much enthusiasm for this. It all fit together rather well in his mind. He'd take on Voldemort all over again if he could get these set of circumstances to happen to Umbridge any day. They couldn't have set up a better revenge if they'd tried. The others did not agree, but none could deny either they weren't just a bit grimly pleased something had been worth it in all this mayhem and heartbreak, though it would mean nothing if the one most important to them didn't make it through. Not good, Lily hissed, chanting that under her breath now as she removed her nails from James and let them dig into her own palm instead, the fear twisting her innards, relieving nothing. She couldn't erase the idea Harry was still in the middle of all this. James reached over and put her hands right back inside his, the only thing stilling the shaking. He didn't care the little pinpricks of her fear pushing into him instead. It was yet another reminder, a way to distance himself from seeing this happening to Harry on one level and still seeing Sirius just beyond, that in a position he'd die before allowing himself to stay in at Voldemort's feet. Shit, Lily yelped, startling in place all over again. The centaurs had been watching the whole time. They knew Hermione's hadn't been a complete ruse. This could still work in their favor, Remus tried desperately to placate. She had them at wand point this whole time. If they play this right, they could pin it all on Umbridge, forcing them to go in there. There's a compliment somewhere in there, James managed softly as he watched his son, his own age, that sting always present in the back of his mind. He'd never truly seen him grow up, that these centaurs had seen his son at more stages of his life than he had. Gah, she was doing so good for a moment. Remus found a new shade of pale all his own in fear for that line. How did she manage to say the worst possible thing? Sirius groaned miserably. Now realizing their earlier fears had been preemptive, Hermione may have earned herself a death sentence along with Umbridge for that one alone. Don't ever let them meet Sirius, or they'll know that's true. Lily tried to say that in her normal voice she always spoke to him with. It was easier on her heart for just a second to look him in the eyes, and as always give a poke at him. Sirius responded as always, flashing her a grin, but it was still lost on the others, as Lily only managed to remind them they'd give anything for Sirius to be in this with Harry rather than where he was. I fear we've reached past the point where words help, James managed to get out, no longer able to support his own weight, and would have long since fallen over if he wasn't already down. He could feel he was about to be reduced to tears any moment now, because even looking at Harry and knowing he made it out alive, he still hadn't stopped rubbing his scar this whole time. This still wasn't the biggest fear of his night, and there was only one thing worse than fearing for Hermione's life right now. Sirius hadn't thought it possible to be more frightened for Harry than he was moments ago, still knowing his pup could slip back into Voldemort's mind any moment when this fight between them ended. But somehow he'd certainly found a way to go past that into another level of fear. What did those centaurs do to him before someone came along to the rescue? Lily retched, one hand finally leaving her husband's now to tangle with Harry's as well. Fingers twisted so tight nothing could have pulled them from her. James spluttered something that might have been relief for this finally being cut off, though this only meant his worry for Sirius went right back up to the top now that Harry was free. He hadn't a second to breath, even as he's being snapped back into place for one solid worry back present. A proper warrior, Remus muttered without surprise. The centaurs were clearly trained to recognize threat over arrogance, something Umbridge was now being taught. You said what now? Sirius squeaked. Remus, voice failed as he couldn't repeat that one. According to Harry, they hadn't been anywhere near where Grop was tied up, so how was he? Why? Harry grew impatient with their surprise, even as he felt his own pitiful relief for the save he didn't feel he deserved. He was almost angry for the rescue, like he knew he deserved to stay in that forest, and the centaur's punishment would still be better than the rest of this memory. He couldn't just let himself sit around with that or he'd explode. But Harry's trying to keep going only spurred Remus back into fully grasping this. He certainly hadn't forgotten, as his knee stayed tight, pressed to Sirius, that stupid, annoying voice of his always near the back of his ear, and he filed whatever emotions he had for anything else away for later. Sirius was still making some noise with his throat like he was trying to attempt speech. They'd hardly forgotten about Grop, but this never would have crossed anyone's mind. How had he even gotten loose? A giant was actually walking freely around their forest. He could no longer decide if it was fear or indignation keeping him listening. Remus couldn't help but falter from surprise again. He didn't know any words in giant, but he honestly didn't feel that's what Grop wanted either. That didn't exactly sound like he was asking for directions back to his mountain now he got himself free. Lily covered her mouth in surprise, wondering at that all of a sudden, and how he hadn't been able to say Hermione's name quite right either, but surely he wouldn't. But why would he? James demanded, feeling woozy from too many things going on, and now he could add his son being crushed by a giant again to that list, even if it was by accident. I think he actually grew to care for Hagrid, Lily hummed, so constantly near tears of late from her eyes, constantly flickering to Sirius, this almost set her off again. Wow, I did not see that coming, Remus muttered, though admittedly touched for Hagrid, imagining the big guy's face if he'd seen his brother now. Now we know Hermione was right, Sirius blinked spastically, though a laugh was still too far gone for him. Bless Hagrid, Lily said with a hard catch in her throat. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to her hair bear if their gamekeeper wasn't the way he was. We all want Hagrid back, Harry muttered. He'd actually stopped rubbing at his head for a moment to gaze at the book, with longing before turning wretched eyes to Sirius. There were a lot of things in his life he wished he'd had back. Grop should consider himself lucky Hagrid really was just inconvenienced right now. They all twitched with unease, that fight or flight instinct wanting to kick in here more every moment. None were crazy enough to think they could fight off a giant. Even with the confidence now Grop wouldn't really do them harm. It was not a pleasant thing to be thinking of Harry so casually tossed over Group's shoulders when he realized he'd caught the wrong person. Lily gasped, the urge to vomit becoming more every moment. Now she could easily imagine this horrific scene, and both sides so furious, and their son still caught in the middle of it all. I cannot believe that just happened, Sirius shook his head slowly. How did Harry's life keep getting crazier by the hour? They still hadn't even gotten to the part where Harry was going to go kamikaze up to the ministry for him. James wasn't sure how many times his heart could stop beating before he keeled over, but he was sure he was close by now. He could feel that time too, like Sirius' heartbeats were even now being numbered. Harry, don't take it out on her, Sirius said. He felt so faint, getting a first-hand account of his own death, not able to tell Harry for one moment what he was doing was wrong for trying to stop it. But at the same time, there was almost a relief, a calmness in him. Harry had never put himself in danger for his sake again. Thought that was my line, Harry muttered, his eyes still holding a dead look that continued to horrify them more than anything, as if nothing he'd yet done had even made a difference. Sirius' fate was already sealed. They couldn't believe that, though, they wouldn't. Remus felt a hollow laugh, watching that reaction alone, afraid to look at Harry and see his eyes again. If that was the worst reaction Harry had, this whole ordeal really could be bearable. Please let that be the worst thing Harry do. Well, at least someone's been productive, Harry seethed hatefully, never having felt more useless in his life than he did in this moment, still wishing he'd chased Grop down or those centaurs. He couldn't understand where his mind was coming from with this. It just couldn't be true there really was no out for Sirius. He must be misunderstanding something. There was some long-lost part of James he couldn't find right now where he and his friends should have been laughing at that, congratulating little Ginny and how far she'd come. I think Harry more meant how they got their wands back, Sirius said, clearly finding this the most interesting thing to think about right now, no matter how much anyone else disagreed. I'm wondering if it was Luna, Lily offered, still fighting off the urge to keep screaming now that the kids were back to just trying to figure out what to do, at least before they'd felt the movement. Her complacency could have caused a sneak attack, got their wands away to start this. Prongs, I really can see why you fell for such a devious woman, concocting that idea. I'm sorry I didn't appreciate that more in school, Sirius told him pleasantly. James shook his head from side to side, with that tight feeling still restricting his heart from truly smiling back, but Sirius could always drag him back to this world, no matter how lost in thought he'd get. Guess I should be rather glad. Don't need you pining after her as well. She had enough blokes doing that. Lily swatted them both good-naturedly, while Sirius rolled his eyes. And they just managed to find them in that great big SHH. Lily shushed Sirius before he could interrupt again. She was going to go ballistic if she didn't hear of Harry on the move soon. They could feel now more than ever Sirius was running out of whatever time he had. Great, now we're all caught up, James said through gritted teeth. This had been the longest hour of his life, and he never would have thought anything could trump the moment Peter had betrayed him, and he'd never hoped something else would. Go back to the school. Remus seemed aghast that wasn't Harry's first thought. Make damn sure Snape got the message. Hell, Umbridge's fireplace is open now. Go back and use that. He stopped quickly, though, as his practically shouting these things was doing nothing but making Harry more miserable by the second. They could all feel how much he was blaming himself for this, and Remus would never want to feel as if he were making that worse. He honestly believed he wouldn't have been any more clear-headed in the moment, more than likely standing around and panicking just like Harry and trying to understand what he could do to help. So he just kept himself going. Any answer would be better than watching the poor kid beat himself up over this. Oh yes, running off to get brooms is the most logical thing. Remus couldn't help that marking thought, which he firmly kept to himself, as it was no more helpful than last time. He just wanted to be on the move already, even with his padfoot right here by his side. She's got you there, though. Sirius managed a real chuckle. She's going to get herself killed. Harry hissed, somehow his panic climbing even worse than before, and he hadn't thought that was possible. But now the reality his friends were in danger really was pushing him farther than ever. His temple gave an extra hard throb. He could feel that pain and panic climbing every second. Soon he wouldn't be able to tell past from present, and he'd go darting out of this place himself to go rescue a Sirius right next to him. I think Neville really deserves something there, Lily said softly, as she watched Harry bury his face in his hands with resignation. He's the least understanding of what's going on. He doesn't even know who Sirius is. Even if he has put the name to the one in the papers, that makes this all the more unbelievable of the lad. Great, he's a bloody saint. Harry got out around a tight throat, pushing his glasses off his face for a moment to rub at bloodshot eyes, but quickly fixing that so he would never have to stop looking at Sirius for a moment longer than he had to. His mother was right. They all were. He was more grateful and longing in his life for the worst moment in his life, just for those friends he longer had at his side, even with his family he had now. Who would you have picked? Sirius scrutinized that one oddly. Cho, Zacharia, Colin. I never heard better options than the ones you've got. They're the ones asking to be there, James agreed, blinking fast to try and push that cursed vision from Harry's mind out of his for just one moment. It wasn't working. Harry was still trembling worse than ever, wanting to go and save Sirius already, but now feeling as if he understood that anger at himself, if any of his friends got hurt because they'd gone with him. She can keep saying that all she likes. It doesn't mean an Ockerumpent is going to appear. Remus ground out. He hardly noticed the odd looks he was being given and jerked his head back up to glare at Sirius as he interrupted to ask what that even was. An Archami and an Erumpent. Keep up, Sirius. Sirius raised his hands in surrender. He hadn't been expecting Moony to be mocking Luna's weird creature ideas right now. Yes, because that was the part she caught on. Remus rolled his eyes heavily. Feeling the pressure more than anyone, he'd wasted all of his breath on things that weren't getting Sirius away from danger. Oh, they all muttered in genuine surprise. Only one of their members had been able to see those things in their day, and for the first time, they wondered how often he'd seen those in the forest without even mentioning it to them. This still held nothing to their honest, thought this was the most ridiculous and long-winded way Harry could use to get there. Yet berating him over it would do nothing but make them all feel even worse. They just wished someone other than Luna had offered up an idea, which was more than likely where Moony's ire with her currently was. You can still find things ugly and useful, Lily said primly with a sideways look at Sirius, who openly ignored that one. There were some things even he wouldn't joke about, and now wasn't the time for those kinds of jokes on her part. "Lest Ran's as lovely as ever," Lily muttered, more for herself that time as serious eyes did brighten with humor at that one. She could just ride on the back of one of the boys, they're tough things, James grumped. If this was how they were going to travel, he wanted this to be done with. Credit for trying, Remus said snippily, well aware he was clutching the last page of his chapter, and only more problems had been added to this already paralyzing situation. Why does Ginny know that? Sirius muttered in surprise. She wouldn't have had this lesson yet. Luna clearly knows a lot about them. Maybe she's had a chat with Hagrid about them and told Ginny about them. James forced himself to look Sirius in the face as the two sat around and just discussed something for a moment, even though both faces were more sickly pale than any full moon had ever done to them. They should have had the most practice worrying about their friends, and yet nothing could prepare them for what this all felt like. "No more picking on her either, Moony. I like her," Sirius muttered, an actual smile trying to twist away his grimace for his situation for the girl's bluntness. "Well, that seems to leave only you. I'm sure I'll have plenty more to complain of," Remus huffed. Remus gave a tense sigh, somehow his hands fisting harder than ever as he eyed Lily, who was now watching him expectantly. Another one down, and it hadn't happened yet. Maybe, if they just kept getting through more of these, it wouldn't at all. HP, no one should deny Movie Harry's zinger really was brilliant, and I regret nothing putting it in here. I actually forgot to bring up something about that during Eye of the Snake. It's back during their lesson, when Angelina tells who got Harry's seeker spot. I've actually done this a few times. I'm not perfect. I'm looking at you, inspired girl, and that nickname I don't know how to cope with. And I forget things and go back and edit old chapters, sometimes, if you care to go look. Chapter 34, Department of Mysteries. Chapter text. Lily's dark red hair could have actually been set ablaze, and she wouldn't have noticed as she held Remus' gaze, her hand held out expectantly. Careful of each move he made, he passed it to her like a loaded gun, all eyes now on her as she started in as clear a voice as she could manage. She cared about Sirius like her own adopted, annoying as piss little brother. She had not a clue how to help any of them with a grief 10 times her own, but damn it all, she was going to read her part and hope the universe would just do one kind thing for her and let this be the chapter with an answer already. They weren't going to last much longer without finding out what happened to him. "Snack for the road," Sirius agreed. "Really are lucky these things have been dealing with Hagrid all their life, otherwise that would be going an entirely different way," Remus muttered. But since they were all right next to each other, they heard anyways and simply chose to ignore him. "You've even got practice from Buckbeak," James agreed, hardly believing his own words that this was his son's life. "Maybe she does," Sirius shrugged, now picturing her house with a herd of unicorns on the property. It fit her anyways. "I can imagine," Lily agreed. Even with Harry's descriptive depictions of them, all she could see in her mind was 3 of them apparently sitting on top of nothing, and sympathizing more with the other 3. Ron kept running his hand along the silky mane, stating how mad this was. If only he could see it, this would be slightly less mad. Lily spluttered as she looked around desperately to him, but Harry couldn't find it in him to apologize for the bleak words, as he still wasn't sure if they remained true. Harry couldn't feel that errant fascination. He could picture it, sitting around trying to pick their brains apart, wondering the hows and whys that this Strowl was able to do this, a magical ability or some inner-bred trait. But he could not find the words to start anything of the sort. "Oi, Prongs, what about an invisible broom?" Sirius launched at him, what was clearly an old thing between them. Sirius loved offering him new broom designs, even if they only did appear on paper for now. James still had to take a slow, careful breath to make sure he wouldn't start panicking again if he unclenched his throat before agreeing. "I can't believe we never thought of that, as often as we lived under the cloak." Lily's eyes burned, her throat like its own heavy weight, trying to force her not to say those words. She just didn't want to believe this was happening. Sirius clenched his fists. It was getting harder all the time to hold onto his acceptance of this happening to him. Last time Harry had gone through a sensation like this, he'd been speeding towards Order headquarters, to safety. Now he was pelting into danger all for him. It wasn't right he'd never seemed to have done anything for Harry's life, except cause him more trouble. Lily could only read Harry's internal fight in a whisper. Her voice would go no stronger. He just had to be right. Sirius would be okay. Sirius muttered anxiously, as if he'd been hoping Harry would never get to this point. The others ignored him. Despite the fear clinging to them for Harry finally arriving, this had been what they'd been wanting, hoping for. Harry was going to save him just like he had so many others. Lily's eyes nearly fell out of her head. She jumped so hard, kept reading fast as she could. She knew Harry wasn't collapsing on himself just by her forceful tone, the promise of an immediate answer. Harry had still shook anew as he all too easily pictured it. That really could have been one of his friends, and what would he have done? Stop trying to get serious and go help them. The question was unbearable with no answer. James was having to fight off the urge to start screaming in frustration all over again. Of the last time Harry had been here, and how this was somehow unbelievably worse, far more precious than school expulsion. Sirius' whole body was still shaking, and he wanted to pretend just for a moment it was all for Ron's unintentional humor right there at the poor lad's expense. "I really do like this one," Sirius politely informed Harry. "You clearly need her around more. Never met a more level-headed person." Harry gave him an even look, considering no one had seemed to appreciate Hermione trying to keep her head while he was losing his. But the difference was fair. Luna was going along while keeping herself in check, whereas to them it felt as if Hermione was only hurting them more than helping them until it came down to it. Remus felt somewhere in him the gratitude as well, never failing to notice Harry's care for creatures that many wouldn't have given a passing glance to in this situation. "How on earth did you remember that almost a year later?" Sirius demanded. "It was a rather memorable day," Lily reminded, when Harry's jaw was trembling too hard to figure his own response. "Would have been an awkward moment if you'd suddenly realized you didn't know someone's last name," Sirius pointed out. "Padfoot, I swear." James scowled at him for the near-constant interruptions now, when he just wanted to hear of him walking back out of this place. Sirius just smirked. He wasn't going to stop, and Prongs wasn't going to make him. His talking was the most reassurance he could offer them he was fine. Remus sadly chose to indulge him as well, saying, "I'm just impressed Harry didn't try to say it was only him. It wouldn't have worked. The magic would register them all, but it's interesting he's not even thought of cheating the system even now." "Truly Lily's fawn," Sirius chuckled, never having more appreciated the blend of his best mate and the wife in this kid, and all the more fascinated he'd grown as such without having them around. "Don't encourage them," Lily shivered, as that's all they needed, to get Sirius out of one danger, only for him to be executed on the spot by some ministry fool. Sirius managed an awkward kind of laugh. They had a badge for that, though he was sure it was much simpler, and the voice only reprinted the business. Lily's innards gave another squeeze, the pain as if fresh all over again. The visitor's entrance should have been closed after visiting hours. The security guard should have at once noted their entrance. Impossibly, this was feeling more dangerous by the word. "So do I," Sirius muttered, unable to think of the consequences if they weren't. "Have been wondering what Hermione would think of that thing," Sirius Mark cheered. James wrapped his arm tight around Sirius to pull him in even closer and try to muffle him for just a moment. Whatever composure Sirius had once held finally slipped away. His breath came out in a hiss that may well have been his last. "Hermione was right." "Sirius," James demanded in concern. "This is a setup." Lily was almost too horrified to whisper the words. "There should always be someone there." "Why?" Remus rasped, his voice far more hoarse than after any full moon as this set in. "I don't know," Sirius murmured, eyes locked on Harry's. It was a miracle if his pup could even hear them. He was stiff, pale, and looked in far more pain than they'd yet seen him, which was really saying something. It terrified them all that Harry had been set up, and Sirius was the key in this happening, and they had just as many answers to this as they did if Sirius was going to be okay. It made them all realize at once, though, this was why Sirius hadn't yet been cast off, as no use for whatever Voldemort wanted him to get, because Sirius wasn't supposed to be the one getting it. Somehow, he needed Harry for this, and Voldemort was just playing with a new toy in the meantime until Harry got there. The moment he arrived, though, "Kill the spare," echoed in the back of all their minds so loud Voldemort could have been standing in the room hissing it for their ears. Normally it would have. Remus found the urge somewhere in him to agree, but it helped nothing to still his thready heartbeats. If even there was someone at the ministry, It would only be another spare now. Every single person with Harry somehow felt in even more danger than before this trap had been sprung. Harry's grip was turning bruising on his own head. He looked likely to rip his own ear off in moments. The deep feeling gnawing at him all year, warning of this place, had finally come full front in understanding. He pleaded with his mind to take it back. He wouldn't make this mistake again. But as always, his pleas went ignored. Sirius found an odd noise pushing against his vocal cords, like a laugh did want to come through at Luna's reaction to all this. "I get what you're trying to do," James shivered, his eyes still hardly following along in here less than ever even, as he kept the minimal focus on what was being said, yet always feeling each word with the intensity of the answer he needed. "I wouldn't find it a good idea, though, Harry, being separated at a time like this when you have no clue if Voldemort's alone in there." His voice failed. His own words weren't enough to convey whom he suddenly feared could be in there, simply watching all this happen. Harry had been bad enough, a genuine stab in his heart, but if he was in there, shouldn't that have been locked? Harry's mind pushed that thought so violently into his consciousness, he curled into himself all over again, just wishing all this pain away. His dreams, for almost a year now, had always shown him nothing but this until much later, when something had changed, and it was all too twisted together for him to understand the difference now. Lily was struggling to grasp how Harry had done it. She was a fine-tuned mess just imagining all this. She'd have been running forward and screaming for him, but then she supposed that's how she felt right now just hearing about this. In fights with Death Eaters, against Voldemort himself, there had been no true feeling until much after the fact, and she fought for that now. Some level of clear-headedness Harry held in his time that seemed to be evading him in here, having to relive this with them. Some nerve ending not yet connected in his mind gave a hard thump at the reminder, far too lost in the background of memories, yet collected to even be registered at a time like this. "Why?" Remus demanded. "To not be caught from behind," Harry said slowly, though it was getting harder by the moment to stay in the moment of answering even the simplest questions of what had been running through his mind at the time. Because it's such a comfort Voldemort knew this place well enough, he knew exactly where to go, even when he couldn't get in, Sirius said bitterly. Some absent part of James' mind honestly wondered at a time like this if Ron would get jealous of that too. Sirius must be rubbing off on him. "How the bloody hell did you end up in a maze again?" Remus demanded before he'd even thought of his own words, while Harry finally lost his fight and cried out in pain. His dry heaves promised any moment he was going to start vomiting all over again. "I'm sorry," Remus gasped. He couldn't believe he'd just said that. "I'm so sorry, Harry." Harry didn't hear any more, couldn't see anything but the dark black of the endless room and a graveyard. "Moony, you idiot," Sirius primly informed him, while Harry buried his face into Sirius' shoulder. "I-S-H-H," James shushed him, watching his son and thinking back to the other night, Harry calling out for Sirius with such insistence. It was all too clear why now, and Remus apologizing for his mouth getting away from him was not at all going to be held against him by them. Past Harry's own heaving mind, it took him quite some time to hear anything else, and the first thing he heard was Sirius muttering something. This was hurting like nothing before. If ever he'd had one memory he wouldn't gain back, it would have been whatever was waiting at the end of this particular journey. But finally, he gained some stability back in him when he leaned back and looked his godfather in the face. Scared didn't cover it, but somehow Remus' words also left him reeling from a different kind of pain, yet a reminder all the same of what he'd lived through. He'd been so sure he was going to die that night in the graveyard, and he'd been wrong then. Maybe he had this all wrong, and it wasn't Sirius, life in danger, but his own. If he came close to death again, that could certainly be what had him so far stretched for this day. Yes, that must be it. If he somehow traded himself for Sirius, and something almost happened to him, he without a doubt could handle that. He turned back to his mother, and finally found in him the steadiness he'd possessed when going to rescue Sirius, now that he was much more easily able to ignore the fright from his past, trying to tell him what was happening. Remus still looked miserable, he'd scared Harry so bad, but at the same time, they all felt more hopeful than ever for the outcome that had to be true. Harry wasn't going to let what happened to Cedric happen again. That look of determination on his face promised that, right? How the bloody hell do people actually work in this place? Harry muttered belligerently. He may be sitting at a better place, but it hardly improved his mood. Past grating frustration, he was still in there rather than running out with his godfather and friends. I have no clue, Lily said honestly, though she now had every intentions of asking someone, just in case. James made a huffy little noise, still wanting someone nearer to blame and landing on Hermione again. Why had Harry wanted her to come along again if he'd said himself he didn't need her advice? Probably best not to go admitting right now I had no clue what I was doing, Harry said morosely, though no one had needed that pause explained. All 6 of you should have tried a door at once. Remus ruffled his brow as he tried to work this out. You said there's a dozen doors, give half of them a push, and then do the others. I'm wondering if they even could, Sirius disagreed. I'll bet you can't open more than one at once. Plus, his friends were right, they really shouldn't be separated, even like that. James shivered yet again, though he'd never quite stopped. Probably best to all focus on one at a time. This place gets creepier every minute. Sirius shifted restlessly, not wanting to know what kind of classes were held in there. What? Remus barked in disgust. Lily's squidged-up face made it clear she had not misread that as she continued. James could think of nothing to say to that, but why? For you, I'm sure. Clearly the first one wasn't doing you any good, Sirius offered. James shook his head in disbelief at his idiotic friend, even as that did manage to make him smile just for a moment again, though a reply escaped him, far too busy trying to get Lily to go on. Lily wondered if she was the only one who remembered Snape, how positive she was he'd understood Harry and had sent word of what had happened. That meant the order should have been there by now, honestly beaten Harry here as they'd have a much faster way of it. Was this already taken care of? Sirius was fine, and now they were searching for the kids. She certainly hoped so, though her fingers cramping along the pages only tensed more with hurt. This couldn't just be done with. The suspense was going to kill her faster than anything now. How do you close a door without a handle? Sirius muttered. Close it as you leave, you ding-dong, Remus huffed back, though he wasn't surprised that was a concept that escaped him. That's brilliant. James didn't have a touch of grudge in his voice as he complimented this, telling his mind to stop taking this out on Hermione when she was still the only one coming up with recurring plans for this. The fear for Sirius life was still running rampant through Lily, but some intrigue for this place was coloring just a bit of her tone, so she finally didn't feel like she was reading about an inferi. That brain room, now this, the Department of Mysteries really lived up to its name. She dared not glance up at Harry again when he'd finally marshaled himself into control being in here, and everyone else was still keeping one protective eye on Sirius and the other on her for some kind of change that wasn't the kids poking around. Haste still left them all twitchy with no real movement to be had in here. So they all missed the dread flinging back into Harry whatever sense of security he'd once had failing him again as memory of this room was replaced. What the hell is that? Sirius muttered, his lower lip sticking out slightly as he concentrated on this alone rather than where he was possibly one door off. It sounds like a letterfold, Remus began a bit curiously, explaining for Harry's benefit even as he hadn't quite noticed, yet he wasn't really paying much attention to the chatter around him. Also known as a living shroud, it honestly looks like a shadow moving. It creeps up on people in their sleep and envelopes them. They pass right through it and are never seen again. I suppose they're eaten alive. Only known defense for it is actually a Patronus, which is why they're classified so dangerous, though they don't cause the same effects as a Dementor. They're mainly found in the tropics, though. I suppose they could be studying this one. Must you relate everything back to beasts? James muttered with a small shake to his head, wishing he had more energy to pick on Moony for this. His father used to speak of the Department of Mysteries, just like Arthur did, and whatever information was passed around only spoke of how ancient the place was. Possibly the whole ministry had been built around this one area. James honestly didn't think this was something so passable as that, and he had a nagging feeling this well could be the actual center of the whole place, and he didn't at all like the sound of it. Sirius gave a heavy sigh as he gave Harry's shoulder a comforting squeeze, noting how hard he was trembling again and still hoping he'd appear at Harry's side any moment now so they could all get out of there. I somehow doubt Voldemort has me hiding behind that puny thing with him. Sirius rolled his eyes as obvious as it was possible to do to keep Harry's attention now. Harry dragged his eyes to his godfather's face. There was a truth and a lie somewhere in there, and it was impossible to know which was what. Oh, great, this thing is even creepier than the last thing they came across. Remus grumbled. Harry doesn't go through it. Sirius shrugged with confidence for that. Hermione gets him away, James agreed, trying to push Lily onto that part already. Harry was still watching Sirius, his vision shaking so bad he could have fallen into a seizure any moment and not known the difference. Sirius isn't there, Harry, James said through gritted teeth. He couldn't understand why Harry hadn't left yet when he realized this. Lily grasped his hand with one of hers, looking first to him before telling Harry, "It's all right, love, you'll get there." Suddenly, the image of the mirror of Erist came back to Harry clearer than ever, and he had no will to understand why. Lily felt her skin crawl, and it took all of her will to repress rubbing her hands along her arms, though somehow James understood anyways, and did it for her. She snuggled into his weathered hands, grateful and wondering at how he managed to spare even a second of attention for her when he still could hardly breathe in fear for what was happening to his brother. Hermione really doesn't like this thing, Sirius pointed out. She doesn't understand it, and she has no immediate way to. Of course she doesn't, James shrugged. Remus also was getting the start of a suspicion that Hermione had another reason somewhere in there. She had no connection to this thing. Remus had almost thought he'd had it for a second. His original idea wasn't holding as well, but considering Letherfolds attacked those while they slept, perhaps they did create some form of whisper of their previous victims. All three who could see the Thestrals were apparently entranced by it. What if that thing spoke of death? Yet Ginny had apparently been affected by it too. But then again, she'd been a breath away from death in the chamber. He made a disgruntled noise and told his mind to shut up. He had no want to linger on this place. Harry hopefully would never have to suffer another death again, and the place was irrelevant. Hermione used to think I was dangerous too. Oh no, wait, that one's still true. Sirius looked so proud of himself, reminding them of that. It seemed impossible he was worried about his ego at a time like this. But clearly, he was picturing Harry coming across him any second and seeing him in the most degrading position he could ever be in his life. Harry just shook his head at his godfather. He'd never agreed with Hermione more in his life. Is that one it? James hissed, his hands tightening almost painfully around his wife now, though Lily didn't feel a second of discomfort. It was grounding and helped her not to fly out of her mind with worry. No, no, must be something you need special access to, Remus babbled at the top of his lungs, trying to ignore his tunnel vision. Everything else has been open and too easy. This must be something else. Harry agreed. He had a funny little frown in place even as he said aloud, "Yeah, don't think I actually go into this room." Lily made a breathy little noise, some combination of discomfort and relief. Her heart really was going to sink right out of her soon if this didn't end. I wouldn't exactly be surprised. That spell doesn't fix everything. There's charms you can use to block charms, Lily muttered. James moved to brushing at her hair, for the first time recognizing how grateful he was she was the one reading this. He wasn't sure what he'd do with himself when hers ended, and if his began without any resolution but still more problems. Sirius looked offended. Oi, what the bloody hell is behind that thing? Now I really don't want to know, Lily muttered. If it was warded powerfully enough to stop conventional means, she was more sure than ever it really was something she didn't want her son around. I can understand that, though, James sighed, another part of his life saying how cool all of this would have been to poke around any other circumstances. Oh, so now his dreams are credible, Remus thought bleakly, wishing for this attitude hours ago instead of for the first time wondering how long Frank and Alice had suffered before their damage had been irreparable. I'm sure she'll tell us, James told with whatever affection he could muster for a person who wasn't serious right now. Why was the wall moving? You didn't open a door, Remus muttered. I guess the room took that as intent and did it anyways, Harry shrugged. No one managed one in here, though Hermione's sarcasm right now was at least appreciated. Oh boy, James stated, trying to look over Lily's shoulder to find at any moment what was going to happen already. Lily wasn't giving him the chance. making sure he couldn't hurt himself by reading ahead by continuing loudly with determination now. This had to be the end. They couldn't stand any more delays. Harry released a suddenly heavy breath. For the first time since his vision of Sirius, his eyes traveled unfocused again, a memory trying to return to him, and he could almost hear the echo of someone calling his name, Harry. Watch out, Harry. Lily had frozen. Everyone realized what he was doing now, and he softly whispered, I wasn't having a go at my memories. I swear, just this place. You've been dreaming about it for ages. It's natural to start feeling overcrowded now, remembering a dream coming to life. Sirius told him with comfort he was sure would help Harry to stop looking at him with that desperate face any second. Harry didn't answer. The memory was already fading away, but leaving him in no less dread of what happened in this place on any occasion. It's a room for time, Sirius muttered in fascination, though for just a second he had a walk over the grave moment. Last time his life had been saved due to a time-turner. He didn't like the premonition Harry was walking through a room dedicated to studying that just before fetching his arse. He only hoped if something went wrong, at least Harry could come across something to help him this time as well. Lily couldn't help but still, every rampant emotion coursing through her reaching its peak all at once, and finally ebbing off for just a moment so she could collect herself. No more waiting, no more wondering. Harry was there, and whatever happened was going to happen. Why would you start? Remus was shushed again, and he'd never been more grateful for it. He more than anyone wished his mind would shut off. It hurt to breath enough as is without wasting the air on stupid questions. Harry could hardly hear his mother, his own pulse thumping so loud in his ear. He cared not for anything but the steady presence of his godfather on his side, watching more than listening to those around him. It was too hard to take in every word, but each syllable was held with all his concentration. It happened all at once. 5 heartbeats stilled until every possible thing went flying through their mind too fast. He'd been stowed away. He was being tortured somewhere else now, and brought back in front of Harry when needed. Harry made a noise first. Half a sob of relief, half a scream of surprise, and all around one of confusion. Lily looked to him for some kind of answer, but it was impossible. He was actually making even less sense now than when the vision had first started. All they knew was a combination of their own fear and confusion. Where was Sirius? I don't understand, James said slowly, scrutinizing Sirius now like he was still worried he'd vanish any second. Maybe the order really did come and help out already. Remus tried to offer. Lily shivered hard, something tight refusing to unclench in her, as that still was no answer for the state Sirius was in. Harry had no answer for any of them, feeling more every moment he only wished those around him would remain in this state of confusion, whatever lingering hope they were clinging to, because once that ended. That's supposed to be a good thing, Lily, Sirius said every word carefully, trying with all his might to put that into his own tone, but it was hard going. Right you are, Lily agreed without looking up. Gone in with this expecting some sort of fight between Harry and Voldemort again, now they felt more in limbo, a never-ending state of fear for never being given an answer. Then that's what happened, James stated. There was no other option. Clearly something happened in the meantime. The Order, or Merlin, maybe even the Ministry did find some way to step in, Remus uneasily agreed, trying to nod his head, but really only getting a jerky movement in before Lily ignored the lot of them. She could feel they were trying to push into something more bearable, but her terror still resided. Sirius hummed. Nestled as he was, it was harder to focus on what that could have been as he still kept eyes on Harry. He was more concerned his godson may still well run into trouble before he caught up with him now. The idea of that ambush, that this was all set up, had yet to be explained any more than, well, anything. You're not stupid, Remus said at once. The word never should have crossed his mind when clearly something had happened. Harry just didn't know what yet. And Ron would never suggest otherwise, James agreed vehemently. Sirius said, with genuine concern now. Lily blinked slowly, an itch at the nape of her neck promising this wasn't the kind of answer she'd been hoping for. This is where the weapon's supposed to be, Remus recalled slowly, this information coming back to him now that their panic for Sirius had subsided for a moment. What are the odds something relating to Harry would be in the same place? James agreed with a detached horror. He didn't believe in coincidences. That's a weapon. Lily tried to scoff, not wanting to believe what they were trying to say for a moment. It's something, Sirius agreed uneasily, as a memory tried to offer up what this could be, his old aunt telling a couple of kids the secrets the ministry held. Lily grumbled, but honestly paid it not too much mind. She still wanted more than anything to hear of Harry being out of there. Maybe they're in alphabetical order, Remus said snidely. Or Ron's just not important enough, Sirius shrugged. Well, don't tell him that, Lily huffed. Neither do I. Lily shrieked as she looked at Harry like he'd lost his mind. Are you crazy, Harry? You shouldn't be touching anything in there. Sirius wasn't in there, so you either keep looking for him or try to find someone else to find out what's going on. Harry kept wincing like each word had struck a blow in him. Lily had seen she was on the last page, and while she wanted to keep informing him what an idiot her son was being, she supposed she could do that later when whatever this was stopped feeling like a mouse trap ready to snap shut. None of them had forgotten. This still felt like a trap. He'd made it here without any resistance from anyone, and they had no more explanation to that than when they started, only more questions. Does it have an on switch? Remus asked through that tingling feeling racing down his spine was quickly coursing out to the rest of his body, already leaving his fingers twitching for his wand any second. Don't know, Sirius honestly muttered, whatever details he tried to attain from his forgotten youth too mixed up to be of help now. Maybe they should try breaking it open. That's your answer to everything, James huffed. He still shouldn't have even grabbed it. Lily snapped at the lot of them. Anger was replacing fear. She wanted to smack her son upside the head for doing this when all she wanted him to do now was leave. Who was that? James demanded slowly. Harry didn't even hear him. He didn't care. Sirius isn't there. Unbelievably, that relief was still holding Harry together, even as something very painful tried to warn his hopes from springing too high, and he blissfully ignored it all. He'd been wrong. He'd suffered those consequences, and he wouldn't let them fall him again. He got up and stretched, trying to walk away for just a moment to ignore that heavy weight mashing down on him, for trying to remember something too early, for still feeling a part of him that knew that not to be true. Remus watched him go uncertainly. Harry, growing more jittery by the second, was not at all encouraging, as they now had even more questions of who'd arrived. All but him seemed to agree it wasn't going to be a good thing. Lily mutely handed the book to James, while Sirius gave a flick of his wand, and the living room righted itself. The couple got whizzed back across the room, still partially seated, and both glared at his innocent smile. James gazed heavily at the stupid book, wishing now more than ever Harry'd taken Sirius' offer when it had been given and skipped past all this while they had a chance. They'd suffered for nothing, apparently. His idiot of a brother was okay. He must be. That was probably Moody right behind them, to tell them where Sirius finally was and get Harry out of there. HP, one thing, no matter how much I hate to tell you guys, because I'm well aware it makes me the worst person in existence. I won't be getting a chapter up again until Monday. I know. I'm sorry. Honestly, as much as you guys hate me, I hate myself just as much. You don't know how badly I want to see your reactions. This one still manages to make me laugh every single time. Ron just has that effect on me, I suppose. I also imagine Cedric said something along the lines of, I don't blame you. But I couldn't work out how to add that in. I also love the symbolism. They go from the door of death to the door of love. Feels appropriate. Chapter 35. Beyond the Veil. Chapter text. I've had a long week. This got taken down on my fanfiction profile, so I spent a whole day being depressed, and another in being panicky, thinking it was going to be taken down everywhere, so I had to spend several days going around and checking on my fic to make sure I still had copies. It hasn't been taken down here yet, though, and I will put up at least the rest of this book while I still can. At this point, I wouldn't blame you if you don't believe me, but I swear I didn't set it up on purpose that James would get this chapter of all chapters. Kind of better than Harry. Right. To Depressed Tiger. That one was fascinating to the maximum. I really do love poetry. It's so beautiful how you have to restrict a story and still manage to convey just as much as any word. I'm extremely happy I saved them all when I had the chance. HP. James weighed the book uncertainly in his hand, though watching Harry was infinitely heavier. Harry was very clearly trying his hardest to push out for all of them that now Sirius wasn't there. Everything should be okay. But not a one of them were fooled. He would not sit down, pacing anxiously along the length of the couch now that he had the room to stretch, but still hovering near Sirius more than was called for with what his own words said. The new voice that had just arrived did not feel like a good thing. Not many people called Harry by his last name. So did they, but James couldn't bring himself to believe it until he said, "Death Eaters," Sirius spat. How was it even possible by this point the day would continue to grow worse by the second? Though none of them had been fool enough to think at least some of Voldemort's minions wouldn't accompany him on whatever this was, the fact that the kids hadn't walked into some roaring battle left them with just a second of hope. Whatever had happened with Sirius had already been resolved. Now they became all too aware of that ambush. How did this even happen? James demanded of nothing. He was far past his means for normal thought for the day. He still didn't even know if Sirius was okay for being in Voldemort's presence for how many hours. "I can see it," Remus muttered uneasily, though his dry throat made it hard to keep going with his own thoughts. Snape would have told what Harry said. The Order would have reacted getting in and out as fast as possible. We'd of course be weary and suspicious as hell. That's a lot of ifs and maybes, Sirius hissed. "We still don't even know the Order found me." "Shut up, Sirius," they all said at once. Sirius scowled at the lot of them. He didn't like to think of the alternative either, but them pretending it hadn't happened wasn't going to make it better. Lily pulled at the only spot of good she could find in Remus' idea. So that means the Order may still be nearby. James didn't see how that was making her feel any better, as he forced himself to keep going with his stomach, turned into such a tight knot he was confident it wasn't ever going to come loose. "How many were there?" Remus rasped. He'd stupidly been envisioning just Malfoy, maybe one or two others that could go in and out of the Ministry, but that meant there were at least a dozen. When Harry whispered as much, nobody wanted to believe him. Moments before they'd been sure they were fixing to hear about Sirius dying in this black abyss of a place, now they were wondering how Harry had gotten out, if all of his friends had. "Keep going, James," Lily hissed, smacking him on the arm hard. "Right, yeah," he muttered, having to forcefully drag his eyes back to the print, his heart still thudding so hard in his chest he'd blame that on the reason for his stuttering words. "That's not an answer," Lily said venomously. "They aren't gloating they still have him." Remus clutched to this idea like a lifeline. "They're just screwing with Harry." "No, he doesn't," James countered at once. All the times his son had beaten Voldemort hovering right in his mind's eye now, he'd find a way out of this for everyone. "Prophecies," Sirius whispered, causing Harry to shake worse than ever as they all looked to him. "I knew I remembered something about those. My aunts mentioned them, the one who said she was a seer. She told me about prophecies at the Ministry." "What do those have to do with anything?" Remus demanded faintly. He'd certainly never had a care for these types of things before one nearly ruined Sirius' life. "She went into rather great detail," Sirius struggled to explain while keeping a casual tone, growing harder by the word as chills were emanating from Harry more every second. "About how they look, and the Ministry puts the initials on them of the seer, and who the prophecy was spoken to, who it's for. So this prophecy was made for Dumbledore from, okay, that could be anyone." Lily muttered as remembered those initials. "What makes you say Dumbledore?" James put his hands up in frustration. They were all talking around him, and he just wanted to hear of Harry being out of there, to find out where Sirius was now. "The initials," Lily repeated them. "Those are the initials to his full name. That's how he'd even know about this weapon Voldemort wants." "Well, those aren't Voldemort's real initials," Sirius pointed out for the other one, "and I wonder why there's a question mark on before Harry's name." "No, but it's about Voldemort," Remus agreed. "If someone like your aunt was the person who put it in there, I'm not surprised they referred to him as Dark Lord. Why's it lit up, though, when others were darkened out?" Remus asked, deciding now it was relevant he may as well interrogate Sirius for all this. "Best guess, those that have happened go dark, and those that have yet to stay lit," Sirius offered, screwing his face up to think back to that 9-year-old chatting with spooky old Aunt Missipinoa, who always wore a shroud around her face. Lily wasn't aware her heart could go numb until the sensation coiled around her chest, the only thing really helping her understand the words. "So, what?" This thing, what kind of weapon is it? A prophecy about Voldemort and Harry, and it was made before he was even born. She didn't regret putting her infant away from all this, but suddenly she wanted him right back in her arms now, wondering if Dumbledore knew this existed now. Did you have to be there for a prophecy to be put in the Department of Mysteries? Voldemort had known about it before that Death Eater that worked in there had given details. Was there someone in the Order watching it that even they didn't know about? This is insane, Sirius huffed. Even the one who'd believed in seer magic all his life was having a hard time wrapping his mind around this. The last one we heard didn't exactly have a wealth of information. Bloody hell, it wasn't even talking about the person I thought it was. What does Voldemort think he's going to get out of this? This is all fascinating, James said, still too high-strung to really make himself sound like that as he told Sirius. But you're pulling shit out of your arse, and I'd rather just hear about it away from there by now. Sirius huffed. He was only trying to help, but didn't stop James as he tried to keep going. Sirius blinked slowly. He had not heard mockery like that in many long years already. James wasn't doing a very good job on that mocking voice. He'd never be able to mock his child for something like this. But even still, his voice didn't particularly come out like his own at the end. Does she really get some kind of glory from mocking him? Remus tried to say in some kind of disgust, but it didn't come out quite right. Lily couldn't speak. The ghastly pallor of her skin promised nothing coherent anyways. Harry couldn't feel his own mouth. It was as if something else was speaking through him. Hermione was right. No, she wasn't, Remus hissed, his eyes too bright. It's not possible. Voldemort couldn't, he didn't know, how could she, how could anyone? Moony, Sirius tried to say, a look of dawning horror pushing fear for his own future into an even more unstable regards, seeing as now he had no clue what was even real anymore. Later, James snarled at the both of them. His whole body was still shaking from the pounding of his heart, and whatever was the truth would have to be just that later. He had to hear about his son living through this first. Damn straight, Sirius said with absolution. Whatever was going on here, Harry wasn't going to take that lying down. At least that was one solid thing he could get his head around. Probably from the last time, where he beat him in front of all of them. Lily stated, trying to shift her weight into her own fighting stance, and having to forcefully remember there were no Death Eaters in her living room now, threatening her family. She'd saved her son last time, but it had been Harry that had brought her and James there. He'd find a way out from this too. James gave not a second to spare that Sirius may have been right on what these things were. He didn't care about anything any more unless it involved his son and friends running back out of there. No, Harry, Lily said at once, hating to cut James off now more than ever, but she wouldn't let him think this for a second. You were only doing what you thought was right at the time. No one would ever. Harry couldn't hear the rest. He was sure there was more, but the moment she stopped, he gave a jerky nod in whatever agreement that was supposed to be just so his dad would keep going. Lily was not at all appeased. She knew by the fact his face didn't change one bit he hadn't heard her, but there would be time for him to hear here after he was out of there. Maybe even give you some pocket money for the journey, James sneered under his breath, unable to stop his own sharp tongue responding to such ludicrousy. They just gave an advantage, Remus said quietly, low under his breath like he was only trying to speak to those around him. Adrenaline was telling all of them to get ready for a right. Sirius leaned in protectively close to Harry, the urge burning to tell him just how not stupid this was. None of this was his fault, but Harry was still thinking of the more important issue at hand, keeping his wits. They could handle this issue later. Sirius snarled fiercely, as if all his hair would go on end if it could. He suddenly couldn't decide if it would even be better for that pathetic rat to be there instead, but that deranged being around his godson actually felt worse. That's one of the vermin who tormented Frank and Alice, Lily shrieked in outrage. James muttered a desperate plea as if in prayer before managing to keep going no matter how much it strained his voice. His eyes burned so much it was a miracle he could still see the words. He couldn't believe it had somehow all come back to Harry being near that twisted being. No, Harry said that with such force. James actually stopped for a moment just to glance at him in concern. The flat, sharp word had promised death to the first person who so much as looked at Ginny the wrong way now, which James could honestly appreciate, as he felt the same towards Lily. though he was sure it wasn't the exact same for Harry. Remus shifted his weight restlessly even as he felt Harry was to be congratulated for putting himself in their line of fire. He had the object they so wanted and was least likely to be killed of all those kids. Better than screaming panic, Lily assured, that was still half of her mind. Not really, no, Remus muttered, though even his own mouth wasn't registering to his own ears. So is she saying purebloods could? Sirius tried for a bland tone of voice in mocking back, though he'd never more felt the urge to simply slam a door shut on some member of his family's face. He was ignored by James anyways. They never less cared about the taboo on Voldemort's name most people carried, especially his own followers. James wished Harry wouldn't choose now to provoke these Death Eaters, even as he commended it on further keeping them off guard. Are you mad? Lily shrieked, watching her son and expecting him to drop dead any second now. To tell that to them now. I don't blame him. James frowned heavily at that, even while wanting to clap him on the shoulder. Piss them off well enough, they'll stop thinking kids can make a run for it. Go big or go home, Remus said faintly, thinking of all the times for Harry to let his own mouth get away from him. You're lucky that's the curse she sent. Sirius screeched in Harry's ear. He remembered his own times, when he had showed even a little rebellion in questioning what Voldemort was doing, what his family would do to punish him for that. It was an actual miracle none had tried to draw Harry's blood for that comment alone. Harry had winced and rubbed at his ear as he looked to Sirius, his right hand still trying to curl around nothing, like he had the prophecy clasped there now. Well, I guess we figured out how to work them, Sirius said faintly. Wonder if you even could repair that, Remus muttered, though honestly thinking not. These were such heavily magical objects he couldn't even begin to guess at. They seemed beyond such normal means of fixing as that charm. It would not at all surprise him if in fact those were now gone forever. James' mouth opened with some new disturbing noise making an appearance, and he'd thought he was all out of those. They'd all known Dumbledore was holding back answers from Harry. He'd said so himself at the end of his first year. So this was somehow the most insulting thing Malfoy could have said, that he knew more about Harry than them. That'll cause plenty of distraction, Remus said. So distracted himself, they were right on the edge of that answer. It had almost for a moment made him forget who was giving it. Lily could feel it, the swills at the edge of her mind, as an explanation for the madness of this year lay somewhere in there, if only she could think past her own harsh breaths for her son, still being in this danger. Every damn day since this started, James felt the passing thought, honestly wishing now more than ever for that answer, if it would somehow stop all this from happening. James couldn't help but look to Harry desperately in that moment, like he was hoping his son would suddenly start telling them what had been inside, that all of this really hadn't been one humongous heart attack with nothing to show for it. Harry was having a hard time looking at him, though. He only felt like he was a burden of a reminder to them now more than ever. If he hadn't been born, this prophecy wouldn't have been made. They'd still be alive. Then why's she there? Sirius spat hatefully. He couldn't believe Bellatrix would bring this up now. It's no more implausible. He wasn't going to let anyone insult Harry's intelligence, especially because they'd all been thinking the same thing. That is a relatively good question, Remus agreed in disgust, wondering at the planning to all this, how the Death Eaters had managed to infiltrate the Ministry and leave the area so clear for Harry and his friends to come. Just not important right now, Pads. Sirius grumbled even as he agreed, several curses still flipping through his mind for the start of a fight he wasn't involved in. It is remarkable how fast you put that together, Lily praised, even as she stayed trained on the book, on the answer of how badly this had gone wrong before he'd come here. Harry could feel that pulsing adrenaline thudding through him now, how even as his hand wanted to remain fastened tight around his wand, he still wanted to grab the nearest person and make a run for it in all the chaos. His hand still around nothing, though apparently convinced he was holding that precious spun glass now. It was helping nothing. He had no good way to work that out of his system. Lily inhaled so sharply it hurt her own throat, but that wouldn't have stopped the curse exploding half the living room if James hadn't kept going on the same breath. I can't believe they got out of that. Remus sagged against the back of his seat, honestly needing the support as he couldn't make his own limbs stop shaking. No, Harry gasped, the word not nearly enough to cover the terror pumping through him now. James was honestly seized with that exact same fear for a moment. He had no true connection to the Weasley kids, had only known of Luna's existence because of his son, but he couldn't imagine anything happening to them either without wanting to shed an honest tear. These were just a bunch of kids with Death Eaters hounding them. "Harry," Sirius said desperately, as his breaths had been coming out in sharp little gasps of pain. "Harry, they're going to be fine, all of them. You trained them." Harry looked to him in mostly disbelief and a little hope. "You think I'm so good a teacher? I taught them enough to get away from Death Eaters." His voice was very near shouting at the end, wanting Sirius to hear clearly how stupid he was being for this idea. "They've gotten this far," Sirius reminded, his eyes wide and pleading. "So have you. No need to go hurting yourself if you've got confidence." He tried to actually end with a smile. Harry still found his godfather insane, but for now he stopped pushing at his memories, no matter how hard it was. At least he had Sirius with him now, as some consolation for not knowing his future. He didn't have Ron, though, Ginny or Luna in his sights. Some claim their lives weren't affected by him, except these harrowing memories. He had to trust Sirius, though. He had to let his dad keep going. He'd be no good to anyone if he died now simply trying to remember who lived. "Really puts into perspective how much they all care for each other," Lily whispered, still wide-eyed with far more fear for this than actual care for one of the monsters who'd caused the problem. James' voice hitched for an extra moment. He hadn't been delusional in thinking otherwise, but the words sounded so careless he couldn't believe he'd let them pass his lips. "So, go anywhere but left," Sirius hissed, still refusing to think of Harry anywhere near those two in particular. "So we now have a definite amount," Remus muttered, keeping a head count. "I doubt any are still hiding Malfoy doesn't know about." 11, James agreed. "Where's Goyle?" "Probably the one Nart was trying to rouse, likely knocked out," Lily murmured. "Let's just hope he hasn't gone for backup," Sirius said dangerously, none of them able to quite grasp the emotion of relief one in particular wasn't there. They wouldn't know how to handle that feeling right now. "Good a start as any," Remus muttered. Lily worried heavily at her lip, still trying to envision what the right move was, to run or ambush. As of now, they outnumbered the Death Eaters, so this was likely the best strategy. But it was all the more frustrating she couldn't offer the advice. She never felt more useless just sitting here and knowing it had already happened. "That won't keep him down long. Be sure you at least take his wand away before you keep going." Sirius couldn't help but caution, thinking the order had better show up soon. James almost couldn't get the spell out, more from shock than anything it was really going so far already. But then Harry was trying to jump to his feet in true alarm, and Sirius had to rope his arm around him to keep him in place and hiss in his ear to listen for James to finish to know that didn't happen. Harry could still hardly breath for a moment, still fighting back the impulse to do the same in here with nothing to show for it. He was going to drive himself mad, and was half tempted to ask someone to take his wand away in fear he'd curse one of them by mistake if this kept up. None of the others seemed worried of this fact. Sirius loosened his hold on Harry, even as they all still felt the same urge they were having to beat back. None of them had ever sat idle in a fight, and this felt near as bad as doing just that. "That'll do some good," Remus yelped, though he jerked hard in surprise of that spell coming out, not recommended as it would send both targets' wands flying. He just couldn't find it in him to scold Neville either. At least he was still reacting and thinking on his feet. James made a noise of approval even while he couldn't stop again, to know who got there first. At least Neville was correcting his mistake. He'd learn his way around a fight, yet even if he'd still wish the poor kid never to be in one like this any more than his own child. A use for those I never thought of. Sirius spared the breath for Harry, even as his every attention was still trained more on his past than his present. "I'd have let Neville have another go," Remus said with disdain, even as he was finally thankful Hermione was there as well. "Which Death Eater was that?" James barked at Harry, hoping his son would recognize the scum that had actually tried to kill Hermione. "Best guess, Crabbe, Senior," Harry admitted, not having recognized him exactly, but the facial similarities had been there, though he had a distinct feeling they wouldn't remain for long. Sirius realized his advice before hadn't crossed Harry's mind either time, and it was something very twisted to him. This was the first real scrum Harry had been in regarding the war, and he had no foreseeable backup. "Ugh," Lily said, without a touch of concern, but some honest confusion. I could have said don't stick your face in that, but I guess he wasn't going to hear, Sirius said, as he eyed that curiously. Don't care, James muttered, thinking whatever magic was in there could do whatever it pleased to that Death Eater, and continuing more loudly still. The stunner wouldn't have worn off that fast, Remus yelped. Who knows what kind of magic is in that thing? Maybe it negated it, Sirius muttered uneasily. Oh my word. Lily managed to say as she sat back in her seat. Just the thought of this happening to someone had her wanting to back away in surprise. There's karma somewhere in there, James muttered as he furiously flipped the page, his intrigue more than smothered by still wanting to haul his son out of there rather than investigating this thing. James was finding it harder and harder to brush past something so utterly disturbing to him, though he wasn't sure if he'd find it in himself to stick the Death Eater's head back in to repair it before knocking him out more effectively. I don't. That was all Remus could get out. Somewhere in there was a fascinating turn of conversation, but honestly too much else was going on for him to get into it. James still had a twisted look on his face, even as he kept going. Maybe he could bring it up later with Harry. Harry was vaguely surprised. No one had blamed him for that in here, but honestly it seemed because they would have done the same. Despite his own internal warning, nothing could stop someone for shouting now in all this mayhem. Sirius still had his mouth half open, the urge to question how on earth that was a functioning, moving thing still present, but James just didn't want to hear it from any of them. All he was really thinking was, two down. Lily cursed heavily, knowing both of those using the spell at once would do far more damage than just temporarily slowing her child. Sirius still had it somewhere in him to note irony in that, even if he had no ability to laugh at it. Those idiots, they could have smashed the prophecy. Remus sneered through his own mounting worry they were going to make Harry lose his only advantage. Priorities, Mooney, Sirius grumbled, clearly misunderstanding. I want to hear that too, but let's focus on Harry getting out first. Remus didn't bother to correct his point. Sirius choked. His arm fell fully away in surprise. Cultrohexia, Remus tried to begin explaining, recognizing that look on Harry's face and hoping to stop him panicking for just 1 second she wasn't dead, but too late. No, Harry tore from his seat, but instead of their fears he fled to the kitchen. They found him trying not to apprate, but kicking furiously at the table as he glared with fury up at the ceiling. Harry, I have to go back, Harry roared, not looking at any of them. They can't, I have to get back there. Harry, listen to yourself. Lily insisted as she tried darting around in front of him, but she may as well not have been there. This happened to you when you were 15. You're older now. Whatever happened, you can't help them with that now. Something was happening to them right og. Harry. Oh, Harry, Lily pleaded, kneeling down with him as he began sinking to the floor, holding his head again. We can't keep doing this, James said as he watched him curling into himself in pain while kneeling down on his other side and glaring at the book hatefully for causing all this. They never should have started these things. There had to be an easier way for Harry to regain his memories. He's going to kill himself trying to remember what happened to them. Then we'll stop him, Sirius snapped, striding over to get the potion and force him to relax again. Sirius. The high note, pleading voice forced him to hesitate and glance back at him for a second. The only thing stopping the thick fog from clearing Harry's mind and leaving the rest of his body in a state of pain that wasn't bearable was somehow still his godfather. He still wanted more than anything the assurance his friends had survived this day, but Sirius was still here with him now, and no matter how much Harry had been pretending otherwise, there was something more pressing than memories he couldn't grasp. This was ridiculous. Sirius wasn't even there. How could he still be more worried about his godfather at this time? It wouldn't shake off, though, clinging like a shield he'd had no intentions of putting up. One memory at a time, he had to know what happened to him first. He couldn't breath. This made no sense. So the instant Sirius was at his side with the vial, he took it gratefully, clinging to the numbness it brought even if it only lasted a few moments before he was brought back to his surroundings and forced to realize what he was doing to those around him. I'm sorry. I wish there was more we could do for you back then, Lily told him as she watched his green eyes flit back to any semblance of normal remembering all this could allow. Or anything. James mentally yelled, but kept that one to himself. Instead, he helped him back to his feet, and it worried them all greatly Harry was still shaking. He wasn't finding any relief in here with them, like he had when Voldemort had returned, as if his subconscious was still warning him there would be no relief, no savoir from his parents. It did them no good to try anything else, though, but to keep going no matter how much they'd rather do anything else. At this point, they knew they couldn't have stopped. They needed to know Hermione was okay just as much as Harry. For all of her annoyances, she was Harry's friend as much as Sirius was theirs. They couldn't imagine anything happening to her now any more than their own kid. It should have been too dismal for even this future to handle. Lily covered half of her face to smother her gasp of surprise, all too easily picturing that happening to Alice, even more than Neville, and the poor mother's reaction. Harry let out a snarl of outrage, even as he kept tight to Sirius. Sighed he couldn't help but glance uneasily around the room, that feeling like hot lava warning theirs would not be the only death the man was responsible for. Please, let it not be Hermione's, he pleaded with everything he could. Oh good, Harry understands silent language far better than Sirius ever did, Remus babbled uneasily. No, it's not, Remus snapped. He hated watching Harry blame himself for these things, likely because he had too much practice with this himself if anything remotely went wrong around him. That's a bloody dangerous spell, pure dark magic that'll leave your innards like they were plunged with a knife. But the spell doesn't leave any mark. If he hadn't been silenced, it would have been even more dangerous. But since it's a verbal-only spell, only half the damage was done. So long as she gets treated, she'll be fine. And if she doesn't get help in time, Harry whispered. Remus had no answer. He didn't want to tell Harry that even the verbal spell was an instantaneous death, because it left one slowly dying on the inside, even as they were able to move around for a few minutes more while the spell took effect. Instead, he only said what they were all hoping. She will. Harry breathed slowly as he heard that, willing that feeling to be true more than just a simple hope. James' face puckered in agitation for trying to talk like that, and under normal circumstances, he would have reveled in plugging his nose, trying to mimic this as best he could. He'd hope it would go on long enough Sirius would try his hand at it, and the two could see who could mimic this speech the best. Now all he could think was, 1 against 8, considering he still had no clue where the last 3 kids were. 7, James mentally corrected, though the slowly dwindling number wasn't helping anyone to breathe any easier. They were all keeping the same count, and even against 1 the numbers would never feel bearable no matter how good Harry was. He was only using the minimum spells of defense. There was no more force to this than he'd be using against a demember, and that was going to bite him in the arse later when these spells simply wore off. James felt his limbs go weak, actually closing his eyes for a moment for the simple thanks he felt for that. That's a thing now. Lily shook her head, not even remotely distracted from the real matter of what her son was living through. No, Remus couldn't help but protest no matter how much he admired Neville for this. He really should take off with her. He's only another target now following behind like that. What if he does run into more Death Eaters, though? Then he won't have any way to defend himself. He needs to stick close to Harry, Sirius disagreed. There was just no point in predicting the future. Certainly no one ever would have seen this coming, so both mutually decided not to let the argument continue. James made such a small little noise, he wasn't even aware he had any more than the others. He couldn't help it, though. His mind immediately launched off with the idea of what had happened to his wand, and Lily's. Had Remus or Sirius ever come across them, and still had them after all these years? He still had his parents' wands stored in his Gringotts vault, mementos of them Harry still never had from his own. Lily shook her head slowly for this, though, whispering, I'm positive the woman will just be more thankful her only grandchild's alive. She knew she could never give enough thanks for that hearing all he'd done without her in his life. Please stop mentioning that. It gets more disturbing the longer I think about it, Remus huffed, though honestly he just wanted all of this to stop being mentioned already. After the year Harry had there, he couldn't believe he'd still rather hear of him back at Hogwarts. Ugh, Sirius muttered, his brows shooting up in shock. Wonder what on earth magic could be used to fix that, James agreed with surprise. Lily felt a scream building up in her own throat. Despite having just soothed Harry from doing this, she was finding it harder every second not to be wailing her own head off with worry for all of this happening. Oh, bloody thank goodness, James moaned, feeling finally something had gone right, though he kept reading with heavy worry Luna hadn't been mentioned. What's wrong with Ron? Sirius hissed, feeling as territorial of all these kids at this point as if they were all his pup. What did they do to him? Lily demanded venomously, her wand still griped furiously in her hand, and aching to turn that on someone any moment for hurting these kids. Ginny, Harry whispered, leaning forward in concern like he was trying to catch her before she fell. He couldn't believe this was happening around him. The panic was griping him so tight he couldn't breathe. Oh, thank Merlin. James breathed, not having meant to say Luna's name extra loud, but now at least they were all alive and could get out of there. A joke's never as funny the second time, Remus said flatly, trying to give Sirius an obvious look, but both were too worried about the state Ron was in to pay attention to even their own picking. Harry hadn't thought it possible, but he was somehow all the more worried no one around him was trying to comfort him this was going to be okay anymore. No one had a suggestion what was wrong with Ron, or that the exit could be right behind them now that all six were together. Hope it killed him, Lily spluttered in surprise for using that spell in anyone's face, but she wouldn't deny the effectiveness of anything right now. It didn't feel possible, as James kept ushering out words practically faster than the others could follow, that it really was just Harry and Luna in able fighting condition against 7 Death Eaters. Now their worry for Ron and Hermione were still rival, maybe even a little more than Harry, as they could at least look at him and know he was alive and fine. Remus tried to breathe easier for just a second, trying to console himself Ginny could still fight even if she'd be far more off balance. This wasn't impossible to get out of. Now's not the time to be proud, Lily snapped, wanting to shove the Gryffindor streak up Ginny's nose and get those kids moving no matter how much she may have acted the same. James could hardly think of anything else right now, let alone something like a Dementor attack, which would feel like a walk in the park after this nightmare. At least Harry could get himself out of that no problem. This still felt more like he was reading about someone's funeral any second. Yet at the same time, he understood it, found how much more precious and dangerous this was to Harry. He may feel it for a time if something had happened to Dudley, but now Ron was the first family he'd had. He could not lose him any more than Sirius. Sirius made a series of thunderous growling noises that kept starting and stopping. Clearly his terror kept trying to break off how much he wanted to take her head off with or without a wand. James could feel his breath stuttering out in sharp gasps. They're pinned down. They don't have a chance to run anymore, his mind all too happily informed him. Shut up, he fought hard not to shout out loud. James couldn't quite scream that as he could all too easily envision Luna, his voice was getting quieter the more this somehow continued to grow worse. Fighting back the urge to vomit again, the more his vision blurred from worry and still pushing past just to keep going. Remus hated that was by all technicalities a good plan, Harry being the target because they could look at him and know he was okay, but putting himself in danger like that could never not stop all the air around him. And it's not like he knew that at the time, so Harry was still going to hear about this later. Lily made a squealing noise that was as much disgust as it was concern for this. Luna didn't take away his wand. James ignored her no matter how much he agreed. Yes, do please keep being idiots, Remus muttered, his own eyes feeling swollen from widening too much recently. James didn't need to ask why Harry had involuntarily shouted the same thing in here, why he was vibrating all over again in fear for his brother as much as he had been for his sister moments ago. They could all just feel it. This was not going to be a good thing. Harry tried to dart forward again, to tear the book away because his father wasn't going fast enough, and he had to know right now what that thing was doing to Ron, but Sirius intervened faster this time. He caught Harry around the chest and held him fast, fearing if Harry stopped listening and tried to do this himself, he'd hurt himself irreparably. James had hardly hesitated upon Harry's movement, too involved in this himself. Harry made a desperate noise, still struggling to get away from Sirius, but to where even he didn't know. It was too much. It all felt like a nightmare that wasn't ending, and still the worst hadn't happened. He could feel how hot his face was and how painful everything in him burned, saying something terrible was going to happen, something that wasn't going to be just a spell. Remus had never actually wanted to know what would happen if you try to use a stunning spell without pronouncing it correctly. Gah, how is that helping them not break the thing? Sirius was feeling so incoherent, he wasn't even sure if that was spoken in English. Harry placed his hand on his abused rib cage, still feeling the echo of that pain as it was vividly reminded to him. But that was nothing in comparison to the torment just behind his eyes. He had known from the moment he'd first been in this room it would not mean anything good for him. Now he was standing more alone than ever. That should have been a good thing. There was no one in there to get hurt but him. Lily bit back yet more curses for the fact they just had to be right about that, and yet she still found it in her to plead it wasn't important for Harry to learn a lesson there. She was hardly holding herself together listening to this. Afterwards, the worst thing she could stand to hear of him in again was Crookshanks attacking him. Whoever said he wanted to be a good boy? Sirius said distractedly, though James felt himself breath easier just for a second at Sirius, still managing to say his stupid jokes even in the face of all that. It was just a little easier picturing Sirius saying that to Lucius than 10 wands pointed on his lone child. I mean, credit to the kid, but I'm about to knock his lights out for not doing the smart thing and staying where he's useful. Ron needed him more than Harry did. Remus half-shouted, half-whispered, the unbearable scenario going through his head. The order had long since vanished and wouldn't realize something was wrong until it was too late. Harry couldn't really be mad, though. He was as touched as he was worried now, though he wouldn't have believed that possible moments ago. It didn't feel real, James saying that with such anger he well could have murdered someone on the spot, but at the same time speaking as if about Neville. Sometimes Lily still couldn't believe there was anyone out there who would really do something like this, no matter how many times she'd seen evidence herself of it happening. How dare she mock him for that? Lily said, fury nearly beyond the words. James whispered, feeling as close to tears as if that were Sirius again, or Harry, or anyone he cared about. He could see Alice and Frank's face, know their pain as one who'd been forced to hear his own child through that torment, and it killed something inside of him to force this upon yet another, to even hear about this. James only felt an instant of relief before Harry started screaming anew. No, Harry hissed, his eyes burning with something they'd only seen once before. No, no, no. Sirius isn't supposed to be there. He was only there because I was. He must felt such a wave of vertigo he nearly fell right over. He couldn't help it. He remembered Harry screaming those exact words days ago when he'd thought Sirius was going to be kissed. Now, there was no Patronus charm to save him, only a luck and skill that would be tarnished after what he'd been through. Don't be stupid, Harry, Sirius scoffed at such a reaction. I can take care of myself just fine. Did you really think I'd sit back if even for a second I heard what you gotten yourself up to? But no, Sirius snapped with just as much force as Harry just had. Don't want to hear it. You went out there for me. Now I'm doing the same for you. You don't get to tell me what's right or wrong about that under any circumstances. Harry could feel it, that heartburn telling him Hermione was right. He should have listened to her, because something unforgivable was going to happen now. James honestly agreed with Harry. They still didn't even know how Sirius was, how much damage Voldemort had done to him before he'd gotten away. Now he was barreling right back into a fight. The idiot was going to get himself killed, as if they hadn't feared that enough recently. Yet at the same time, he'd never been more grateful to his brother. He certainly understood why he was doing it for the exact same reason he would right now. That's not remotely a helpful answer, Lily said faintly, far more concerned with that lot than her boys, who she was well aware could take care of themselves. She could still picture Ron suffocating by the time Harry got back to him, Hermione dying from internal bleeding. Who knew if something worse was happening to Ginny and Luna while no one was looking out for them? James tried to find some comfort in that, even as he shifted anxiously a bit more. Sirius was up and fighting. His ordeal with Voldemort hadn't seemed to leave any lasting harm if he was already dueling with the skill James knew so well. But perhaps he still would have been better suited to be getting Harry out of there. Then again, he probably wouldn't have even recognized Sirius if he heard he was trying to avoid a fight for even a second. James nearly ripped the page out in frustration. This was so much worse than if he could have just been seeing this. He didn't understand why Harry hadn't mentioned Remus just now. It was of course possible he was just behind somewhere Harry couldn't see, but James was convinced he wasn't going to breath again until he could finally leave this place altogether. There's thinking on your feet, Remus said faintly. Hope he has to have that bloody removed, Sirius got out through gritted teeth. honestly wishing some things couldn't be magically fixed right now. Sirius nodded in approval, still shifting restlessly as hearing it wasn't fighting off the urge he needed to be doing that now. But at least it seemed to put his friends at ease for a moment. Hearing him still on his feet and dueling made it clear he wasn't irreparably injured from his ordeal. Lily did scream then. She couldn't help it. There weren't words anymore, only curses she couldn't hope to use, and pent-up emotion she needed some way to vent. James couldn't blame his wife. He was fighting off the urge to scream all this as well, though it kept coming out more as a whisper. Not Moody. If he was already down, how well was that supposed to spell out for the others? Now both of his brothers and his son were all in there. Remus managed to find that a curse and a blessing, at least they were still only trying to immobilize the kids. He'd feared now that the order had arrived they'd be trying more than ever to get that way from Harry by any means. James' heart stopped. It took every last drop of his willpower and forcing himself not to hear the other's cry of shock as he told. Harry wanted to breathe easier. Now that he knew the spell could be blocked by something like a shield charm, he felt Hermione's chances for survival went up, though he kept brushing his fingers against his face, where he was sure he'd just escaped death again. Lily was fighting back so many impulses in these moments, to cling her child to her, both his infant self and the adult. She wanted them both under her arms where she could secure their future right now. To stop James from continuing while also taking that and finishing this herself. To send a stream of curses and constantly reminding herself it would do no good. Now she wanted Remus and Sirius right behind her. She didn't care how good of fighters they were. There was no telling what condition both were in, and neither would consider themselves when jumping in front of those spells for those kids. He really needs to stop with that. Sirius snarled in disgust, his not-so-subtle rumbling growls growing louder every second as he wanted to rip this one's whole arm off for continuously trying to use that on his loved ones, even if he had no regrets taking this instead of Harry. James couldn't help snarling in outrage, that flash of green suddenly all he could see for a moment, the light in Lily's eyes fading, the same color to take away Sirius by a breath. Harry made a ragged noise, as yet more people went down around him, because of him, and he tried to cling even tighter to Sirius now, his grip turning bruising as he held onto his arm. Sirius only gave him an absent pat, shifting his weight so restlessly Harry could hardly keep a grip on him, even as he acted like his life depended on it. Remus closed his eyes tight, hating to hear the echo of James' final words to his wife in that moment, as surely that was just a coincidence. Everything was going to be fine. He quickly snapped them back open to focus on Sirius and James, his friends. Nothing was going to happen to them now. The only thing stopping Lily from vomiting at the image was that it hadn't connected. It never would again, because this time she hadn't been there to stop it, so Harry would be safe from this. Had Neville, though, the order, it would be an honest miracle if everyone came out of this unscathed. Sirius dislodged Harry from him again by running his hands through his hair frantically. He couldn't believe no one had ever taught Harry finite, or that he was forgetting about the spell right now. He's not going to get hurt. Nothing happened to him, James kept chanting in his head, the only mantra he could use to make words keep coming out. That wasn't working so well whenever James had to flip focus to one of his friends. Sirius finally got so agitated he jumped to his feet, moving swiftly across the room as if he were in a duel now, his body finally unable to remain immobile while Harry did the opposite. Now that Sirius was out of reach, he froze over, as if he could no longer hear or feel anything around him. He couldn't understand why Sirius had left him right now. James couldn't help a pitiful noise of relief for just a moment. Remus hadn't been mentioned since he'd come storming in, and in the back of his mind, where Sirius and Harry weren't struggling to fight, he'd feared something had happened to Moony the moment he'd come in. How soon was it to a full moon? Had one just ended? He had no answer for the state he was fighting in any more than Sirius, but he tried to give his mind an instant of relief. Remus may have darted off to check on the other kids before running into this fray. They're clearly trying, Lily told him in a you're-not-helping voice. Remus looked terrified for a new kind of reason, like Lily was going to curse him next if he didn't do something useful soon. James made such a powerful noise his throat actually hurt, but he still didn't stop. He'd care about that later. They'd find some other way to hear that thing. He had to keep his priority and hear of his son out of there first. Sirius stamped his foot so hard, in frustration, he worried for a moment it was going to sink right through the floor, but it didn't stop his movement. He was thinking the exact same as the others. They'd just have to hunt down this seer who'd given the prophecy. Merlin he'd go and hunt down his aunt Missapinoa, speak to anyone in his family again, for even the inkling of a clue on where to hear this thing. But that was later. They'd worry about that when Harry was safe again. Oh! James felt such a head rush, he nearly fell over in surprise. Thank Merlin, or Dumbledore, or Remus cut himself off with a near hysterical giggle, their shaking of fright from before now more relived than anything. Those Death Eaters stood no chance now. Here they'd all been worried Voldemort might pop back in any moment. Now the opposite had happened. Their sincerity of everything was going to be okay now was so much. None noticed Harry wasn't joining in. Sirius least of all, as he was now jumping around with excitement more than anything he could haul Harry out of there, and finally something could go right. Broken nose or not, there's not a lot of translations for that word, Lily said, still high off her relief that her voice came out as wobbly as if she'd really started crying that everything was going to be okay now. Harry didn't feel that now. He searched for it in the recesses of his memories, but there was no trace of such a powerful feeling except the numbing cold that was sapping everything from him. All his mind could focus on was watching Sirius, moving around with such excitement he looked like he was going to start dancing in here like he had been in such a more deadly situation all those years ago. I'm going to kill Dumbledore, Lily said, with indulgent exasperation. He should have grabbed Bellatrix first if his goal was simply to round up these Death Eaters. Why let Sirius continue goofing off, as he clearly was now, when he was the one who needed to get out of there the most before anyone else showed up? Taunts to your last breath, I swear, Remus huffed, scowling lightly at the book and him alternatively. He hadn't personally ever dueled Bellatrix, but she wasn't one to be trifled with no matter how good Sirius was. She'd proved that in the few seconds she'd been around Harry and his friends. Sirius' expression was marking that in here. Remus noticed as his head whipped to him so fast there was an uncomfortable snapping noise. Sirius was covering his chest and looking genuinely offended. He'd been struck while that pompous smile was still in place. James only half glanced up at him, his throat still raw and sore from all this frustration. He had not the heart for telling his brother what a cocky idiot he was for getting caught. It bothered him most of all Harry hadn't noted what color that flash of light was that hit him, but the first he dodged had simply been a stunner, so likely it was just that again. James froze. The whole room went still as 4 pairs of eyes just watched this act take place. It was eerie, Sirius found himself thinking as he went rigid, that animation finally ceasing in him as James kept going with a heavy twitch that Sirius wanted to brush off but couldn't find the words for. James' voice was taking on a rather hard edge, his eyes flat with disbelief. Of course he hadn't. His mind reasoned. He was stunned when he fell into that. Someone just had to pull him back out. Sirius started shaking then, so powerfully his wand fell from his limp fingers and his whole body went an unnatural color from shock. He didn't like that reaction. Why would Remus stop Harry instead of helping him? As if in slow motion, Harry's life tumbled from his hands and was left upon the ground while James moved. For just a second, Harry watched it in real time. Sirius' knees buckled and he fell back, but in that moment, James was there, catching him before he hit the ground. No. HP. At this point, are you really surprised? Okay, I know you all hate me, but yeah, okay, I have no defense other than saying hope you enjoyed that until the real reaction shots next chapter on Thursday. Take that, Snape. You weren't the first Death Eater to say that. I don't know why I cracked up laughing rereading the series and coming across this line. Just thought I'd share the moment so you wouldn't hate me for 1 second. I know I'm calling for a bit of suspension of disbelief here with his prophecy knowledge, which is rude of me considering I try to make sense of this story, and now I'm doing the opposite. So putting this kind of information on Sirius is a bit of a long shot. But I can't help myself. I need some way to explain all this in fic, and Dumbledore does a meh job of it, and Sirius is the only one with any connections that could also claim to even just vaguely know about these things. Take heart I refused to do this for other things like the Horcruxes. Those'll be much more fun to watch them struggle along to understand, but the prophecies just tie back too well with the third book for me to pass up. I'll admit it here, guys, the movie really had a much more Banff entrance for this. Sirius punching Lucius in the face really is an iconic moment. Chapter 36, the only one he ever feared. Chapter text: I finished writing this chapter just before I had to go to work, so I showed up still all weepy, but I couldn't tell my boss it was because of characters, so I just said the first lie that came to mind, and it was, my dog died. Then I was laughing almost hysterically while still trying not to cry, so that was my day. HP, the whisper escaped from him in a lost voice, one last shred of denial that was his brother's fate. The next word came out all emotion. It had been spoken so much lately, like any moment the simple word could change all this, yet it had still never carried quite so much. No, you can't do that, Sirius. Lily felt the mad desire to laugh as James held Sirius to him like he was holding him back from that veil this second. This wasn't like when James had told Sirius he couldn't use his godfather privileges to outrank Lily on the idea of how Harry's baby room would be decorated. She couldn't take her eyes off of him, afraid he'd vanish the moment she did, but as always in her mind, she needed to know where her child was. Her infant was still upstairs, safe and away from this, and it took all of her will to look away from someone she'd come to know as a brother and look instead to Harry. I hate this. James didn't seem aware of the words he was shouting, how they echoed the room and tore his throat. All he could feel was how hard his chest was beating. I can't stand it anymore. Not after what Peter did to me, after Sirius spent 12 years in hell because of it. Lily, Frank and Alice, everything Harry's been through. It's not fair. Sirius did nothing, was never anything but a good man who just wanted to help me and my family, and he didn't deserve this. It took several deep breaths to realize why his shouting was cut short because of a cough, and when he could finally see again, he realized he'd run his fist through a wall, little poofs of dust still sprinkling down around him. It took some maneuvering and a bit of swearing for him to unclench his fist and draw his now throbbing hand back out. Sirius wasn't aware of a word. His face was still that mask of shock, his hand pressed to his chest, where that last spell would have hit him. He could have keeled over right there, and it wouldn't have been a noticeable difference. He wasn't even aware James was still holding so tight to him with one arm and that the other was now bleeding. Harry didn't seem any more aware either, getting to his feet as if enchanted and trying to walk towards Sirius, but his feet so unsteady he was like a newborn. Lily tried to move, to go to his side in case he fell over next, but she didn't get to his side in time. It's going to be okay, we can still fix this. You can't keep saying that. It did happen to me and you. You never did a damn thing to stop it. Remus was too stunned, still full of his own pleas in watching Sirius, and even if he had recognized his mistake in time, he still wouldn't have had the thought to block it as Harry gave a solid punch to his face. Harry, stop. Sirius pleaded, his first sign of life coming back to pull Harry off of him without a second thought, while James jumped between his son and Remus. Still shaking so hard from all this, it was an honest miracle he was on his feet. I'm just so glad for you, Harry snarled, still trying to glare hatefully past the two he couldn't look at right now, that you can keep pretending it's all okay, because the worst thing that's happened to you is a couple of scratches. But it happened to me. I lived through it, and you can't keep brushing that off like it's all okay now. I lost everything because of you. Remus may well have just died himself, the blood still dripping down his face, the only clear evidence he wasn't a corpse. Apologize now. Sirius snarled in his ear, still without releasing Harry. He was still shaking. He couldn't even see anymore. A white flash, all he knew for his pain, couldn't even register in his body anymore. He's not dead. He's not, and I'll prove it. He wrenched the book to him, Sirius having to move with him as he still wouldn't release Harry, and once Sirius realized what he was doing, he ducked in and took it first, watching Harry carefully like at any moment he'd shatter in front of them. All right, Harry, if you say so, then clearly we misunderstood. Something. He couldn't keep going, to watch those green eyes. Sirius knew any second the fractures in them would crack. Harry would be forced to realize the same as them. But for now, Sirius still had the breath to whisper. So, let's get to that then. Sirius wasn't aware he was actually reading words. It was just noise flying out of him. He was still waiting for the rest of the bomb to drop. Remus still hadn't moved, like he feared if he so much as breathed Harry's shaking would cease, and he'd just go finish the job. The look on his face indicated he wouldn't stop him. Lupin just didn't understand. Sirius was simply hiding out of sight. Lily hadn't moved in all of this. She didn't know how to. There was something filling her, too much at once. James wasn't sure if Harry was hearing any of this, his denial as complete back then as it was now. He looked like he was still fighting off something in here, but there was nothing left holding him down, so he was just standing stark still and twitching away from nothing. James almost longed for that, instead of the dead numbness he felt watching. There was no other reason in the world Remus wouldn't have gone after Sirius if there were any other explanation. Lily could all too easily picture that. He even kept doing it now like he always did, though it still fell right back into place the moment his hand moved back. It was hard to think past that, past anything except his voice going through her head. She alone seemed welded to her seat from the pain, no matter how much she wanted to find some comfort for her boys. There wasn't any to be had for this. James was still angry too. He wanted to keep yelling, raging and screaming, hadn't really blamed Harry for turning on someone like he so wanted to do. There was just no one in here he could do that for. Harry couldn't say it again, though the utter of denial was clearly on his tongue. His expression could no longer hold it as he swayed, and then fell back onto the sofa. "Harry," Sirius whispered, hovering over him at once, but still glancing worriedly at his mates who hadn't moved either. Harry didn't react, though, his eyes unfocused on anything in here like he was still trying to watch that black veil. Sirius wanted to pull Harry close, to promise him he wasn't going to leave him now, but it didn't feel right, not after how harshly he'd attacked Remus for trying to say the same thing. He wasn't just going to let Harry pull away from him, though, staying within arm's reach of him as he desperately tried to keep going. Remus felt a small hitch of breath return and still managed to leave him all at once. It hurt to think, it hurt just to keep breathing. All he could think was where had he been during that fight? Why hadn't he stayed closer to Sirius while he had the chance? Because Harry was right. He'd never done anything to stop this happening. Sirius' voice sounded strange when he'd said that, but it was only because James was still frozen in place, watching his every minute detail. His voice had wobbled. He was trying not to look at Remus, and James wanted to snatch that bloody thing away from Sirius and make him say why. But his feet wouldn't move, his mouth wouldn't work. It still felt like his insides had been replaced with ice. Lily's eyes widened comically, having almost forgotten everyone and everything else, that Neville really had no idea what was going on, but he'd still stood up for Harry no matter what, and finally something slipped inside her and a few tears began trickling out. Then she couldn't stop, her shoulders shaking, could hardly breath through her racking sobs. "Oh, Lils," Sirius sighed as he still curled around Harry, but watched her desperately now, his instinct to go comfort a friend as heavy as it was for his godson, but he hadn't been given a chance to act on it. "Shut up, Sirius," Lily snapped, though that still came out more watery than threatening like she'd intended. She didn't understand why. She'd said that to him 1,000 times since they'd even just considered each other passing acquaintances once her, and James had started dating. She'd said it countless times in her youth, but trying to say it to him now caused an even harder sob to push out of her. James collapsed next to her, though the distance between him and Sirius felt like a chasm now. He was terrified he couldn't reach across and grab him still to stop this happening. But that would never stop him tucking Lily into his chest, though she tried to beat him off. "Stop that, you idiot," she tried to huff, pushing weakly at his chest with one hand and rubbing her other hand against her eyes, not even sure who she was demanding of. "Just keep going." He denied that she could still feel James' arms tight around her waist, the little wet drips in her hair as he tucked her under his chin. It felt callous to do so, but with Harry still locked up like he was, Sirius was getting desperate now to hear of something happening that wasn't just lingering on this. Harry just nodded. Lily reached out furiously for some tissues, trying to deny she was sniffing and could hardly breath past the clog in her nose, and instead found her cat in her arms purring crazily. Honestly, she was impressed he'd come down here with as much noise that had been going on, but she buried her face in his soft fur instead, now fighting back the urge to say someone had finally done this for Neville. Sirius hated to pause again, but he couldn't help to stare at that in confusion. So their guess had been wrong anyways. Mooney hadn't been checking on the other kids during this fight. So where had he been? It's not as if anyone knew, and Sirius could certainly never blame anyone in his life for his fight. So he ushered past his moment quickly as if there'd never been one. They weren't going to get an answer. Sirius could imagine. He was carving out his soul, telling this to them now, Harry's pain, the most vivid thing they'd ever felt in their lives. But honestly, Remus somehow still felt like a heavier presence. It didn't matter he'd spent 13 years thinking the worst of Sirius, that the two hadn't seemed to do much of anything in the following 2 years to reconcile. What mattered was that they'd both been there for Harry when it mattered, and now Sirius had been the one to pay for it, leaving Mooney more alone than ever. Was he just ignoring her? Did he not see her long before now? Sirius half shouted in frustration. He wouldn't deny he would have been insulted if Dumbledore had stepped into that fight. But now he knew the results when he hadn't. He really questioned why she wasn't the first one Dumbledore grabbed. He got no answer, though he hadn't expected one. Sirius stuttered in surprise as he got his wish. He could feel Harry finally looking at him again, that he'd gained the others' attention, and now he wanted to keep going even less than before at what Harry could really be fixing to do. Remus made a wretched noise, and James sharply met his eyes. It was vaguely disturbing he still had blood dripping from his nose, that he hadn't moved yet, and James was getting worried Harry's hateful words, spoken in anger, weren't being tossed back at Harry as they should have been. It's not as if he wanted to see Remus fight back, but it was better than that slack expression where he hadn't known what was going on in his head. At least that was one noise he did know. "Shut up, Mooney," James snapped. "You saved his life that day. If you hadn't stopped Harry, he would have gone right in after Sirius." "So would I," Remus said brokenly. Sirius froze, fighting back his own tears as he collected himself, just to breath for a moment before whispering, "But you didn't." Remus just buried his face behind his arms and wouldn't look at them. Lily's face snapped up, attention solely focused on this again instead of the life she was hearing about, the fear she faced every day having a date stamped across it. Now her son was in danger again. Who knew what that potion was sustaining those brains? If in fact he dodged them, but instead those things began attacking the rest of those kids. They weren't even sure what had happened to Ron because of it. Sirius was having trouble processing anything that wasn't the words on the page. He wanted to be angry at Harry, going after this madwoman by himself, but would never deny he'd be doing the same. He wanted to question the odds of how she'd got herself out of there so easily, but all he knew was he had to keep going, or that pounding rage was going to pass his Harry again, worse than ever when there was no one to chase after in here. James almost wanted to be relived, but he still couldn't find his lungs, or much of anything. It would also be a lie. He wasn't sure if he'd feel anything again until he heard of that cousin bleeding. Remus had never felt anything less in his life, certainly not the need to keep questioning that place, that room, how anything worked ever again. The book was shaking so hard it was growing impossible to keep finding the words. The prophecy was broken, but Bellatrix may not return to her master empty-handed if Harry kept this up. "She doesn't get to call you that," Lily hissed, James snatching up her hand before she could accidentally set Sirius on fire with her wand instead of that look. "How dare she refer to you as anything?" Sirius offered her a twisted little smile. She'd unintentionally mimicked him a lot through his years of having to refer to them as family as well, but now honestly didn't feel the time to tell Lily how like him she was. The three of them were still periodically glancing at Harry, waiting for that mask to break. "Harry!" Sirius yelped, convinced he must have read that one wrong. No member of the Order had stooped that low. "She killed you. She deserved it." Harry said so lowly, his voice did not sound like his own. "You said you were worried about Voldemort possessing you. Well, this is how it starts. You start with this shit, and you're going to turn right into him." Harry didn't even blink, as if he hadn't even heard him. James watched the two with a blurry vision that had nothing at all to do with the fact he was still seeing through tears. He'd been worried for ages Harry was going to start referring to Sirius as his dad, start forgetting James was even in the room. Now he wished for that back, unable to imagine the world where Sirius wasn't around anymore to tell Harry what an idiot he was being just then. "She killed. You don't get to use me as an excuse for doing what you did." Harry's mouth snapped shut, his pale face sinking back to this world, their world, as for the first time he really seemed to realize he was talking to Sirius. His eyes burned, and he had to swallow carefully, or it was all going to spill out even while some last desperate part of him clung to the fact Sirius was going to appear any second, come to his rescue one last time and get him away from Bellatrix to finish the fight he'd started. When Sirius realized Harry wasn't going to argue the point anymore, he hopped he'd gotten through to him. The Unforgivables were called that for a reason. They weren't meant for anyone to be using. Harry still felt like his head was swimming, his memories colliding with what all he'd done in here, who he was watching here about his life. There wasn't much of a spare thought left for Bellatrix to be angry with after he'd vented on all the wrong people for it. But even still, he managed to note they looked almost comforted his first unforgivable curse hadn't had very good success. It was impossible for him to find any kind of good in anything. Lesson, the word echoed oddly in the back of Harry's head, and he was suddenly griped with something far more precious that had once been given to him all because of lessons. And he looked around to see where Professor Lupin had gone, but Remus was right there. Still, it seemed unable to force himself to leave, though he was staying on the ground, practically out of sight. He was still in here, hearing how Harry had gotten out of this one. The worst part was, that was probably true, Lily desperately noted, still fighting back the urge to scream or cry or pull her own hair out in wondering where everyone else was. Why Harry was left alone again, now more than ever. They don't know it broke, James whispered in surprise, though honestly that thing was still the last thing on his mind he wanted to be thinking about. He still had half a mind to wrench that thing away from Sirius, be done with this whole bloody mess, but he could never do that while Harry was in danger like he was. Sirius felt his brow crease, his first instinct to turn and ask Moony how Voldemort knew Harry was telling the truth now, but hadn't felt it when the thing had broken in the first place, to pick Prong's brain apart until they figured out just what the bloody hell this whole connection business was that had landed them in so much trouble to begin with. It was lost, though in his higher need to hear Harry away from this madwoman, Lily squirmed in place as she kept watching Harry, feeling sicker with worry that had been growing every second since he'd had his fit. Harry hadn't transitioned into any of this in here. No anger towards Bellatrix, no pain for remembering this as he had every time before. He seemed locked in his head, the memory of his godfather's death still keeping him in limbo from engaging with his mind in here, and she had no clue how long it would last. James said something that in fact was not English. Recognizable words had gone beyond him. Sirius didn't seem able to any more either. Harry watched him still feeling more detached than anything. He couldn't understand how they were working themselves back up after. Yet he had to. He'd never had to keep going more in his life. Nothing had ever stopped Sirius before now, and he wasn't going to let this. That was possibly the most insulting thing Bellatrix ever could have said regarding him, because it only made Sirius remember how she'd know he was an animagus. He may not have been there, but had been weighing heavily on all of their hearts, the most depressing question of whose side he'd be on for this fight, and knowing the answer only made it worse. None were naive enough to think he may have rallied to the Order's side during this, not after what he'd done, but in fact had been a central part, had spilled the Marauders' very own secrets to the likes of Death Eaters. No. The words seemed to echo all around him, 4 piercing screams that tore through the air, promising they weren't going to live hearing of another death. Harry watched them all, his parents both having lost the fight, and crying freely now for one more part of their family nearly being broken off. Remus even looked up with his face half covered in blood, but obviously unable to look anywhere else but at Harry, at Sirius, who looked far more likely to drop dead from hearing of this than even his own death had done to him. Finally, a trickle of warmth seeped back through him. Sirius nearly fell out of his seat in relief, except now he was the one who couldn't draw himself away from Harry, not while he was at his most vulnerable. Remus made a desperate noise, and now had to fight the urge to bury his face back away. He just couldn't shake that stupid choice of words after what he'd done to Sirius. Finally, a good use for that thing, James said faintly. What the bloody hell is that thing made out of? Lily demanded, her voice still devoid of most emotion except high-pitched fear. It deflected. She trailed off, but they all knew what she meant. Remus could have explained it could have been as simple as the spell not affecting the metal as some spells were apt to do, and would simply ricochet off. but some as powerful as the one Voldemort had just tried usually disintegrated an object instead. So perhaps it had more to do with the man animating it than the material. Lily knew all of that, though, and it was starting to hurt to breath through his nose, which had alternated from burning heat to an icy numbness, so he didn't waste the breath. Does Dumbledore always call him that to his face? Sirius mumbled, at least distracted by that. I'm just going to stay over here and laugh. Bellatrix is still around to hear it, James said, using her name with the same inflection he would Peter's, certainly not a trace of amusement to be found. James was shaking his head slowly from side to side, entirely out of energy, of anything like his curious nature, wanting to question what kind of magic they were using to cause this he'd certainly not a clue for. Harry was watching them intently again, reminded of the first days he'd done so, when he was looking for a reaction he wasn't sure of, like he was trying to get to know them all over again. At least this time he could feel in him the urge to ask the question he was positive they could answer, but none seemed surprised by this turn of events at all. Clearly, then, this was not the first time Dumbledore had a chance at fighting Voldemort, and not the first time he'd shown mercy. They all felt that to be true, they were living it now. An endless black nothing would have been a kindness to living through this. Why would you want to? Lily breathed, though she understood it as well as the pull that had taken Harry up there. She could no more have stood around and not helped than pushed Sirius through that veil. I can attest to that, Remus felt the passing thought, shifting his eyes back down to his own lap, still unable to actually leave, but feeling more secure now Dumbledore was there. Harry, nobody else was going to suffer tonight. Lily shivered down to her bone, unable to question why the difference as she feared that would somehow change the affect, that one had saved her son's life, and this instead could have just as well killed him. James tried to automatically clench his fist around his wand, and was surprised at the hot flash of pain he felt. Then he glanced down in surprise. His hand was an ugly, swollen mess that was the source of at least the physical pain. It was throbbing, and he wouldn't be surprised if he broke something in there. It was nothing, though. He'd had worse injuries playing Quidditch, so he pressed down on a finger with two from his other hand and hissed at the pain. But it was the first time he'd breathed since Sirius had grabbed that thing. Sirius made a little squeak noise of his own. He hadn't even been aware Fox had been around, but of course the loyal pet would be at a time like this, to take a fall Dumbledore wouldn't have recovered from. It just wasn't helping his stomach to ease any less on that urge to vomit again. He didn't need to be reminded of that chamber right now. Thinking the fight was over, Harry again tried to get away from his statue, but for the first time there was fear in Dumbledore's voice as he told Harry to stay where he was. The magic, Harry knew, should have left him in awe of what had just happened, but instead he was feeling more heavy every second. That warmth from before was building in him like an open flame, pulsing out with each press of his heart and seeking out the rest of him. His numbness was leaving, and Harry wanted to cling to it now, in fear of what he was going to feel when it was gone. What's he doing to him? Lily demanded, her voice as quiet as ever, but taking on some new tone far beyond fear. What is he doing to my son? James began in such a deadly calm voice. It made the warmth in Harry spread faster than ever, up his throat now. Remus didn't remember getting to his feet, but he also realized once he was back on his feet, he couldn't just stay prone out of sight when Sirius sounded like that, when something like this was being hung over Harry, and there was no one there for Harry who should be. Harry, Sirius whispered, still trying to reach out to him, find something in him that showed he didn't want that now. He didn't know how to be there for Harry for this, though, no matter how hard he tried. Harry looked back at him as if he didn't even recognize him, like that first day. His eyes were searching for something Sirius didn't have. Those aged lines, that dark hollow to his eyes. Remus had been right about one thing. This hadn't happened yet. And while Harry knew he should have felt grateful for that, it cemented in him like nothing before. Sirius still couldn't really know how Harry was feeling right now for another 14 years. Yet the warmth around him was hotter than ever, spilling up into his face, his eyes burning as he tried to keep breathing around a sudden lump in his throat. It's over, Lily finally whispered, still unable to comprehend the words herself. It never truly felt over. It hadn't even occurred to them where those things had gone in the blaze of that fight, but any of them would have congratulated Dumbledore for thinking ahead like that. Oh, well, that's interesting to know he bothered to save someone after Sirius broke off with a wild noise, looking at the last page and back to Harry so fast his eyes were going to fall right out of his head. He was trying to do both at the same time, because Harry was starting to gasp, tears finally leaking out of the corner of his own eyes, and he was fighting a losing battle in keeping them in. And Sirius just wanted to be done with this already when Harry stopped fighting. Remus had almost forgotten Dumbledore was supposedly on the run from this place. Clearly, this fact hadn't stopped anyone from going in. I mean, he did just take on Voldemort without really trying. I'd believe him, Sirius muttered testily. James leaned over and whispered into Lily's ear. Who was he chasing for that long? No one, they knew. Sirius had been on the run longer, Dumbledore for only a few months, certainly not that long. Lily didn't answer him, and James didn't even notice. Both only had eyes for their child as they watched him start to fall to pieces, and even he didn't seem to realize it. That described Fudge's whole presence in this loo, Lily said in disgust that didn't quite reach normal levels. She was trying to wiggle out of James' reach and go to her child, but James was holding her back, still breathing raggedly from watching Sirius this whole time, knowing who Harry really needed. Clearly he can. Remus shook his head as he started edging backwards, thankfully unnoticed. It really spoke of the state Sirius was reading, and no one spared even a passing smile for this finally being said. It was all too much. Harry could still feel that now, too many things, memories from then and now, every painful emotion he'd ever had in his life flashing through him all at once. I don't, Harry brokenly sobbed, with what or even at whom he didn't know. He didn't want to keep going, to actually realize he'd been forced to move on with his life. He'd never known his parents to grieve them, but finally he'd had a piece of them from one person, then all that was taken away just as fast. He'd known Sirius for barely 2 years, and now he felt more alone than ever. I know, Harry, Sirius promised, finally tossing that stupid thing aside so he could wrap him tight, and Harry collapsed into his lap. He was 15 again, having seen the worst thing in his life as his only connection to his dad was again ripped from him, and all he'd wanted was Sirius back. Now he had that, and he finally got his wish again, holding back just as tight. HP. It actually always vaguely annoyed me we never got to see Harry cry in book. I'm not asking for a whole spiel, but it's honestly just as depressing to me as Sirius' actual death, picturing the poor kid having a breakdown somewhere alone in the castle, or even worse at Privet Drive. Maybe Ron and Hermione would have comforted him. Maybe he avoided everyone and held this all in alone until he couldn't any more, but yeah. Warning, I'm not going to update again till Tuesday, so the last chapter will be up on Friday. I assumed Dumbledore was referring to himself, given that time frame, but neither matched up that well, so I couldn't help but poke this one. Chapter 37, Unanswered Questions. Chapter text. I lied. I was going to make this the opening to the Lost Prophecy, but it is a rather stand-alone bit, and the next chapter is so long anyways I decided to make this its own part. Hope you enjoy. Quick note, because I realize I haven't addressed this yet, but I didn't want any confusion below. They're not in Godric's Hollow. I personally never thought they chose to live there, but Dumbledore moved them there when they went into hiding because he knew the area and territory, so he set them up in his own childhood home and put the Fidelius charm around them. The house they're in now is in fact the home Lily and James would have grown up in with Harry and their plethora of children in my mind. Harry's heart stilled as he stepped into the backyard and didn't see him. If he'd left, Harry wasn't as sure he could find him. Remus himself probably hadn't a destination in getting away. There was a flutter of something at the edge of his vision above him, noticed it. His instincts were still high on alert, though, and he glanced up to see the swish of something moving on the roof. Harry had only walked around the outside of the property once before, just to glance around a bit while the boys had been resting. He himself had been in a restless fit, still remembering his past, imagining how different things could have been if they'd just known all of this before he'd had to dump it onto them. Even though that had been a few days ago, he still remembered the curve of the roof as he went back to the left frame of the house, how it dipped slightly as if something heavy was frequently hung there, or apparently, if someone lifted themselves up from there. It could have been an owl. It could have been a stray cat or any number of things. But Harry released a soft sigh of relief. He'd found Remus laid back on the roof and blatantly ignoring his uneasy steps forward. Harry wished he'd watched Remus do this first. He hadn't truly made a whisper to get in his spot, whereas Harry feared he was going to bring the whole house down below him with how heavy his steps were. But finally, he managed to make it at least within arm's reach of him, and then lowered himself uneasily on the slightly slanted perch. The view was beautiful. If he'd cared to, he could pick out dozens of constellations, but his astronomy lessons were the last thing on his mind right now. There was nothing but open fields for miles. His parents had chosen a home that should have felt isolated, but there was a tiny glimmer in the distance of civilization, while the expanse of space between this left one free to run without stopping. It felt perfect, and Harry knew a powerful ache for something more he'd never had, would never have. Then he released a little huff of breath as he glanced to his side again, though he'd never forgotten why he was doing this. He wished he'd asked Sirius to come with him. He could still feel the deep pit residing in him that would never truly leave no matter how much he stared at his godfather now. But this wasn't his Sirius. The man he'd known had died, and no matter how long Harry lay curled in his lap that wasn't changing, and he had to cling to that acceptance as long as he could and fix a mistake. He'd honestly regretted the moment he'd realized what he'd said. Remus had fixed his nose, though hadn't quite managed to clean all the blood from his face, and Harry stared guilty at that as he said, "I didn't blame you, not really." He hadn't come up here with a plan to say those words. All he'd known was sorry wasn't going to be good enough this time. Then it kept pouring out, still in a faint whisper that he knew full well Remus could hear. It was just impossible to put any more into his voice speaking of this. "I was angry at Bellatrix and Dumbledore and bloody Sirius himself, but I never even considered what you were feeling, what you'd lost as well. I shouldn't have said that." Remus took so long in answering Harry feared he never would, but he wasn't leaving either. His past was a mess, but nothing was one way. He could have sent Remus a letter any time just as he had Sirius, and then if he'd been ignored he'd have known it was nothing more than just his dad's old friend uncaring about him. He hadn't, though, had never bothered to try interacting with him any more than the other way around, and he wouldn't make that mistake again. When he did speak, his voice sounded hollow, flat, and dead, that sent a thrill of fear through Harry. "I always was a selfish creature. I wanted to go to school, actually pretend I could be around others, and I just keep doing it no matter the consequences. Seems like he was right. I really am just pretending to be one of them." "He-hoo." Harry spluttered in surprise, easily taking his normal volume back as his mind scrambled to understand who would insult Remus like that. Certainly not Wormtail. It didn't seem right of him at this time. Then the rest of what he'd said registered. "Remus, it wasn't your fault. How could you think that? It was mine. It's always mine. I shouldn't have gone there. It was a bloody trap I fell right into. I should have. It shouldn't have happened like that. But it did," Harry said back defiantly now, that same black anger starting to pulse out of him again, and this time he fought back. He reined it in before he'd let the feeling of being connected to Voldemort overpower him again. So instead he sounded closer to crying as he managed to get out. "It did happen to me that way, and I hope you do find a way to change it, but it doesn't change what happened to me." When still he said nothing, just kept looking up with now glassy eyes reflecting the stars and the blood smearing a bit from the wet trickling down his face. Harry insistently kept going. "You don't really believe that. I know you don't. You didn't run out of here because you're afraid. You blame yourself, and I understand that better than anyone. But if you really thought you were a monster who caused all this, you would not have stayed." Harry felt a deep, resonating feeling inside of him. He wondered why that felt so significant, why something in him was telling him Remus must figure this out in his future, though Harry was sure he wasn't the one to do it. "Remus, please, you shouldn't forgive me for what I said, but I'm begging you to come back inside when you can. I want you to hear the rest it. It would mean everything to me," he finished just as softly as he'd started. Remus closed his eyes then to blot out the stars, the waning moon he hated so much, and Harry felt he had no more choice but to unsteadily make his way back inside. He couldn't force Remus to stay. He couldn't force any of them to do this. He couldn't begin to explain to himself why this mattered so much to him. Remus had been nothing more than a passing mentor in his life, on an even less scale than McGonagall. But on the same way he'd felt the pain of Sirius' death even before it had been returned to him, he knew he needed Remus to hear this as well. Harry couldn't force him to, though. This had to be his choice, and he'd said all he could to convince him of that. So he went back inside and waited. He was abruptly assaulted by James, and Sirius trying to go right back out past him. They'd given him his second with their friend. Harry should apologize for what he'd said, and if anyone else in the world had thrown those words at their Moony, they would have a multitude of curses upon them for starters. Now, though, when they saw Harry hadn't gotten him back inside, the marauders were going to do their work. James circled around and hoisted himself up as Harry had, and Sirius didn't even bother with that and magicked himself onto the roof, now hovering right above Remus, who still didn't open his eyes, even when he landed almost right on top of him. "Shove off, Padfoot." "No," Sirius said simply, sitting down beside him and watching James scramble for a moment before finding his feet, and then gracefully sitting down as well. The thought did flit across Sirius' mind to poke fun, tell Moony how dastardly it was to want him away considering what they'd just heard, but joking about this probably would get him thrown off the roof, so instead he said, "Harry better have bloody apologized for that." "In so many words," Remus agreed. "Can't believe the little shit took that out on you," James huffed. He still felt the compulsion to put his kid in time out no matter how stupid that was, for starters. "I can't claim to have been much better," Sirius reminded with a heavy sigh. "He's already seen me take some of this out on Moony." James made a face at him now for the reminder, but Remus interrupted softly. "Don't you regret any of it?" He could hardly believe his ears Sirius was still chatting like this was all perfectly normal banter between the lot of them. "Have you just forgotten the reason all this started was because you didn't trust me? Because I certainly haven't." "Doesn't give Harry the right to say what he did," James scowled. "No, Moony, I don't," Sirius huffed, wishing he'd open his damn eyes instead of seemingly ignoring them while trying to tell them they were being idiots again. "I'd die protecting Harry again and again, and so would any of you. That's what it boils down to, not whose fault it is." "I still can't figure out how the idiot's blaming himself," James huffed. If Moony was going to continue talking to them with his eyes shut like he couldn't even look at them, then James could talk like he wasn't here. "Of everyone involved, sorry, Moony, you're not particularly the center of it." Remus, face screwed up tighter than ever, he mouthed something that neither could hear, but he didn't seem able to say it louder or again. "Fine then, guess we'll just have to guess," Sirius Mark huffed before tapping himself on the chin, but all the time still eyeing him critically. He might have been stupid enough to try and convince me to stay behind, but obviously that would never work. "Please," James rolled his eyes at the idea. The thought wouldn't even cross his mind. "What if he's just pissed at you for laughing and getting caught? I know I still am." "Could be," Sirius conceded, "but then he'd be in far more of a temper than sulky." "Oh, I got it. What if I was wondering what your last thought was," Remus finally snapped just to shut the two up, eyes flashing back open to glare at them. "And you thought it was you?" Sirius barked in disbelief, no more amusement remotely present. "You actually thought I'd blame you for that? For what, Remus?" All his patience was lost now as he threw his hands up in frustration. Remus turned his face away, watching a bird's nest instead. He couldn't look at him when he muttered, "If you'd ever forgiven me. You may have said you had back in the shack, but I've been wondering just how much you meant that, considering the two had been in the thick of many fights together, staying as close to each other as they could so one could deflect another's spell coming the opposite way. It was like that for all four of them at one point, working in tandem, but Sirius had been dueling Bellatrix alone, and Remus hadn't been anywhere in sight until it was already over. "I don't know," Sirius answered honestly, "and I don't care," he finished defiantly, pressing the heel of his palm sharp into Remus' knee until he jolted in pain and had no choice but to look back. "I already have, and if I was stupid enough not to in that future, then look what I get for it. I won't let it happen again, though, Remus. There's nothing you could do now to change that." Guilt colored his expression for such a brief moment. James felt a jolt of worry he thought he'd long since run out of, but Sirius was still going. "How many times do I have to tell you that, Remus? Since when do you need things repeated to you?" "Never stopped you doing it before," he finished in a petulant mutter, easily falling into his exasperated tone, any traces of anything except glaring up at Sirius long gone. James struggled in the heavy silence, but finally got himself to say, "Well, now you've gone and done it, gone, and practically given him permission to repeat that stupid joke forever." "Not as if he's ever needed our permission for anything before either," Remus huffed, settling back against the roof, but now forcing himself to look exaggeratedly comfortable like he wanted to take a nap up here. James and Sirius exchanged a look over him, neither convinced they'd done as much good as they'd come up here to do. But the fact that Remus hadn't bolted from the property already must mean something. He was holding himself here, and they'd cling to that until they finally beat through his head. They were going to keep him around like they thought they had so many years ago. Chapter 38, The Lost Prophecy. Chapter text. Lily watched Harry come back inside and flop morosely down at the table, burying his head into his arms, and looking so exhausted she wouldn't be surprised if he'd simply fallen over asleep. Still, keeping Hickory wrapped in her arms for that deep purring noise keeping her together, instead of what she really wanted, but determined to keep her infant upstairs. She sat down next to him and ran her nails through his hair, smiling slightly when he tilted his head towards her touch. "They'll get through this, they always have," Lily promised. "Exactly how many times has some kid come plopping down into their life to tell them in detail how you lot were going to die?" Harry demanded, his words muffled, and all the more grateful he couldn't see the look he knew would be on her face for that. He was right not to look, he decided, when her voice came out so strained, but still as sure as ever. "Doesn't change what I said. They're the most resilient lot I've ever known in my life. They'll bounce back from this just because that's who they are." When Harry didn't respond to this, she instead tried. "Remus will forgive you. The man can't seem to hold a grudge any more than he can avoid laughing at his mates, except towards himself," she mentally finished with a pained wince for the poor dear. Harry peeked up at her then, whispering, "I'm killing you all. Why should any of you forgive me?" Lily swapped to smacking him on the forehead, across his scar, and he went cross-eyed for a moment, but his stricken expression didn't change. "You are doing no such thing," Lily snapped. "Even if we could, we wouldn't change our own past. I'd fall in love with James again. I'd have you as my first child all over again. I wouldn't change a thing that's happened in my life because of everything it's gifted me. Can you really say you wouldn't come here and meet us if you had the choice right now?" Harry met her eyes and felt worse than ever he would deny no such thing. Did that really make him a terrible person, though, just to meet his parents, to have his chance again to see Sirius? He'd kept struggling with this the more he cared for his own friends. When had they switched to being his family? Now they were all he had left from that time. He wouldn't ever want to live without them, but could he give that up for being with his new one? He was saved from having to answer that now by Sirius stomping back in and kicking Harry's chair. "What did I do now?" Harry asked as he looked up at him, still sounding more exhausted than anything. Though not entirely able to cover his awe, he was still able to just look at his godfather, still just have a casual conversation with him. "Since when did I need a reason to get your attention?" Sirius demanded back, before tapping him on the forehead with the book. "It's your turn, by the way. Think you can manage that without causing another storm?" It was spoken as a jest, but Harry managed something resembling a smile at Sirius, still looking out for him, his every indication saying he'd keep going if Harry couldn't. He'd been a fool, of course this was still his Sirius. Azkaban may have changed him, but nothing could really take him away. He took it and followed James and Remus, still muttering to each other, into the living room, the two sitting down on the double-seater, while Harry still felt heavy with guilt for what he'd said. It was saying something Remus would still be in the same room with him as he sat down between his mother and Sirius to try and start. They didn't know, and they didn't care what came next, whatever hellish thing was set to end Harry's 5th year. It wasn't going to mean much, except Harry still walking those halls, truly the only thing they could stand hearing about at this point. Sirius tried in vain for a giggle, sharing with the others his instant idea of Dumbledore just waltzing into the school just to repair his office. James countered with McGonagall might have done it, and the two may well have turned the whole thing into a debate of who was more likely to have done that under Umbridge's nose if Lily hadn't kept their attention. Harry was only just keeping himself pulled together. His voice still shook with every word, and he was all but glued to Sirius' side, while remembering a grief he'd only just suffered through in here. And though watching the two avidly, it would only hurt him more the longer that had to linger in his mind. The two quickly realized all of this and shut themselves up as soon as she'd cleared her throat. Harry could feel the protest boiling around him, but he had to get this out. He didn't want to hear any false securities right now, venting as loud as he could. No, 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 and extra no. Sirius still managed to speak over him. Harry, how could you blame yourself for something you had no clue of at the time? Everyone was warning me this would. No one told you shit. Sirius barked back, keeping one eye on Harry's bleak face and the other on his mates, who were both breathing rather heavily again, as well as if stopping themselves from screaming. Hermione did, Harry breathed, and though nestled right beside his godfather, there was still that dark hole that may have grown smaller with time, but seemed open fresh and wide now Harry could not shake off, the thoughts still plaguing him all these years later if he'd only listened. Then blame her, Sirius seemed to conclude, even as he watched Harry with a small little smirk and knowing what to expect. He got exactly that. Harry looked at him utterly affronted. It was my fault for not listening to her, not her job to force me to. He didn't look like he was going to start crying anymore. You did listen to her, Sirius agreed as much to soothe that temper as make Harry hear what he was saying. Even when none of us would, you wouldn't let us yell at her for doing so, James uneasily agreed, now wishing he'd thought more of that at the time as well. Then Creature did some twisted mess, and Umbridge got in the way, and you had no reason to think otherwise. Sirius' face couldn't help but cloud at the end himself, how the world seemed stacked against Harry like that. Yeah, what was with that? Remus snarled quietly under his breath. Why did Creature lie then of all times? Doesn't particularly feel like he chose then to grow a sense of shitless humor, James agreed foully. They didn't actually have an answer for that, and now the one person who could have forced him to say what had been going through that deranged elf's mind was no longer around to do so. Sirius swallowed hard when he realized his own words had backfired, and for a moment he let Harry keep going just to keep himself collected. He enjoyed hearing about this no more than them, honestly hated himself more than anyone ever could, for doing what he'd done to Harry, leaving him like that, failing James and Lily and his godson for his stupid arse getting caught, and leaving the last of his family alone. If he thought about that too long, he'd see red again. The only thing keeping himself in check was making absolutely sure Harry would always know the real truth. It wasn't his fault. Lily made a keening noise as she reached out for her child, could no more let him be alone with this than let her infant go without food. Harry leaned into her touch, knowing he wasn't alone now, as he had been during the worst moment of his life then. Lily carded her fingers through his hair as gently as she could while her mind viciously demanded what had Dumbledore been thinking putting him back in there all alone. Where was Remus or the rest of the Order? Someone. The page snapped out of place as if it were Phineas's face. He couldn't help it, no matter the stupid petty insult it was. No one was ever going to talk about Sirius like that. Lily quickly reached over and fixed it, smoothing it back into place while keeping worried eyes on him, but he hardly acknowledged her look, continuing like nothing had happened, though they could feel by the second something was churning in him, just waiting for a release. Harry had to breathe carefully through his nose, or that was going to end on a sob again. He'd had his moment, pouring his past out that way onto his godfather now. He wouldn't just keep breaking down and crying like some child every time it was mentioned now. That school has never been anything remotely dull, Remus muttered, though there was no inflection in his voice. They were still reeling from too many emotions to feel something simple like a joking tone right now. Oh, this again. Lily burst out in frustration, so loud everyone around her jumped, and her cat ruffled and glared up at her. I swear if that man doesn't do some explaining, I'm going to Sirius cut himself off before he'd let his stupid threat pass through his lips. He'd been fixing to say haunt him, but even he knew he couldn't get away with that without Harry breaking down again in his lap, and his mates possibly murdering him here and now. Good, Harry sighed in relief, though he'd winced heavily while saying so as he'd hardly spared a thought for them while hounding after Bellatrix. He already couldn't really forgive himself for what had happened to Sirius. He'd have wasted away to nothing if the same had befallen his friends because of him as well. Sirius made a little rumbling noise of concern. He'd loved to hear of how his little cousin had turned out, and didn't like imagining what Bellatrix had done to her. Lily sighed deeply, her hand still a comfort on him. Dumbledore was only trying to say what many would in that instance. They weren't naive in thinking he'd never lost anyone, as surely the man had parents or some such at some time in his life. But what Harry needed most now was the one thing he'd just been denied for the rest of his life, and no sympathy on anyone's part would make that better. I thought that was implied, James said through a thick throat, his voice cracking at the end anyways. That was not a memory he wanted to be reminded of right now. His whole body shook. He could have fallen over in that moment from too much loss. But then, like he had so many times for Sirius, Remus leaned over and whispered something in his ear. James muttered something back, and while he still seemed to be having trouble breathing, he desperately waved on anyone who would change the bleeding subject. James could sympathize. He'd feel the same way of anyone who walked in right now, almost wished for it, as he needed someone to take all this out on. He just couldn't even imagine doing so to those around him. That's not helping, Remus said lowly, fighting shaking limbs himself just to keep upright, and now took back his own thought. Did Dumbledore know nothing of comforting someone in pain? In all honesty, there was no comfort for this, but that certainly hadn't been a way to go. Sirius swallowed hard as Harry managed to shout all of that with the same intensity, that anger from before bleeding right through back into him now. None dared to stop his tirade, letting him vent and yell all that out, and honestly wanting to join in. It felt like too much. He just kept loosing everything, and they no longer had the will to promise it would get any better, not after this. Lily watched Harry steadily, even as she vaguely registered Dumbledore's words. There was what they'd been looking for, that truly did make it sound as if Dumbledore did know what Harry was feeling, he did know what loss was. That violent streak, though not a surprise, worried them the most. They'd seen that play out in here, and didn't want to know what Dumbledore would do if Harry acted on that in there. Still not helping, Remus said again, through gritted teeth. Constantly feeling on the verge of crying and refusing to act on, it made him feel as if he were suffocating, but he refused to let himself. If Harry punched him again, then so be it, but the only thing keeping him listening was watching Sirius. Knowing this hadn't happened to him, it wasn't going to, so he would not cry. Sirius inhaled sharply as he understood that all too well. He'd felt that twice in his life, in very short amount of times. Once after what he'd done to Remus, he hadn't come out of the forest for days, and no one had even noticed his friends had all been so furious with him. He almost hadn't come back, but finally, guilt had triumphed over his own self-loathing, and so he'd returned. That very summer, after that night, his parents had kicked him out, turned on him as no mother and father ever should to a child, and there was a reason it had taken him some time to make it to James' place in the state he was. He'd simply ran all the way there. Those two stuck vividly in his mind, and he couldn't breathe for a moment knowing Harry had to feel the same, and it was still worse for him. Is he trying to be funny? Lily said near hysterics now, feeling a wild mess herself at how alone her child was, how it felt like he could never have a single reprieve. She kept flashing back to what he'd seen witnessing this happening to Cedric, but then Sirius had been there for him. Now he'd never have that again, and a few more tears traced down her cheeks for this future. James went utterly still, like a wild animal that had just scented its prey. "You are kidding me," James stated, and there was not a trace left of sorrow, though his face was still a blotchy red. He knew, James, Remus tried, honest fear galloping so hard through him his words still shook. Prongs, he. Shut up, Remus. James snapped right back, his eyes laser-focused on Harry now. If Dumbledore was actually saying what James' mind insisted he'd just heard, that man wasn't going to live, and Remus nor anyone was going to stop him. Harry couldn't say that properly. He still didn't want to believe it even as he'd had no choice. Lily felt that catch in the back of her throat, her hand shaking in place upon Harry, and he covered hers with his for a moment, but unable to look up, away from an answer he only wished he'd had at the beginning. James felt a rushing noise in his ear, a fire that he still wanted to act on, but he'd hear Dumbledore out, know in detail if that man had really done the unthinkable regarding his family. No. James snapped so sharply the cat hissed at him. He's done nothing to earn that, and you need to keep your priorities right now. Harry shifted uncomfortably under such a quelling gaze. It helped nothing to remind him his father wasn't looking at him with that accusatory look, but Dumbledore. Right. A damn fool would wonder that, clearly except the man doing it, Lily hissed. Harry's skin crawled, no matter the explanation, that feeling still residing of how tainted he was, and now he had absolute proof of how true it was. He suddenly expected those around him to pull away, his errant thought from before festering into a sickening fear he could not shake. They should hate him, blame him for this happening to Sirius. Voldemort had been using him this whole time, and now it was no longer just a thought but a fact. Voldemort had possessed him, was inside of him. Maybe even now. It's all right, Harry. Lily breathed in his ear. All of them had sensed the change jumping through Harry, his anger switching to something new, and it wasn't the loss Sirius could help with. That was an expression none could stand to see on his face. He was back to feeling guilty and maybe something more. She tried to take the book away from him. She couldn't stand to watch him suffer through this twice, and though whatever idea that was in his head would continue, at least she could hopefully keep his attention on one problem she could fix. But Harry's grip only tightened around the binding. He wouldn't let it go. If he did, they could realize the same as him, and he couldn't lose them now. He just couldn't. Then he made a desperate noise, every joint feeling like it was going to pop out of his body. Harry! James watched him in surprise, the only thing able to pull him away, to distract him from what he'd felt for Dumbledore and Sirius, but his son. Harry wouldn't, though. He wouldn't look at him, couldn't look at any of them. He knew what he'd see, what should have been there. Anger, hate, how could they not after what he'd done? It all slid away with one brush of Sirius' hand. Just like every time Harry had needed him, Sirius was there now, making a little tisk noise and telling Harry, "All right, deep breaths there. I have proof now I'm not the center of the universe, and I may need some comfort here soon." He tried for a pleasant tone of voice. Harry just watched him with a feeling he knew he'd had until this moment, which vanished in a flash. Sirius didn't blame him, didn't hate him, even knowing Harry's part in this. He kept looking to his parents and back to him, and for a moment he didn't know what to do with this. Sirius chuckled in surprise when Harry hugged him, but he took it in stride and just let him cling until he pulled back. Sirius wasn't even quite sure what that had been, but the deep warmth he felt that he'd helped Harry figure it out wasn't comparable. James still felt that heat all across him, two levels, as some part of him still wanted to murder Dumbledore on the spot for a full explanation of what exactly had been done to others' lives, but also a feeling of peace he'd already accepted and now got to almost blissfully watch. It would never not burn he couldn't be there for Harry, but at least he had the one here who did. Remus fidgeted uneasily. Harry had an audience for this, as well as one in here. It was different for sure, but truly the boy had never had an alone moment in his life when he really needed one. As opposed to such a lonely childhood, all he'd ever wanted was the one thing now gone. Would it have killed the bloody man to say that? James said for only Remus. He was afraid if he spoke any louder he'd only hurt the others, but he couldn't keep this bottled up. So Voldemort would know Dumbledore was trying to stop Harry seeing these things. I don't see the flaw in that. Remus couldn't either. He had no defense for his old idol, and he couldn't even think of him as that anymore, not after what he'd just confessed to doing. Sirius now realized what he'd just saved Harry from thinking as his godson further leaned into him. He continued to look worriedly down at him, but his voice was trying hard not to keep that heavy tone, so Sirius must have convinced him this wasn't his fault. Harry was so lost in his own mind, the tiny nudge of contradiction on his conciseness meant nothing to him right now. He what? Lily began poisonously. Sirius had felt betrayal. He knew he'd never feel something so deep again as when his mind flickered to a certain rat, but this was something new. An insulted pride for something he couldn't have called, his mouth hanging open and just waiting for a punchline he was sure was coming, because this was a sick joke, right? No. Sirius said the one word in a flat, cold tone that chilled Harry to the bone. He did not. He could not. What did I do? He trailed off, though, and Harry shivered harder than ever, wondering if he'd just hear Sirius beyond the veil. That vial, that James spluttered, beyond words now. He'd never even meet Sirius Elf, and that was probably a good thing right now. His mind didn't need any more fuel for the burning mental images playing through. Harry shushed them, though, as unwilling to let Sirius think he'd done something stupid as Sirius always did for him. This was not his fault. Something more was going on there. You have got to be kidding, Lily hissed, feeling all of this spin through her mind, sickeningly fast now. All of them were there, and not one of them heard Harry shouting in the kitchen. Came down to see what creature was laughing at. What how? There was something twisted up inside of Remus. A snarled thread of reminder he was one of those. And Lily seemed to realize this at the same time, and stopped protesting how the world was out to kill everything that mattered to her. That part hadn't surprised Sirius. The wretched little thing it was always laughed at misery of any kind, especially his. And to know the feeling he'd have hearing of Harry like this, creature would be ecstatic. Sirius couldn't imagine hiding that fact from anyone. He'd wear it proud on his shoulders, just like he would his little pup someday when he was big enough. It couldn't be, though. Something like that couldn't get you killed. The world wasn't such a cruel place. Something like that could exist. Harry could feel that now, remember that vividly as it tried to cut through his words. But Harry wouldn't let them stop him. He had to hear all of this while he still had the breath. Sirius made a strangled noise, his eyes fit to pop out of his head, his hands twitching maddeningly. That elf had hurt his hippogriff to keep him away from Harry, had been the cause of all this. James could do what he liked to Dumbledore for withholding all this from Harry, but Sirius was very soon fixing to be without a servant the moment he stepped out of here. James spluttered something that may have been forced laughter. He just couldn't believe Dumbledore was still saying this, even now. That effing thing should have been put out of its misery rather than what it had ultimately done to his brother. Sirius felt a funny, tugging feeling inside him. He never would have thought saying his own name as a joke would ever hurt. But for the first time in his life, he questioned whether he even should. He'd never once done it around Harry in his time, and though he lived to do it for his friend's never-ending annoyance, it somehow didn't feel right now that the idea was firmly set in stone. He may not get to do it again someday. Then he glanced at Harry, and he knew he'd never regret saying, "I always take things seriously." There was a heart-stopping beat, like now that Harry was told his godfather had passed, he'd somehow lost the nerve to laugh at all for anything relating to him. It was proven untrue the moment Harry chuckled and looked to him with a happy shake to his head, muttering, "That's never going to get old." Sirius smirked and straightened up in his seat, absolutely in agreement with his godson. "Now you see why," Remus snarled, his hand itching to go for his wand and slit someone's throat out for this. That no human could do this and laugh. Then he should have been released like I wanted him to be. Sirius howled in frustration, finding yet another mark to chalk against that aged old man. I never wanted him there. If I'd had my way, he'd have crawled into a grave, and none of this would have happened. He went too easy on that thing, James said in pure disgust, by not ripping its eyes out. Lily watched all of them get whipped into a frenzy over creature, and her arms tightened around her cat, her hair falling across her face in a bit of shame. She didn't feel the same. He still pitied creature more than anything, seeing the manipulation that must have gone on there. Sirius had never said a kind word to him in his life, had only made his being there more unbearable, and even now it seemed they couldn't see their own mistake. Sirius just huffed and wouldn't look at anyone for that. He didn't want to think about that right now, how shitty his life was after the next Halloween, or that feeling was going to overwhelm him all over again. They'd never find a way to change it. Now he's just doing it on purpose, Remus muttered into the oddly deadly silence. Sirius hadn't even seemed to have heard Harry that time, his wide green eyes watching his godfather with worry like all of them were for the lack of comment. Sirius had to drag himself back around and see why they were all staring at him. Then he fixed a smile into place, but just waved Harry on without comment. That makes all his behavior okay then, James spluttered in outrage. All his taunts, his complete lack of any human emotion when trying to help Harry when it should have been that old card who couldn't give you the time of day for fear it would ruin his own plans. James was so close to shouting by then the cat finally had enough and slinked restlessly out of Lily's arms. She watched him flit from the room tail in the air and honestly felt like following. She couldn't hear much more of this without having her own breakdown. She could already see where this was going, how much Harry and all of them hated Snape, and so his part, or lack of it during this instance, would not go through quietly. Lily tucked her hand more firmly around Harry, her nails digging in a bit as she was well aware no matter what Dumbledore said, nothing would satisfy him right now, but she understood it. It was only human this, She just couldn't imagine doing this herself, blaming all these problems on one man. Sirius tried to ruffle himself up, to eye Harry and bring up an old argument. You think I let something like what that man said to me do anything to me? It didn't come off like he meant it, his voice still too heavy, Harry's reality crashing down on all of them more every second, this future no one person should live through. Then Sirius winced for repeating Dumbledore at a time like this, chancing a glance at James, who just shook his head for his best mate, always seeming to get the last word, even through Dumbledore. Which is all the more loathsome now that we have the full understanding for that, Remus said quietly, but with such a promise of violence, none would be surprised to see his wand appear. None disagreed either. What Snape had done in that moment was like what he'd done to Lily all over again. He'd left Harry to deal with Voldemort all on his own, instead of treating this like one should have, pushing his childhood problems aside and focusing on why Harry needed him. Conceited old Burke, James said flatly. The man's the best one for the job of that happening when it did, the only one who could have found some way to explain to Harry why it was instead of getting Snape of all people to force some explanation about this. James was breathing heavily. He couldn't decide who he was most angry at any more. Dumbledore, Creature, Snape. All three could have dropped dead in front of him this second, and he wouldn't bat an eye, would probably be tucking his own wand away after doing it himself. You can't convince me otherwise, Sirius seethed, hearing Creature's part of the plan put it together easily in his head. How many around Harry had set this up, and he didn't believe for a second Snape had done anything to help. That bat had dragged his feet in telling everyone, taken his bloody precious time informing of the situation, and then wasted time puttering around, looking for the kids after they'd long gone. Harry could have died before the order had reached them, and Sirius Wold never forgive that. Oh, it can admit when it's wrong, James said through gritted teeth. Effing too late. Dumbledore seemed to have been at fault for everything that had happened to Sirius. That man doesn't know me at all, though that was made perfectly clear, Sirius snapped with pure loathing, Dumbledore speaking for him at a time like this. Sirius blinked slowly, as at least that was true, but there was a coppery taste in his mouth for Dumbledore having to speak for him, a taint that wouldn't leave he'd never have the chance to speak to Harry again. No, Harry, Sirius softly whispered. He'd never let Harry forget this one. I came to get you out of there, just like I always would. Doesn't matter if I was on the opposite side of the planet free as a bird, I'd still show up there for you. Sirius shivered, while Harry gave a heavy sigh, neither appreciating that. James' fingers were digging furiously into his palms. He quite agreed with Harry, but as his son worked all of this out from his past, James didn't have that same release, had no one he could properly vent at, and that just kept building inside him. Lily couldn't help but scoff a bit in disgust. Oh yes, tell him all the answers now when he's sick with grief and wants nothing to do with you. Twisted bit of sense that. Harry's angry at something else and can't snap at Dumbledore for the more important detail, Sirius muttered. Harry heard 4 deeply disgusted noises around him for that. He knew. Harry heard the splutter of outrage around him, knew he should have felt something for that as well. But honestly, when he looked up, he saw Dumbledore's timing had been perfect. They were so drained, exhausted, and hurt from having to live through serious death that no matter how much they wanted to rage for this as well, it would not erupt. It was simmering below each of them. Harry could feel it himself, as he could already count the days again of when he'd be going back. But for now, talking would keep the fire back. Remus still had enough of himself to shake his head in disgust. He still couldn't believe that was Dumbledore's decision to make. Lily would never leave Harry to Petunia. She knew well her sister's feelings for her, clearly serious, and the other weren't an option at the time, and he wouldn't be able to. So then there was truly no one left but a bystander family. It still should have been their decision. Dumbledore was begin vain in saying no one would realize that taking in this particular infant was dangerous, but at least it would have been by choice, not something Dumbledore should have made for anyone. It wasn't worth it, Lily said at once, her face growing more ghastly by the moment as she still felt responsible for her child's terrible fate because of her blood. Anything else could have been done, and he still would have grown up with more love and care than the absolute nothing he got. I don't believe that, Sirius said in pure disgust. Of all the magic in the world the man can do, that was the best he got. He himself admitted it would only be a temporary fix. It's not a long-term solution, and so he still put you through his own admittance of suffering for nothing. This was not what Harry had been hoping to focus on, as if flipping from one fresh torture to an old festering wound. But he doesn't think of that as his home. Remus dissected, trying anything like he was chatting with Dumbledore about this now. He refers to Hogwarts, even the burrow, as more his home than that place. That's not, Remus tried again, but Harry couldn't hear any more. He was on the verge of something again, whether anger, sorrow, or something else he did not know, but he just couldn't hear this now. He didn't even have a room. James bitterly protested his word choice. He lived in a bloody cupboard the first 10 years. They only changed that after they realized someone else knew. No, that doesn't make what they did okay. What about the Death Eaters anyways? He said that's the reason he didn't offer you to another family. They'd be attacked sooner than even Voldemort's return, Harry whispered miserably. He wished more than them this hadn't happened, but he'd never wished the circumstances of his life on anyone else either, considering everyone around him suffered because of it. Clearly, the protection runs against anyone who would do you harm, otherwise you'd be right in saying that should have happened, Lily bitterly pointed out. Harry realized he was not going to get even a small bit of understanding from any of them. Harry's heart thudded painfully in his chest as he realized this, the snarky comment flying through his mind of how Dumbledore had even sent Petunia more mail than him over that summer. That utter arse, James blinked in stunned disbelief. I didn't think Dumbledore was capable of sending a... Honestly, that just makes the whole thing all the more confusing, Lily seethed. Why care whatever Dumbledore bloody says? It shouldn't have changed anything. They clearly don't care what happens to you in the house. Why not abandon you the first time they could? They wouldn't care. Lily jerked with the force of her own shouts, face ablaze with hatred for the thing that should have held the responsibility of her child, but instead had treated him like scum. How dare he even pretend to call it that? Lily spat in disgust. Those ruddy. He choked our child. James snarled, his hands still fisting up for that reminder. That hadn't even been the only occurrence, the constant insults, the frying pan, instant after instant of questioning the humanity of them. The legality part wasn't even in debate if someone looked at it for even a moment. And it was all Dumbledore's fault. Both were sitting forward in their seats. Their grief was quickly slipping into murderous anger again. Both wanted to crack Dumbledore's head open for putting Harry through this suffering just as he'd done to Sirius, when they still blamed half the mess of him winding up in Azkaban on the old man as well. It didn't feel right. How could he have done this? Who was he to decide this for their child? What the bloody hell would Dumbledore have done if they'd killed him? Sirius demanded, his teeth bared, eyes wild. They came bloody close to starving him. Glory knows how much they really hurt him. Stop, Harry finally pleaded before they could go full blast with this, of listing every single thing he'd mentioned and what they'd pulled together themselves. I know, okay, it's just. Wouldn't you rather hear the rest than yelling about this? Can't we do both? Remus demanded snidely, but Harry ignored them and kept going more quietly than he needed to in hopes they really would stop. Harry heard it again, that deep-throated noise all around him promising no one thought this excusable or at all okay. The man's damn lucky you even made it there, James snarled. Considering they tried to stamp out your magic to begin with. Harry shivered at the reminder, but was clearly still determinedly ignoring them. There should never have been a challenge. Lily seethed in protest, all her fears of Harry's first year ultimately confirmed right then. He set you up. He wanted that bloody stone there. He wanted to see how you'd handle it. Remus felt nothing for that like he would have thought. There was a time where Dumbledore's word meant everything to him, but that feeling was getting harder to recall the more he heard. Harry should have been honored to have such a thing, but after all he'd been through because of their old headmaster's decision, it felt more like the man should be begging forgiveness than showing off pride. His plan, Lily bitterly repeated, not caring one damn bit about anything of his plan right now. She wanted Harry as far away from that man as Voldemort. Harry felt that deep, soothing feeling of why he hadn't been as angry as those around him, like he'd been expecting a warm hug and had received just that. He chanced a look at the others and saw they didn't share the same feeling. Cared my arse, James muttered, his face still set in a hard line of frustration as he watched his child, still imagining his crying infant with no comfort to come. What that man put you through doesn't at all sound like he gave a damn. Harry winced and kept going anyways. He can't say one thing while doing another, Lily said with pure ice. He cannot just say he cared about you above others while leaving you to go back there against your wishes. Remus caught Sirius' eye, though, and they felt a tiny niggle of understanding for just a moment. Were they any better? If Harry had to go there right now to protect the rest of the world from falling under Voldemort's reign, and they couldn't do it. No matter how terrible that made them, they still couldn't bring themselves to accept this as their fate. They just have to find some other answer. There had to be one. James couldn't breath. He wanted to keep screaming, threatening Dumbledore, and promising this was never going to actually happen to his child. But here finally was the answer for that. The truth of why it had happened at all. So he caught Lily's eyes, and finally managed to still her as well. A deathly calm settling over them for the one thing that would stop the retribution against the Dursleys and anyone, what had happened to make this their future. Harry could feel it, like a rubber band fixing to snap into place, somehow helping all of this to make sense, and he worried his words would come out too jumbled for them to make sense even as kept going. Bloody hell! James was the first to speak in the echoing silence, and it wasn't even that coherent. That is insane. Lily spoke this clearly in fear anyone would misunderstand. Voldemort is out to kill Harry because of a prophecy. But those things, Remus kept blinking spastically, but no new words popped up to prove he wasn't hearing things. They're a farce, a whim at best to tell you. But they're not, are they? Sirius whispered, his face haggard. They're bloody real, and somehow Voldemort knows it. James couldn't keep going, none of them could. Their future was in ruins because of a seer. Harry only kept going from the will of having to know everything, the answer right on the tips of his fingers, though those around him still sat like gaping fish at this news. 16 years, Lily repeated with hissed fury. Her shock wore off fast enough to latch onto this bit of information. The Order knows about this. Dumbledore knows about this right now. But he hasn't. We haven't. James tried to protest this. Yet it was there. Harry was only 15 during this, which meant this had happened while Lily was still pregnant. He hasn't told us. James got angry again as well, shock switching to all but shouting again at once. Is this why he even let us into the Order? To keep an eye on, I'm going to kill him, Lily snarled in disgust. There was no more question about this, and no one said otherwise. Harry still twitched uneasily, though there wasn't a trace of any of them showing they didn't mean it. Harry still kept plowing on, though at this point even he wasn't sure why. It still only managed to keep getting worse. Harry's mind floundered for just a moment, but a squeak of protest informed him this shocking moment held no more care than a fly on the wall. Not now. Sirius could still remember the last prophecy seared into his memory. Every word had convinced him it had been his undoing, and it had been completely wrong. Now he finally understood this had been what made Voldemort come after Harry. Something so entirely vague it could have applied to a dozen people, and Voldemort had chosen his best mate, his godson. It didn't feel real. Like nothing else before since this mayhem had started with Harry landing in their kitchen, Sirius felt like he was dreaming, a nightmare though, that in such a short amount of time lives would end. All Picasso of James couldn't help it. He breathed in relief. This is ridiculous. James, I know you don't like them, but you can't deny now, Remus tried to calmly say to a clearly irrational father. No, no. James insisted, a smile edging at his features that held a slight tint of detached humor, but his eyes were edging for complete disregard of this world. It has nothing at all to do with that's why Dumbledore hasn't told us. Don't you see, it's not. But he trailed off as he blinked again. The world snapped back into sharp focus, and he looked at Harry. From that very first day, he convinced himself he'd somehow brought Voldemort down on his family, that he was the reason his son's life was the way it was. Now it was all because of a stupid prophecy gifted by Sybil Trelawney. In the most deranged way there was, he was almost happy again. Then he'd realized the rest, that somehow Voldemort had decided that nonsense was his son. How did he know? The tone was such a shift. They all watched him with even more worry, his voice now bleak and hollow. Trelawney wouldn't have told Voldemort about this. Dumbledore didn't. How did Voldemort get a hold of this thing long enough to decide why us? Lily had no answer for him. None of them did. There had to be any number of people out there who that prophecy spoke of. Why was Harry alone left with this burden? Harry couldn't even find it in himself to keep going, like the final nail in the coffin. The why didn't matter. It truly was his being alive that had cursed this family. Voldemort had chosen him, and now everyone he knew suffered because of it. He wanted to snap the book shut, to walk right out of here, and no one could stop him. Why would they? He'd be leaving for good. He'd find Voldemort now and make sure he got exactly what he wanted. But he couldn't move. Idea was crystal clear in his mind, but his fingers wouldn't do the simple job of putting this all away. His feet seemed glued rather than the fierce energy driving him out. Why? The question that just kept coming up again and again for him. What more had he to learn from this that excused his existence, his infestation in their lives? He realized why he couldn't bolster that anger at Dumbledore then, because he was just as bad as him. He wouldn't leave them, because he cared too much about them. He wanted to stay here as long as he could, until he had no other choice, still childishly clinging to that hope of something, an answer that would make all of this okay. The prophecy hadn't done that. So was there more? There had to be. Everything he felt believed in that, so amidst all of their still whispering panics and mutters, Harry still kept going. That was all he could do. Sirius growled still more loudly over Harry. I have a solution. Let's just kill this one and be done with it. I'm sick of her ruining our lives. Harry was much more sure Sirius didn't mean that one. He was still speaking out of besotted anger he did deserve. What were the odds the same woman would do this twice to him in such a short amount of time? Harry fidgeted with the page, still feeling his parents' words, honestly wishing for the same, that Voldemort had not decided his family was the one this meant. But if not him, then it would have been someone else, and did they deserve this any more or less than him? Exactly. That's what I was. James mutinously tried to keep going. Lily felt her heart still in her chest, eyes narrowing as her mind flew with that information, well aware of how true that was. And she gave a deep, broken sob. Oh, this is. She couldn't keep going, raking her nails through her hair with fury at what her mind was showing her. Lily, James whispered, wanting to hold her tight to him and never let go, but she was not to be comforted right now. Don't you see? We were fooling ourselves. Of course, Voldemort didn't pick just one and go with that. The attack on Alice and Frank, Voldemort probably has a list of families like ours. He has Death Eaters going to every one of them too, to silence and make sure. It had been said the attack on their friends had happened shortly after Voldemort's downfall, but how shortly? The story had been spread the Death Eaters had been torturing the Longbottoms for information, but what if they'd simply been having some fun before moving on to their goal, the infant? Was it possible they hadn't even heard word of what had happened to their master yet and been acting out his orders still? That doesn't make this unavoidable, Remus said flatly, his hand on James' shoulder and watching her with absolution. We figure that out as well. I'll bet you anything that's why Dumbledore hasn't told you lot about this yet. He's deciding who Voldemort is going to pick as well, probably got his own list of families. We get them as well. We make sure Voldemort can't take this out on anyone. Harry watched them agree, the fight bolstering back in them that he couldn't quite feel. It all still felt inevitable to him, but he tried to blame that on his scar, that it had already happened to him. For them, this was still a concept, something they were going to fix, and if this was one of the ways, Harry wasn't going to be one to stop them even if he couldn't find the hope it would work. James still snarled in outrage. Dumbledore couldn't let them just have one moment of peace. That man just had to ruin whatever life they tried to have, as if he wanted this to happen. There must be some other way to defeat Voldemort than what some bloody seer said. There had to be. More one than the other, Harry muttered, as he took pause for a moment to rub at it, as if they'd forgotten. Sirius did as he always would. He started wondering aloud any errant thought flitting across his mind to chat to the others about. Could Neville have taken the prophecy? If it's meant for the person who it was spoken of, and Neville and Harry were both candidates? No, I don't think so. Dumbledore said it himself. He made me the child. Harry reminded, his voice much calmer than the others would have guessed for this topic. But clearly, as they weren't discussing his past about Sirius and his living arrangements, he was almost back to normal. Sirius, you are a wonder, Lily said flatly, meaning to scold for trying to jump off topic, but he just smiled when she couldn't really get that tone. James was still riled up with disgust. How dare he? My son nothing like him. But his furious mutterings weren't cutting into Harry now. He could see the end in sight, and more than ever before, he just wanted to be done with his part. He wished it hadn't been so just as much. But their terse mutters changed nothing. Only action did that, and Harry had to act on his. Harry's pulse quickened at the new tirade of insults around him, but as always he could feel the importance of that without knowing why. It was some scum Death Eater. He realized the same as the others. Some information carried on by a careless person who gave not a thought for the consequences of what they were sharing. So why then did Harry feel no want for a death he should have, that ultimately made his parents? I don't know, Harry. That look you give me sometimes is something I'm sure Voldemort never could, Sirius told him with an attempt at his chipper tone, the constant anger and fear around him feeling suffocating. Harry gave him that exact look, watching his godfather in pure exasperation for a moment before shaking his head and continuing, while Sirius smirked at the others, who continued to look at him as if for his health. But it had worked for just a moment. They were all fighting back a smile as well for him. Harry gazed down at that for a long time before he looked again at his mother. It hurt to even take his eyes off her, the woman he'd wanted most to meet in his entire life. He craved to know about his father, but through Sirius even for the briefest second he did just that. There had been no one for her, though. Not Molly or anyone could ever cause him to feel like he was watching her brush at her hair, eyes meeting in the way only theirs could. He still didn't understand, not really. He loved her. He loved all of them. But why then was that all it took to defeat someone as powerful as Voldemort, when he knocked such things as love aside like they were nothing? James had loved them, but he had been tossed out of the way without so much as a glance. Yet Lily's love for him had saved his life. Where was the key to this answer that Voldemort somehow bestowed upon him? They could gain no answer for this. Somehow, again, Dumbledore's answer felt like no answer, but finally they could not hold that against him. He could only speak of what he knew, and perhaps even Dumbledore didn't know this as the answer, but was only speaking more speculation. Finally, then, they felt they knew all he did, and they'd just have to work out the rest for themselves. As endless a cycle as Hermione's time-turner, Sirius softly returned. You should have known all along not to come. If you had, then none of this would have happened. If, we can go back as far as you want, Harry, but that makes nothing your fault. You couldn't change your past no matter how many possibilities there were. Harry still kept searching his gaze, and finally seemed to find what he was looking for, though it had been there all along. His voice was not steady, but at long last he knew without any regrets why this had happened, and he couldn't hate the fact that he'd loved his godfather enough to do this to him. Harry waited then, vividly remembering their reaction to his using one lone, unforgivable curse against someone who had inexplicably deserved it. He waited for them to finally be afraid of him, convinced if this hadn't done it, then perhaps his family was truly mad. Then James scoffed and muttered, "Why do I get the feeling there's some stupid catch to that as well?" "Because this whole thing has been one long gotcha." Sirius rolled his eyes. "I'm just so glad Dumbledore thinks he's got this prophecy all worked out," Remus agreed bitterly. Lily seemed no more able to believe it, leaning over Harry's shoulder and hoping he was done soon, trying to completely disregard the fact that Dumbledore had just told her child he had to be a murderer, as if that man hadn't done enough to Harry's life. Harry wasn't sure what to make of them, but while he forced himself to try and finish with some sense of ease they weren't disgusted with him, it helped nothing to ease his mind of the rest to come. Sirius tried to do that now, just to prove he still could, it seemed, but the effort only offered a sharp noise like a kicked puppy. It went unmarked, but it made the sharp sting return to all eyes. This just could not be it. They refused to accept this as the end to their Padfoot. They'd find a way to save him as much as James and Lily. "Not another one. I can't take much more of these," James whispered. Sirius blinked once, twice, and then it came through, his bark-like laughter filling the room. He just couldn't believe his ears. After all that, Dumbledore had decided to say the one thing that had been on no one's mind. Lily watched him throw his head back with that carefree laugh of his. In school, the noise had been maddening, like a braying donkey. Now she honestly considered it one of the most cheerful noises that could be, right along with her baby's giggling and James' soft chuckle. It was something that still made them all smile, that infectious noise they all knew they would never see end. Sirius shook himself slightly in pity for laughing so hard when Dumbledore was reduced to tears, something none of them had ever envisioned was possible. Sirius had laughed his way through much of life, seeming to find the only way to make others hear you was to start with something as attention-grabbing as a good laugh. That's how he gained his friends. It's how he'd lived through his summers, laughing off everything he could. Apparently that's how he was going to die as well. HP. I've never been subtle in showing I don't particularly like Dumbledore's character. He was a man given too much power and decided too many fates he shouldn't have, which was all proven in this very chapter. Yet like with everybody, the man gets his redemptions in the next 2 books. Like with Snape, Harry very clearly forgave Dumbledore for this and everything, so if you think things got too heated in this, remember to wait till the end. I love you all. I sympathize with this a lot. Whenever the world feels too much to me, I go on long walks with my dog. This line echoes in my head. I can't imagine what Dumbledore did to Harry really is okay. The guy just needed to get away for a moment before he was talked to. This isn't like last year where I can see Dumbledore's side in needing to hear everything. It wouldn't have been a kindness for Harry to have a break before sharing all that. This time, though Dumbledore didn't need information, Harry should have been allowed to just flat run and not look back until he chose to. But I guess that's just a personal opinion. Chapter 39. The Second War Begins. Chapter text The journey ends with its beginning. Harry couldn't really look Remus in the face when he gave the book a gentle toss to him. He was sure it meant something he was even still around after all this. But Harry really had not a clue what. It couldn't be him. He honestly had not a clue why Remus flipped to the right chapter and got started. He was honestly grateful as he knew he couldn't stand to do any more and just hoped this was almost over. Miracles do happen. James Mark cheered. James, I would not refer to any of this as miraculous, Lily grumbled. No, not the part about you know what I meant, Lily, he huffed. Oh, you're reading a paper, Sirius quickly grasped while still laughing at the two. Hermione was, Harry corrected, the memory easily swimming to the surface, honestly grateful that something could flow back to him naturally. Lord Byron, Remus politely offered. 5 collective snorts of laughter. It seemed impossible after all they'd heard. But honestly, with that alone, Fudge pulled a genuine smile of amusement from all of them, though it was perhaps tainted at the implausibility of this taking so long to post this, a year later. The smile slipped right back off for the 4 from this time. They didn't appreciate the reminder considering they got those once a week it felt like. I've been wanting them to eat their words, and yet it's not anywhere near as satisfying as I'd have hoped, Harry grumbled. Aren't I always? Harry grudgingly agreed with Hermione now as he had then. Haven't heard you called that in a while, James grumbled. It was kind of nice. I'll still take that over what they were calling him, Lily huffed. Where on earth will they find their source of entertainment now? Sirius said deadpan. I'm just happy he's not acting like Sirius anymore, Remus offered. When do I ever act like a loopy fool? Sirius demanded. As much, Remus finished as if he hadn't been interrupted. James' eyes went mark wide in surprise, putting his hand against his cheek with his mouth open slightly as the picture of shock. They would never do such a thing, oh wait, Lily briskly agreed. Harry gulped and still fidgeted heavily. He in no way wished to ever hear of that spell again, but he had the nasty feeling it wasn't the last time Dolohov used such a thing, and next time it may not be so nonverbal. But then the hateful pain returned, and Harry still knew it wasn't over. Even if some part of him, larger than ever, wanted to quit now, before he had to ever feel what he was again for what he'd lost that day, his mind would permanently suffer for it. Sirius got a hearty snort for that, somehow his disgust for that rubbish increasing even when they were back to publishing sense. Good for her, Remus said honestly. Harry almost got a smile back in place, more warmth than they'd seen in his expression since he'd come back from the ministry. Sharing a joke like that really could do wonders. James gasped, all of the boys looking scandalized such a thing had been done, while Lily rolled her eyes at them. Honestly, did you want it up forever? Having to get through a swamp just to attend classes? Yes, was their instant response, and she rolled her eyes again to try and hide a twitching smile. Oh, well, that's okay then. Sirius' shoulders were still slumped in a bit of disappointment, but at least there had been a mark left. At least we can still say we love Flitwick, Remus chuckled. And that's exactly what any proper man would do, James smirked. Or, Lily cooed. I can see where Ron gets this idea to share food to make others feel better, Sirius chuckled. I think it's what the twins do. Well, they did try to share a toilet seat, so I wouldn't put it past them, Remus snickered. Harry glanced around, but not one of them made a snippy comment for Hermione's disapproval again. They were still reeling from their harsh reactions to her, to what she'd been saying, and it turning out to be true, and they didn't know what to feel about her now. I'd almost be depressed if I wasn't so relived, James sighed. James scoffed deeply in disgust for that. He knew how he felt about that one. Remus. Voice held an edge as well none had ever heard before when speaking of him, but Remus kept going trying to ignore it himself. All five of them looked more than sour for that being said. They honestly wished Filch would be thrown out when Umbridge left as well for what he tried to do to those students. But if they'd had their way, Snape would have long since left as well. I cannot believe you're even in the same room with that. Lily was so angry her words spluttered off in disgust. That cat litter should be in Azkaban for what she nearly did to Harry. Neither can I, James quirked a brow in surprise even as he was frowning in disappointment. How on earth did the centaurs give her up? I was hoping her body would just never be found again. Remus muttered something shrewdly as he eyed that. He tried to find the awe and fascination from his youth at the entity that was Dumbledore, how he truly seemed able to do anything, but it was still overshadowed by everything he'd done to Harry's life. It was much easier to focus on the idea of why he'd bothered, and he got no more answer for that. Oh, right about that. Sirius gave a dramatic pause, taking a deep breath, before being just one tone away from shouting, How dare she do that to you? If you hadn't effing known how to do the Patronus charm thanks to Remus, you'd be worse than dead. I swear if I don't hear of that wretched thing getting kissed herself, I'm going to have to find some other way to suck out her soul. Been holding that one in long? Harry asked Mark pleasantly. A bit, yeah, Sirius agreed. Glad you gave me the chance to bring it up again. Madame Pomfrey should be using sharks, Lily huffed. James made a little noise that may have been a mocking laugh. All five burst into righteous laughter, but there wasn't a trace of honest humor to be found. Honestly, they just wanted to applaud Ron for finally giving this moment. More like a nightmare, Remus corrected in the most pleasant tone he'd ever used when speaking of her. Of all the classes to get two separate teachers in, Sirius muttered, ignoring the harsh thump that was his innards at the reminder of her. That suddenly made a bit more sense, Sirius said restlessly. Can't have just been Dumbledore doing a decent thing, standing up to Umbridge and not letting her leave, Lily said, all wistfulness gone of anyone just doing a kind act anymore. Oh no, James agreed. He was keeping her away from Voldemort. He tried to end with a smile for her, knowing what that downturn of Lily's lips were, and she did feel just a bit better that even with an ulterior motive, she wasn't the only one trying to find the kindness in all this. Doesn't make the idiots delivering them any better. Sirius honestly having the urge to go find that room and smash every one of those things now, regretting ever even hearing about them for all the trouble they'd caused his family. I don't see why, James said haughtily. You need a good laugh, and your friends will do a better job than anyone telling you how ridiculous it all sounds. Now you're encouraging Hermione, are you? Harry asked dully. James frowned in concern. They all did as Harry refused to shake this off in here like they were trying to give him a way to do. And for his careless tone alone, James chose not to respond in hopes changing the subject would just be better. Even as the others still looked murderous at Dumbledore putting that on Harry, wanting to blame their old headmaster and everyone else for continuing to try and force Harry down a path just because of some stupid mystics. Harry couldn't help but brush absently at his scar for the first time since he'd been here, because it wasn't the one on his forehead. None of them seemed to notice a thing. He wished he could believe, same as them, that there was some other way, some alternative to this terrible fate laid out for him, but it all felt so inevitable. Hagrid's back. Sirius cheered unnecessarily loudly, but Harry hardly reacted, just the briefest little smile for the enthusiasm before his face settled back into that mask of unease. Remus made an unconscious sympathetic noise, knowing that feeling all too well. I presume she's referring to Grop, Remus said, with an honest twitch of his lips. Don't know why she needed to phrase it like that, Sirius sighed. I think the others around you can know about him by now. He was still watching Harry with worry. He may be clinging to Sirius in a whole new way, though now they understood why, as he just seemed to be marveling at still being able to do so. But it almost seemed to hurt him now just to look at his godfather. Umbridge is in there, and even in shock. It's best not to go sharing what Hagrid gets up to right now, James unnecessarily reminded. Sirius had been well aware. They were both just trying to keep up some normal flow of conversation, no matter how ineffective. Harry was torn from his own thoughts to watch those shift around him uncomfortably, and quickly said, "No, I'm not." But he trailed off, unable to put into words what it meant to have them all around him now. He didn't want that now, but it didn't quite erase the feeling now residing in him. The feeling of isolation he'd carried, while being around his friends carried through in here, helped along nothing by their unwillingness to see what he saw, feel how true it was he must kill Voldemort. If they didn't understand that, though, if they honestly thought there must be another way. When Harry failed to give a real answer, but instead was clearly struggling with something, Remus just decided to keep going. He wouldn't force a real answer out of him, but he wouldn't stop him either if he needed a minute to himself. But until he stepped out, this was all they could really do. James managed an authentic laugh again, telling Harry, "There's that sense of humor I so love." Harry tried for the same smile back, but it still sat just a touch awkwardly in his face to be believable. Will he still have to hear about it then, too? Sirius rolled his eyes. James couldn't even offer that much. Whatever Malfoy was suffering was only a tenth of what Harry had already learned to suffer through. All of them were laughing obligingly now, though Harry's frown just deepened with some unknown concern. All he knew was he didn't like dismissing Malfoy right now. Remus couldn't help the surprised burst of laughter that shot out. It really was like watching James and Snape the way these two went at each other so many years later, with the names just swapped. Sirius tried for a triumphant little smirk, but it was no good. The mention of that place just brought the echo of his own words back. He really hadn't been given his chance to accept that worthless ministry's apologies now that they were listening to Harry. While none gave a second of disagreeing as well, Harry couldn't help but look to his mother. Her face was a mask, lips trembling and white from feeling so much of this future. He almost believed that now as well, but then there was just this one part of him that stopped him. Lily at least tried to hide her smirk for that, but even she failed at such boldness. The room felt such a sudden rush of delirious happiness, it was hard for a moment to even grasp the switch. None had exactly forgotten what had fallen their favorite teacher, but considering everything else that had happened in the meantime, they hadn't even a second to spare for it. Now here she was again as if she'd never left, swooping in for Harry once again. Snappy as ever, Sirius chuckled pleasantly. James whooped with a delirious noise, even just something slightly good happening again, and he wanted to dance and cheer, finally just one moment to show the word wasn't all death in this future. "Eat your toes, Snivelius," Sirius sneered. "It's eat your words. How did you even?" Remus began in confusion, but Sirius wasn't even listening as he was still laughing too hard. "Now wait a moment." Lily couldn't help but try to insert even as her eyes were still gleaming, but Remus Paladin shushed her and said what he knew she'd been fixing to. "Ah," Lily said pleasantly, while the boys were still snickering away. Even Harry cracked an honest grin again for this. "Only 240. Remus quickly did the math even as he couldn't stop himself smirking. "She's much less generous than Dumbledore. He probably would have given a couple hundred each." "Can't win that cup every year, I suppose," Harry said grudgingly, his mind not even on the subject any more as something as silly like the house cup felt like some far-off fantasy of a worry. "Give them all the bird, Harry," James pleasantly instructed. "A feat not any in here could manage, I'm sure," Lily said pleasantly. She'd have a thing or two to say to anyone switching on a dime like this. Ron's ire of Quidditch team hopping would hold nothing. Harry felt the pang shoot through him all over again, his hand growing painful around Sirius. This was ridiculous. Fang looked nothing like Padfoot. Should we be as worried about this as the rest of Hagrid's cooking? Sirius said extra loudly just to get that look away from Harry's face, even for a moment. He couldn't stand seeing his little pup in such misery every time something related back to him. It was killing him. He'd been going through all of this in his past, and Sirius would do everything in his power to correct that now. "Dandeliony." James tried hard for a smirk and a joke, and Remus helpfully played along. "Prongs. You can't substitute a weed for a fruit and get the same affect," Remus corrected. "Says who?" James rebuked before concluding, Hark, look who's talking. You once switched armadillo bile with your own. James really did smirk then. It wasn't my fault breakfast wasn't agreeing with me that morning, Remus said tragically. Subtle, Lily whispered, unlike the boys not pretending she couldn't see Harry's eyes swimming again. Sirius staying in those caves had almost been a good laugh at the time considering how well he knew the area, and suddenly the idea of if it had all been different just wasn't avoidable. If he'd just stayed up there instead of that ghastly house, if everything had been the way it should have been, and he'd never had to be there at all, if— I imagine that actually would have caused another injury, Sirius stated too loudly again, but he'd keep talking this way until the others stopped looking at him that way. Please tell me he's joking. Lily yipped with more volume than Sirius had, and easily capturing all attention. If he can get one for Aragog, he would do it for anyone, James said without remorse. Hagrid's certainly becoming more interesting with this whole dating setup thing. Maybe he should have a crack at Moony. Sirius smirked, while Remus scowled hatefully for that. Well, you're just no help at all, Harry, Remus grumbled instead of continuing to glare at Sirius. Sirius opened, then closed his mouth. He didn't have a true comment for that. The past 12 years of his life would have been a ruin, the last year possibly worse than anything those Dementors could do. They ate away at your very soul just by being around, ruining anything happy you could hope to cling to. And then to be trapped in such a place where so many of all the worst memories would come back. Death honestly would have sounded more bearable after so many long months. He'd see James again. But then there's that, Sirius sighed, couldn't speak aloud what had just pulsed through him, but he knew he wasn't doing a good job of hiding it at the panicky look from his brother. None of it would have mattered. The reason he had done what he was doing was for Harry, and now his godson spoke nothing but the truth. Sirius would do it all again, just to be there for Harry in whatever way he had, no matter how short of time it was. Harry's throat burned as he heard all that. He meant to hold it in, he really did, but then Sirius began to speak, and Harry burst. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a damn. You. He was just left covered in ice, the fire instantly forgotten as Sirius' studious expression didn't change. He would have lived, but he wouldn't be the man Harry had grown to admire and love. Sirius didn't speak when he saw it all, that Harry had understood no matter how much he'd hate him for it. After what he just did, I'm not surprised, Lily honestly agreed. Those had been the words Harry had needed to hear, but there was never a time to say them. Harry stayed nestled into Sirius' side, his heart feeling as heavy as it had back then, no matter how much his mind told him to put it all away and be here with Sirius now, while he had every chance he could. It wasn't quite working. The pain from his past would not fade no matter the replacement he had now. Harry, Sirius whispered for him alone, knowing his parents, that anyone else could have said the same. But Harry needed this to come from him. You'll do what you think is right. Harry closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose hard, but it didn't stop the traitorous tears coming again. It was all too real. He could have opened them again and been back on that lake edge. The ghost of Sirius' voice whispering in his ear an assurance he'd needed that no one had been left to give. Remus wished it would have just ended there, that this stupid thing was done. No more should have been said or done, but he also couldn't just stop. Harry needed some closure, and while he couldn't imagine how he was going to get it from that time, it felt impossible right now any of them were capable of doing so, only a reminder of everything he'd lost in his life while living through it all again. James had felt the bitter taint of regret, of not being there for those who needed him since the very beginning, and now even that moment felt like it was being torn away. Prongs had only been delaying the moment. He hadn't really the chance to save anyone. Sirius kept frowning as Harry tried to do the same now. He'd never wanted to be the cause of so much grief to his godson, to anyone. Lily made a watery noise as she kept sniffling, like she was trying to giggle, but the noise wouldn't come. She imagined herself the same way, at least in that regards. She felt useless as a mother. She didn't have to talk and pry things from him when these books were saying it all. She honestly wished Harry had the chance to speak this for himself, but he often chose not to and let that speak for him. She wanted to change that, but remained unsure how. She'd have to find a way to get him off his crutch soon. I know I always loathe talking about him, James muttered as he ruffled up his hair in agitation. Manages to turn all conversations about himself. A trait he learned from you, Remus muttered. The two couldn't help it, to take shots at their friend, at each other. It was one thing they could still do to each other this future hadn't yet taken away. Harry tried to clear his throat, but it still seemed filled with too much snot to hold anything. It didn't mean he wanted to think about that any more than the others, and thankfully Remus hissed past the moment, knowing it would come up again all too soon. Which she deserves absolutely none of, Remus said in pure disgust. The laughter that echoed through the room was long overdue, but somehow far more lackluster than any ever would have predicted. After all she did to Harry, to that school, to so many people, this rather tame leaving of the post just did not feel as whelming as it should have. Then again, unless someone, Sirius, had arrived to escort her to Azkaban, nothing would have felt as good. Who did win the House Cup? Lily insisted on keeping up the pleasant mood with any mundane topic she could. It was cancelled. Dumbledore's reason was the inquisitorial squad made it too biased. Harry shrugged. Is that actually how he phrased it? James said. No, he made some great speech announcement about Voldemort officially being back again, though Ron said he was just rubbing it in. What he actually said was something more along the lines of school unity, and looking past all our differences to become one again in the face of, he cut himself off with a heavy roll of his eyes. I'm not Hermione. I don't remember the exact words. That's just what I got out of it. Fair enough, Remus agreed. Ron was still trying to convince him to do it tomorrow, but Harry still convinced him to go on while he did this. I doubt he'd make 2 speeches, James tried to encourage. He couldn't imagine missing the last feast. The first wasn't really a speech so much as just an announcement, Harry shrugged in defense. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He suddenly looked like he was going to be sick, and none of them looked any better. Remus could already feel small little shivers starting. He couldn't look at any of them, barely saying in a whisper. James looked back on that moment, a feeling exasperated Harry had worried so much about Sirius. He hadn't found his son silly at all for thinking it, but even still, no matter how dark his mind had gone in offering what could happen to Sirius if he were to be caught again, he'd never wanted to imagine this all to come up again like this. Remus was stammering by the end, words becoming a blur as too many memories washed over him, over them all. Detentions, something as common to their life as homework, and still they'd refuse to be apart, but he'd never want them back together again like this. Sirius held Harry tight to him again, his frame going more pale by the second. His eyes wouldn't alight with that same hope in here, and Sirius wasn't sure if it was age looking back or simply the boy in here couldn't even hold onto the same hope any more with Sirius right beside him, his every being prepared for the blow he knew would come. Magic can't bring back everything, Harry. Lily couldn't seem to stop herself explaining. That burning look on his face compelled her to just say something. The paintings, the ghosts, they're just echoes, can only do and say what they're magic to do, not. She stopped, because it meant nothing to him. If this were true, he would have long since had his parents back. There would never be such sadness in the world again. He just buried his face back into Sirius' shoulder, struggling to breath so much he was convinced he never properly could again. James could all but hear the echo of the glass, feel that more than Harry understood. Sirius' last gift to him, from both of them, was as gone from his life as they were, leaving no more explanation than anything else they continued to be without. Where had those mirrors been all those years, whereas the other now? He didn't believe he'd get those answers any more than an explanation for why this had happened to man who didn't deserve it. They weren't even sure if Harry could hear them. He wouldn't look up now, keeping his face away as if ashamed of what came next. Maybe it was because of the detachment from his memories. Maybe it was because he had Sirius right now, and he didn't want to see the look on his face for what came next. But as Harry felt Sirius tense and try to murmur something, all he could feel his shameful wish for what his godfather could never have done. Somehow it was even more painful Harry was forgetting another of Sirius' old things, and one they'd never even thought to bring up themselves. Did Sirius know Harry had the map? It had never really said, but Harry forgetting it now on top of everything couldn't have come at a worse time. They needed this to be done with. It was killing them all, more than having to listen to Sirius' fate, just to watch Harry cope through it all. Remus' face was flushed, eyes only on the book, even as his mind wondered how many times a ghost had to have this conversation, how often he'd come across a crying student and the pearly white figures, and had never thought about it more than that. Ghosts, James tried to mutter petulantly, but it instead came out in his own ghostly tone. "Does the bluntness help the awkwardness?" Sirius asked him Mark politely. Harry didn't look up, though his shoulders eased just slightly from feeling the rumble of a chest beneath him. He already knew, even looking back, he couldn't have stood to see Sirius as that pearly figure for longer than a breath. To never truly have him again, but a shell, an echo, it would have felt colder to him than his old cupboard ever had. James wouldn't let the moment pass without saying, though, "You know that better than anyone," because he could never stand wasting a single moment to talk to Sirius. Sirius just smiled at him, the feeling just a bit forced, as he could only imagine how much this was hurting James, how much every layer of this was just wrong for him. Sirius being dead, and Harry feeling more for this than he ever had for his parents. "Who are you talking about?" Remus couldn't help but look at him with great concern. Harry forced himself to look up then, adjusting his glasses that were poking him in the face, but still not really able to meet his eyes, just gestured wordlessly at Sirius, and Remus realized Harry had just refused to understand until it had been shoved in his face. "Well, you got that one right," Lily managed to chuckle, as she gave Sirius a little smirk which he all too happily returned. Harry was fixing his glasses stubbornly now. They might have gone a bit crooked from pressing his face so hard into them, and that was why his vision was still a little blurry. Surely he'd poked himself in the eye, and that's why they were still watering. This was ridiculous. He knew with everything in him right now Sirius wouldn't come back. "Harry," Sirius couldn't help but grab his wrist, to make him stop that before he took his eye out, as his face continued to grow out of that sorrow and slowly into anger. "Harry, you know I'd come back for you in any way I could, the real way. I'd have done anything to get back out of there, but only if it were real, if I was coming back." Not Harry jerked his arm free, but forced himself to take a deep breath, no matter how much it hurt. His lungs still weren't in working order any more than his glasses, though he couldn't seem to find a thing wrong with either when he kept checking. Remus couldn't believe he was forcing himself to do this. He kept wondering, at the back of his mind, where he was. What was his useless self doing now instead of explaining to Harry Sirius would never have even considered doing such a thing? Why was Nick having to be the one to answer for this? They'd all asked these questions at some point. Everyone at Hogwarts had to varying degrees. Never before for any of them had it felt so personal, or the answer so vital, even when already knowing what Nick would say. At what point does the mind and soul no longer intertwine? The passage from an old book flitted through Lily's mind when she herself had been looking into this very subject. Ghosts seemed to be the embodiment of that answer, and the moment she'd realized that she'd snapped the thing shut and had avoided the spectacular figures the rest of the day, too young then to fully grasp what she'd come across now, too young now to know that loss and still having to live through it. "Miracles happen, though," Harry muttered as he looked back to his godfather now, eyeing him with worry, his face flush and alive, grey eyes alert and bright for anything and everything. He did not know what had led him to this moment, but he knew he would never regret it. It hurt, it was as fake as a dupe, but Harry smiled at Sirius, at all of them. He didn't know how, he could not imagine anything but the grey fog still trying to swallow him whole from his past, but he also knew with everything in him this was not true. Ron and Hermione were just down the stairs, and his friends would be there for him when he opened up to them. The ring glistened on his finger for a moment, a warmth unto itself promising a future he just couldn't envision right now. "They what?" Remus muttered in surprised outrage for what had just come out of his mouth. "Kids," Lily muttered with a petulant eye on James, who batted his eyes innocently even though they remained rather hard and distant. He felt bad for Luna, but this still wasn't enough to distract him from what was going on in Harry's life, Sirius, and so he waved Moony on so Lily couldn't start on what terrible youths again. James looked oddly at Harry, struggling a moment to see where he was coming from, but it came to him. Harry's face was still sad now, but for just a moment he had taken his mind off his own grief to see what was being done to others, something James had never bothered to do at any sense, at much of any age. Harry had briefly accused them of treating Luna as they once would have Snape, and while none of them had denied it, James suddenly liked to think he wouldn't have for this moment alone, the girl who made Harry see the outside world outside his own life. Yes, well, so did they to Moony, but then again, maybe that's why we were the only fools who would tolerate him. Sirius smirked, while Remus just smiled faintly and pretended to ignore him. She's so. Lily struggled for a word on this girl. She'd have been furious if someone had tired this on her, strung people up all along the castle if they'd even dared mess with her in this way. Serene was a good way to put it, very flowing. Luna simply accepted the way things were rather than trying to force people to behave how they should, and Lily found that honestly admirable, even while she'd be doing the same for Luna's things. Sirius hummed thoughtfully, Harry noting he almost sounded like a purr rather than his usual dog-like habits when he was content. Harry couldn't help the genuine smile that flit across his face then, even for a moment. "Lucky her," James couldn't help but whisper, thankful only Remus had heard, and he was politely ignored. Sirius couldn't help a well of panic for a moment. If Harry went back there, tried to get him out, he was being ridiculous. His mind instantly corrected. His godson was alive and safe right beside him. As desperate as he was, Remus had clearly gotten something through to him that the veil was not the answer. There was no answer to making him come back. All that thing could ever do was taunt what Harry had lost. Sirius gave one last comforting brush to Harry, who leaned into the touch just like he always did. He couldn't imagine doing anything else. Remus gave a mock yawn. Considering Harry had bested all of their fathers, and then some at the same time, this was beyond child's play to him. It was hard to imagine a worse pain to come than what they'd already suffered. Certainly these schoolyard bullies held nothing. "Hopefully Ron lets go of his grudge on those Ravenclaws now," James said, with his first real attempt at a chipper tone, even being back on that bloody train which always spelled disaster considering who was waiting at the end very time, and the man who wasn't. "Actually, I think Ginny broke up with him," Harry said, in a light, rather forced conversational tone of voice. He wasn't sure where this idea came from, but he didn't feel much care for it either way. He really must have been desperately for anything to smile at. He certainly was doing so now at such a random bit of information. "Twice on these train rides. This is becoming a tradition I almost look forward to," Remus smirked. "And there's Ron, always making sure to note the important things," Sirius chuckled. Lily brushed at her hair, her face distant with distress. The train ride to start all this, and they'd been worried about such things as Harry's crush and the ministry. Now he was going through again a new person. Though having experienced death once before, this was still something new, even worse. His innocence kept being peeled away, though he'd never had much to begin with, and she worried how much more he could handle. Harry scoffed in disbelief, even while he saw nothing of surprise on the others, and he shook his head sadly. This was common for them. "How long is that thing going to last?" Lily asked, with the hint of worry now for what Hermione had done. Had she really permanently scared that child for such a nasty trick? "Never asked," Harry shrugged without much of a thought. "If I remember seeing her next year, I'll let you know." They watched Harry curiously, but he seemed to be holding this with the same indifference as he had watching a little game of chess. "Well, that was fast." James rolled his eyes. "Honestly, it took longer than I expected," Sirius snorted. Harry was already struggling again, his composure as flimsy as paper in here. The feeling was growing rather than receding, of how to fit all three of these universes into his head. He knew it was ridiculous. He could treat Sirius the same way now as he had before all this. But at the same time it didn't feel right, just slightly off, as if here were disrespecting his own godfather's memories by joshing around with him as the younger, carefree man he'd never known. It just wasn't sitting right, and he knew he needed time to come to term with all this, and just looked pleadingly at Remus to keep going, to finish this and give him that chance. While he'd avoided it in here, the feeling was creeping back now. He did want some alone time before he had to hear more. "What a smarmy little bloke. They deserve each other," James said without interest as he picked at his nails. "I'm sure he did," Lily muttered with a small smile, even as she kept watching Harry, who was at least pretending to keep listening with far more curiosity than was necessary, clearly still avoiding talking to them. Sirius gave a little wolf whistle while the others started snickering. Harry got a lopsided smile in place, his thumb twitching a bit now out of reflex to brush at his ring unconscionably. It was all still a joke, of course. Harry told himself Ron was only thinking this way to keep his sister away from others' boys. He didn't really mean anything by it. No," Remus yelped in surprise while Sirius and James laughed harder. What bloke dates a dorm mate's younger sister? That's a spell for disaster if I've ever heard one. James rolled his eyes in agreement. Can you imagine the idiot? Sirius demanded. Wait, no, you skipped the best part. Sirius yelped. Ginny told Ron to shut up, and he was in a temper the rest of the trip and muttering death threats to our dorm mate. Harry shrugged. Even as at the time he'd agreed with Ron whenever demanded of. He'd mostly just been watching Ginny, and that little smirk she'd kept hidden behind her paper for further irritating her brother in this way. It had been quite the show to watch, and he'd wished the moment would never end. I really do wish you'd find out what happened, just once. Let that be now, Sirius said tragically, and it wasn't a farce at all. It had been there for one shining, glorious moment before it was wrenched away, and then it had been left to hover, fester, in the back while Sirius had been on the run, incapable of fulfilling what they'd wanted from the very beginning. Now it was gone, permanently. Harry would never be able to step off that train to a real home. Remus couldn't believe his eyes, just staring at that, and sure he'd read that wrong until James began laughing beside him. It was wild and jittery, but he clapped Remus on the shoulder and shouted right in his ear, "There's Mooney always coming through for us." Remus didn't even have it in him to pull away, rub at his ear for the volume. He seemed stumped at what to do with himself. Finally, just a small little part of their wish had been granted, and yet it felt as bitterly tainted as spoiled milk. Because there was still someone missing, there always would be now, and Remus had never been there a single moment before this for Harry. It felt meaningless he'd done it now. The others clearly didn't agree, Sirius shifting restlessly and prepared to wrestle the book from him if he didn't keep going, to find out what this was about. Was it finally happening? Had Dumbledore changed his mind and admitted to another way? Was the Order going to take Harry out from those Dursleys' noses at last? If James, prodding Remus in the side, hadn't got him started, Remus likely wouldn't have moved ever again. But he shook off the terrible thoughts of this future and forced himself to focus on the now, Sirius, still smiling widely and eagerly at him. And so he crossed his fingers to do one thing right and read out a moment they all so desperately needed. Treating themselves a bit, Lily muttered with a raised brow as Remus gave a low whistle of surprise. They deserve it, Sirius said at once, smiling widely at the prospect and honestly wanting to snap the book shut on Remus' fingers right there. Just let this moment last forever. Remus would have ignored him anyways. Their fantasies would only be worse the longer they delayed moving on, so he kept going loudly to really see what all this was about. Lupin had a faint smile in place as he said they'd decided to have a little chat with his aunt and uncle before letting them take him home. Lily groaned obnoxiously loudly and let her head flop back against her seat. It was so exaggerated Harry couldn't help bursting out with laughter seeing his mother do something like that, and so Remus' expression went unnoticed by everyone except James. He'd realized the moment that look had flitted across his friend's face what he could have thought they meant, and while the hope had been there, he'd never let this blame fall on him either. Mooney, I don't care what made you do it, you are. Be happy about something for once in your life. Those bloody muggles needed someone to remind them of who they have to look after until you show up again. He managed to hiss at him while the other three were distracted. Remus just looked at him, unable to believe after all this time, after all he'd done, Prongs was still standing up for him, even against himself. He'd finally lost everything in this future, but here and now he couldn't help but smile while he kept going, clinging to the idea he wouldn't be alone here. A gift in itself, Sirius nodded, as if his wish really had been made. It wasn't on the same level as satisfying if Harry had just left with the people he should have, but honestly, after so much misery, he'd take what he could get. Be afraid, James said in a mock spooky voice. Hard to forget the man, Lily managed in between a righteous little giggle. Come on, universe, I don't care who. I want someone to appear and see her there, James said at once. Anything to make this just marginally worse for the people who still deserved more than they were going to get. But this was the first time Mooney had been in their company, and he wasn't going to be satisfied until they walked away with stains in their pants. Better than trying to look intimidating, he'd just fail at that more, Sirius sneered. Be very afraid, Remus agreed with a slight smile now for this show. 5 collective snorts of laughter for just how wrong that impression was, Harry's coming out a bit more runny than he'd meant to. His eyes were misting again. He didn't want to be reduced to tears again so soon, But he couldn't help it. He'd never in his life seen so many people to show him support like this. Sirius gave a wild, unconstrained laugh that didn't stop for several minutes. "That's too kind. I find encyclopedia far more accurate," Remus huffed. "Credit for trying," Lily shrugged. She'd have been cheering them all on for someone finally doing something about this. "Guess we'll just have to settle for these." James tried to roll his eyes like this was all fun. "Oh, he has no idea," Sirius muttered, his enthusiasm still prevailing over the little frown he carried and refused to acknowledge. What he would give to be there for Harry now, even more than ever before, as gratitude was washing over his little pup now like never before. "The man has one trick, and now they've all seen it," James sneered. Lily was giggling hysterically now. The triumphant feeling wouldn't fade that finally someone was standing up to that pompous blubber, even if it wasn't the man they'd all been hoping for. Remus gave his head a soft, little annoyed shake, remembering Harry's second year and how he'd gone most of the summer without contact, and it had been practically ignored. Oh, how things had changed, almost for the better, right? He tried to keep James' words in mind. At least Harry could never be so ignored again. So, Harry should ask them to come over for tea sooner rather than later, Sirius obviously concluded. Harry gave one last broken sob as he brushed furiously at new tears still arriving. Sirius had never once been able to pick him up from the station, as any semblance for that promise of a home, a family, and now he never could. But that didn't mean he had to be alone.